X. Chapter 251 As expected of you, the King of Beasts, Duo. 20,210,202. Chapter 251 As expected of you, the King of Beasts, Duo. Boom. With strong elbows and explosive power, Chaos slammed into Kaido's broad chest in one fell swoop. Kaido was furious, his sturdy arm was on his chest, and sparks swelled between the two of them. Seeing that Kaido successfully resisted his elbow, Chaos rolled over and jumped on Kaido's head, his right foot pressing down like a giant mountain. The momentum exploded, Kaido punched through and bombed with Chaos' right foot. With the huge explosion, Chaos rose into the air, and Kaido fell sharply, moving mountains and reclaiming the sea in a radius of 1,000 meters. Standing in the air, Chaos felt a tingling sensation when he shook his right foot, but Kaido lifted off in the giant pit without the slightest discomfort. No words are needed. The wind and clouds are shaken, big and small, like a violent beast. The force of each punch and foot collision can easily shake gold and crack rocks, resulting in unparalleled destruction. Call out. Electric light flint. I haven't seen what is coming from the sound of breaking the air. The center of the entire island suddenly vibrated, endless cracks spread, and finally a ravine was moved across and several barren mountains were smashed into the sky, causing smoke and dust. The sun was blocked, and Kaido landed on the island with a suffocating aura all over his body. His face was a little ugly. Cough cough. There was a coughing sound from the dilapidated dust center, and Chaos stepped out of the smoke and spit out blood, and looked at Kaido with a little embarrassment. Sure enough, it is exciting to fight with a master, and a punch and a kick are all hard power. Can help you grow. He's going to have fun. Crack boom boom. The dark red thunder continued to slash, and the entire venue flickered. Ordinary people might be shocked to death by two imposing manners as soon as they entered this area. The tyrannical breath erupted, and the demon-like body was like a nightmare in hell. Kaido looked down at Chaos. I hope you can kill me. Chaos didn't speak, but hooked his fingers more arrogant than Kaido. Kaido glared fiercely, the ground under his feet cracked directly, and disappeared in front of Chaos in an instant. Those thick thighs were like mountains that stagnate the atmosphere, and suddenly erupted into a terrifying force that was overwhelming. Chaos's face showed an expression that was exactly what I wanted, and he chose the most primitive physical collision and hit hard. The huge roar resounded, and the two right feet with huge difference slammed together, and suddenly the earth collapsed, and the resulting cracks ripped wildly around to form a basin. The hurricane splashed and turned the ground into a tsunami of sand and dust. Chaos's face turned pale, and he couldn't stop his strength from flying backwards. Kaido also flew out and left a huge ravine. No figure could be seen, only a golden light walked on the ground. Chaos punched out like a broken bamboo. At the same time Kaido also punched out, and the destructive force of the meteorite collision turned the world upside down. On the horizon, everyone looked at all this with serious expressions and unblinking eyes. At the center, there are two figures, one big and one small, one is deeply demonic and the other is divine, and the two are like demons and gods. When the clouds were upside down, the invisible overbearing will destroyed Gulaxiu of the aftermath of the air pressure. Kaido bombarded with the power of the riot, and Chaos swayed and avoided a kick. At that moment, the sound that resounded through the sky pierced the eardrum, the ground collapsed in a large area, and the gravel splashed and rolled up the sand and dust. Too weak. The urn was silent. Kaido grabbed Chaos' right foot, and his thick black hair flew wildly. Chaos didn't open his mouth. He just turned over and rotated his left foot to penetrate, and the huge force slammed into Kaido's chest like a meteor. This time Kaido didn't resist and flew out. As the huge explosion shattered to the ground, Kaido stood slowly in the big pit, looking down at the smoke on his chest, with a hint of disbelief on his vicious face, and as his throat stinks, sponge and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His heart was actually hurt, although recovering quickly. But he was injured. With his defense, normal attacks are simply ineffective. This guy. Looking up at the golden light group 3 feet off the ground, Kaido's eyes became cold. As expected of you, the king of beasts, Duo. Chaos was not surprised. He used Liu Ying's domineering arrogance to hurt the opponent. But the opponent's strange power, resilience, stamina, and defense are really not covered. This period is actually so powerful. In the future, it is worthy to become the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, plus the strongest wild achievement in heads-up. Kaido didn't answer. His sturdy arms that were not human-like burst into blue veins, and the savage-like deep aura instantly oppressed the ground. He was displeased by the sudden call from Chaos. The title of Beast King is not bad. But a lot. Boom. The ground beneath the two of them shattered again, forming two beams of light that collided with a sonic boom. An air pressure halo emerged from the two of them, and then turned into a monstrous wave that moved mountains and reclaimed the sea. The afterimage flashed, and a sturdy arm slammed towards Chaos with a terrifying force around it. Chaos was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists and slammed it out. The two asymmetrical fists collided and resounded through the sky. For a time, the sand and stone were thrown into the sky. Pulling away the distance, the two of them stood in the middle of the air and were soaring into the sky. If you can't kill me, then I'll kill you. Kaido grinned, his beast-like hair kept blowing, and his sturdy left arm, wrapped in deep armament, slammed down towards Chaos. Some moody. Chaos smiled contemptuously, but just clenched his fists and stood up. Back off, impossible. The whole scene was out of control, with waves of terror destroying everything. Feeling the pain in his fists, Chaos rammed his knees. Kaido's huge elbow pressed down, and another air pressure aura spread from the two of them on the spot. The two of them crashed and collided with each other again with a flash of light. The radius of 10,000 meters collapsed directly, and all the barren hills broke out of the ground. With golden light ripples behind him, Chaos appeared on Kaido's head and grabbed the corner with both hands. And because of Chaos' power, Kaido stooped down for a while. Get me up. Chaos roared angrily, and his eyes were full of madness. He grabbed Kaido's corner and fell over his shoulder, lifting Kaido heavily and smashing it to the ground. The hair fluttered wildly behind the back, and the ground collapsed, causing the sense of sight of landslides and earth fissures. Just when Chaos was about to pursue the victory, a danger rushed into his heart, and he didn't even want to stop his right hand in front of his chest. It was like a big mountain slamming down in a corner, and Chaos couldn't stop moving out. Kaido looked angry. The oppressive body squatted slightly, then jumped up and shot towards Chaos. The sound of tearing through the tinnitus, like a sledgehammer pressing against the heart, makes people breathless. Chaos stood firm, looked up at the dazzling black shadow falling, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked cold. Kaido fell straight down, and that day, the force of the collapse was once pressed around and exploded again and again. The blue veins in his hands were meandering. The breath all over his body instantly condensed, and a large amount of high-temperature steam rose from the golden light. Boom. The terrifying fluctuations rolled up like a ring shock wave, and a large canyon stood up in an instant. The power of Chaos is moving mountains and reclaiming seas, and the whole eyes are vanished. Without warning, two figures appeared above a barren mountain, disappeared with a bang, and then the entire mountain collapsed. Chaos was shrouded in golden light, but the real situation was that his hair was disheveled and his mouth was full of blood. Even so, he was punching and kicking Kaido. doing everything in heaven and earth, Chaos just used physical techniques. A loud ring of air pressure lifted, and the two flew out backwards. Chaos grabbed the ground with both hands and smashed the upturned hills. Finally, he did a backflip and stood on the ground, panting and wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Look opposite. The opposite Kaido was also very embarrassed, and blood was dripping from his mouth. There seems to be no problem on the surface, but the inside of the body has been damaged to varying degrees and is healing rapidly. Starting point, deep deduction, Blood Shadow Wolf, 5,000 starting point coins. Das Hahn is so stupid, Fskeeg, 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 252 Passion Burning Hormones. 20,210,203. Chapter 252 Passion Burning Hormones. Come again. The tyrannical murderer Sora continued to permeate, and Kaido also entered a state. Looking at Kaido who was rushing towards him, Chaos took a deep breath and stepped out slowly. The golden light shrouded his body began to dissipate, and the black vertical hair began to grow longer and fell to his waist, and quickly dyed gold. The sharp black eyes also turned into golden eyes. With bare 8 pacabs on his upper body, the golden dragon tattoos are flowing, the large and small golden halos on the back rotate in opposite ways, and the drop-shaped earrings on both ears are shaking. As he walked, the wildly dancing golden goose feather coat began to dance around into various armor parts, and finally fit the whole body with the sound of golden leather. No Glory, Shock Original, BGM starts to become Boy Danny. Passion-burning hormones just explode. The wise and wise, heroic and dignified imperial spirit, bathed in black and red lightning like the sun, is unsightly. The dazzling storm hit, Kaido appeared in front of him extremely frantically, and punched the air wine, but in the fleeting moment, Chaos' body shifted slightly, and he escaped Kaido's attack perfectly. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Chaos leaned forward slightly, with black gold liquid flowing from his elbow, rippling cherry blossom petals, and slammed it out, causing Kaido to take a few steps backwards. Kaido's eyes widened in anger. His palm the size of a palm fan slammed down, carrying a large storm. There is no doubt that this palm can collapse the earth in a radius of 1,000 meters. This is Kaido's destructive power. Chaos's long golden hair fluttered, as if he had expected it, but he only took a small step to the left, and Kaido's attack failed again as the ground collapsed. Then, he kicked Kaido's arm without hesitation, making Kaido's center of gravity unsteady, and then the uppercut slammed hard on Kaido's chin. As Kaido's head raised a smear of blood, the burly body couldn't stop backing away. Chaos chased after the victory, using the shaved image to teleport to Kaido's side, and his fists, elbows, and knees all flowed with Liu Sagura's domineering strikes in all directions. For a while, Kaido was powerless to resist, and could only be passively beaten like a sandbag. The next moment Kaido felt a crisis, an unprecedented crisis. Chaos stepped in front of Kaido, and the layers of the ground collapsed. I saw Chaos's hands together, and the veins and blood vessels protruded into a gully shape, and the black gold liquid flowing on the surface was splashing with flames. See types of profound truth, Kama Sakura, Emperor Spear. The terrifying storm exploded in an instant, and that force was a landslide. Puff. The burly figure is bent into a shrimp, Kaido's eyes are bloodshot. Blood splashes from his mouth and nose, and the shockwave generated behind him forms a fan-shaped beam of light, and the two of them continue to collapse under their feet. The entire island began to shake, forming a Tianqing with a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The surrounding barren hills began to break through the soil and rise, and the terrifying air pressure rushed into the sky, causing the entire cloud layer to penetrate. Fly for me! The dragon roared, Chaos used his last strength, and the next second Kaido turned into a streamer and tore his eardrums and flew out. The billowing dust shrouded all sights. As the hurricane blew, the mountains and mountains in front of Chaos had disappeared, leaving a burst canyon that was thousands of meters wide and could not be seen at a glance. Seeing the color radiation, Chaos gasped heavily, and a lot of steam rose from his body. The sky also shot down new gauntlets. Kaka. The originally stagnant sky was once again swept away by the wind and clouds, changing colors and thunder, and the entire battlefield had changed beyond recognition. All this has been changed. Suddenly, the creepy aura rose again. I saw a dragon claw sticking out from the ruins of the canyon, grasping the ground and gradually arching up. As a huge storm swept through, a humanoid monster emerged from the dust. The ferocious dragon's horns are scattered with thick black hair, the whole body is covered with blue scales, the two dragon claws flash with an amazing cold light, and the two dragon legs full of explosive muscles leave a claw mark with every movement. Chaos' golden eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt tremendous pressure when he looked at the humanoid monster in front of him. Dragon, an oriental dragon, but with blue scales and a half-beast-like state. Roar. The storm swept all around, Kaido roared wildly, and the bloody wound on his stomach was clearly recovering. For a time, the entire dark sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and rolling dragons filled the entire island. Countless creatures shivered and fell to the ground, and those with weak willpower had already fainted. Animal, humans, even crocodile and others, who were far apart, felt enormous pressure. This was the real Kaido of the beasts. Ordinary powerhouses had already exhausted their strength just to face them, let alone fight. This is a monster, a real monster, a growing monster. The hurricane swept wildly, the blonde hair behind Chaos fluttered messily, the steam on his body was still rising, and the two golden light wheels behind him turned faster. The sky slanted and collapsed, and cracks continued to form on the surrounding surface. The two supreme wills spread panic and collided with each other, and black and red thunders spread one after another, causing the sea to keep rolling like the destruction of the world. The storm swept through and galloped all the way, the crust underfoot moved one after another, Kaido galloped against the surface, and Chaos rushed out as a streamer. With the rise of a mushroom cloud, everything they went to collapsed. One holy and extraordinary, one fierce and brutal, began to hit the sea from the island. Now Kaido is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, and its sharp claws are like swords shimmering towards Chaos. Chaos blocked the dragon's claws with his right hand, and poached Kaido's eyes with his left. Kaido didn't dare to underestimate it, he resisted with one hand and pushed his knees out, the atmosphere in front of him burst. They collided and hit each other, and the violent air pressure spread around the two of them, and the rough sea sank abruptly and a bottomless pothole appeared. Flip and backflip Chaos standing on the sea. On the opposite side, Kaido was also standing on the sea, the blue scales all over his body shone with a cold light, a tail on his back swayed back and forth, his beard fluttered under the towering dragon horns, and his figure slowly lifted up and then laughed frantically. The entire dim sky has been divided into two halves again, and the sea behind the two has also begun to appear, hurricanes rolling up the waves one after another. In this chaotic weather, the world revolves around two people. Their eyes narrowed, and the two flew at the same time with a cracking sound. Chaos clenched his fist and collided with Kaido, his left index-finger and middle finger tightened, like a poisonous snake stabbing Kaido, but the latter blocked it directly with his wrist. The blue scales were as hard as diamonds, and Chaos' finger gun just caused blood to appear on his wrists. Kaido grabbed Chaos's arm with one hand and was full of ferocity. Chaos' eyes were fierce, and suddenly he raised his body and kicked Kaido's chin. The time slowed down. First, a burst of air pressure spread. Kaido's chin dislocated and flew up. Chaos didn't let Kaido leave, but quickly grabbed Kaido's dragon foot and slammed it on the sea. With the shaking like moving mountains and filling the sea began to shake and split. The dark abyss seemed to be connected to hell, and Kaido disappeared. X. Chapter 253 Audience, so scary. 20,210,203. Chapter 253 Audience, so scary. The figure of Chaos lifted up into the sky, looking down at the fractured sea from a distance. The sea mud that had not been seen for hundreds of years was exposed in the center, and the blood dripped on his right arm, and the 5 scratches were deep in the bones, but under the effect of the return of life healing fast. Buzz! The broken ground began to vibrate. Kaido rushed out of the dark abyss, and his right leg swept towards Chaos with a sound whistling. The terrorist force struck, and the air was instantly swept into the air. Chaos remained calm, his knees were raised, and his entire right arm burst into flames again, and the violent force was constantly flooding. Golden molten fire flowing Sakura seriously punch. Boom! The huge explosion shot into the sky, and Chaos's entire right arm burst into blood, accompanied by a dark mushroom cloud sweeping the sky. Kaido vomited blood and turned into a streamer and flew towards the sky. Leaving a long rainbow behind, Chaos appeared on Kaido's head and raised his fist with his left hand. At the same time, the bloody right hand started to explode like firecrackers, which was forcibly healing. Kaido's sunken chest also bulged and recovered quickly. At this time, his elbows were pushed out with a fierce face, and at the same time, his right hand was smashed towards Chaos's head. There was wind in his ears, and Chaos's right hand with fleshy flesh stopped in front of his face, and his left hand attacked unchanged, accompanied by the power of the landslide and tsunami. The next moment, Chaos smashed towards the island, and Kaido disappeared again in the abyss. The streamer left light and shadows running through the 2 mountains one after another, and the entire surface quickly turned up and stretched. Chaos sunk his feet into the ground and moved out and finally stood in the ruins. In front of him was a broken ravine and the surrounding jungle. The separation has spread to the end. Cough cough. He couldn't help kneeling on one knee on the ground, blood dripping from Chaos' mouth. The tyrannical atmosphere in the distance is full. Kaido soared to the ground and fell to the ground with his hair disheveled, his mouth full of blood. And the image was even more miserable than Chaos. The new golden arm guards fell from the sky with thunder and lightning, which automatically fit on both hands. A black and red lightning disappeared, and the ground beneath their feet exploded at the same time, colliding with each other like a meteor, and a halo deprived the ground and pushed out horizontally. Kaido put his knee on Chaos' stomach, and with the explosive shock wave Chaos vomited blood. But Chaos took it hard, and punched Kaido deep into Kaido's stomach, causing the latter to vomit likewise. Blood. At this moment, the dragon tail struck with a sonic boom, and Chaos leaned back on the ground with his hands on the ground, and his feet kicked Kaido's chin like a spring. In an emergency, Kaido blocked it with his hands, and his right foot was thrown back and kicked towards Chaos' chest. Chaos disappeared between the lightning and flint, and the next second appeared behind Kaido and swept it out, but Kaido also disappeared in the blink of an eye, and then appeared behind Chaos and punched out. SHHHH. The figures of the 2 people surrounded the entire dilapidated site. A wave of air kept pushing horizontally from the center, the 2 of them grabbed each other's wrists and rose to the ground, and their knees collided like a storm. Infinite power stirred the situation, and the thunderstorms continued to spread. Both hands and feet were restricted on both sides, so the dragon tail was swept out from behind Kaido again. If it was an ordinary person, it would definitely suffer, but Chaos would not. A long golden hair turned into a giant fangs snake, forcibly withstood Kaido's dragon tail. This kind of battle, It's scary tilde. In the distance, whether it is Crocodile and others or the beast pirates, they are all speechless. The battle between Kaido and Chaos is a naked physical contest. Blood and brutality are the most primitive fights. The ultimate fight between fist and flesh makes every man's blood boil. The battle has already reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, under the dark sky, a comet slanted down with a long tail feather, and the atmosphere was neighing and gradually burning with flames. Accompanied by a hysterical voice. Golden molten fire flowing Segura serious kick. The oppressive force struck, and Chaos turned into a comet at that moment, burning the entire sky and crashing down toward Kaido. Beyond your own power. Kaido roared angrily, the whole dragon claws swelled and the blue veins jumped, and the front was just on the right foot of Chaos. Time was frozen at this moment, and as a halo radiated around, Kaido suffered pain and his entire right arm burst, and smashed to the ground with a roar of unwillingness. Pushing horizontally all the way, everywhere you go is overwhelming, countless abyss staring and spreading to the sea, and a vast mushroom cloud in the center surrounds three halos linking up and down, and the surrounding sky collapses into a 1,000-meter tsunami that peels away in all directions. A fiery storm swept the world, holes appeared in the sky covered by black clouds, and everything began to turn upside down. The sky and the sea collapsed. The endless dust lingered for a long time, and Chaos flew out of the bottomless basin. The entire right foot had been broken and the steam was floating, and the bones torn flesh and blood could be clearly seen. With a chilling click, the right foot began to slowly heal. Standing in the air out of thin air, Chaos looked down at the abyss with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. "I'm going to kill you." The tyrannical ferocity washed through the clouds, a dragon roar bit out, and as the destructive force hit Chaos, his complexion changed and disappeared in place. In the discoloration of the wind and clouds, a terrifying creature flew from the abyss. Ferocious antlers, copper bells and bull's eyes, sharp scales all over his body, and sharp claws spread across his abdomen. This is a dragon, a fierce and violent blue dragon. Surrounded by wind and clouds around Shenlong, the rolling fierceness is almost overwhelming. Kaido has entered full beastization. The dragon tyrannically looked at Chaos, his body twisted up, his bloody mouth was open, and the dazzling light was shining, and the surrounding atmosphere was tumbling. A large piece of dragon breath is like the tilt of the 9-day galaxy, and the force of destruction is hard to resist. The entire sky was penetrated in an instant, and finally a leak was formed as if it was pulled apart by a pair of big hands, and the surrounding hurricanes continued. Chaos escaped in an emergency, but he was still affected and vomited blood. At this time, the Shenlong flew up, and Chaos watched the galloping Shenlong kick out 2 feet one after another, and swoop down in 2 arcs of thousands of meters. With the continuous explosion of dragon roars, Kaido resisted 2 slashing scales peeling off, and a dragon claw grabbed towards Chaos's head with a cracking sound. Chaos squeezed his fist and splattered flames, punching seriously, but this time, the power of Kaido's bombardment was not simple. With the hurricane chaos that shook the ground and the mountains, Kaido's body also flew out. Sinking. Chaos steadied his body and stood in the air, watching Kaido, who was rushing up again, also fall from the sky. Kaido roared continuously, a tail smashed through the atmosphere, and Chaos appeared in the belly of the dragon like a flash, and his hands merged into one again in the shape of calyx, filled with explosive power. But there is no golden molten fire mode blessing. Chaos felt that the armament color was a bit too much. Need to restore. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. Boom. The sky, which was originally closed again, was once again penetrated by a soaring force, and the entire atmosphere began to move laterally around. For a time, the painful dragon roar resounded in the sky, but Chaos felt a danger. Looking up, his pupils shrunk into pinholes on the spot. A large piece of dragon breath, as if the 9-day Milky Way poured straight, and the air along the way was swept away. Shinla o Tianxing. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the black gold flowing liquid swelled and suddenly formed a protective cover to be repelled without dead ends. The dragon's breath was blocked for the first time, but as Kaido raised his body and vomited again, the violent dragon's breath became thicker, and the black gold protective cover was forcibly shattered. Starting point, deep deduction Fskeedk, 1,900 starting coins, lucky third flower, 1,500 starting coins, African tribe welcomes you, 1,000 starting coins, Das Han is so stupid, 500 starting coins. X. Chapter 254 You're going too far, just make yourself cool. 20,210,204. Chapter 254 You're going too far, just make yourself cool. Damn. The iron block, the armed color, and the golden color were working at full force. Chaos crossed his hands and stopped in front of him. It was too late to avoid. Immediately after the sky and the earth, the entire island suffered a catastrophic catastrophe. A pitch-black mushroom cloud rose from the center, and a halo rippled up and down, completely destroying everything. Wherever the storm went, everything was submerged. The abyss in the center is still expanding, as if it is going to reach the center of the earth, spewing magma. With the wind and clouds around him, Kaido stared at the abyss. Except for the few guys in the sea, no one can push him to this level. Call out. The sound of breaking air resounded above his head, and when Kaido looked up, he saw a huge Buddha 400 meters high, smashing like a meteorite. At the moment when the terrifying forces collided, Kaido's face was hideous, and his eyes were bloodshot and almost squeezed out of his sockets. The whole body suddenly flew down and smashed towards the abyss. The lava continued to splash in the ground, and the huge dragon corpse smashed into it with great momentum. Kaido was stunned. It gradually sank into the magma and was completely submerged. The huge wind pressure fell, the hot magma sank, and the 400-meter-high Buddha was full of sacredness. In the huge D-shaped symbol spinning behind it, it seemed that there were Buddhas in the heavens whispering, and the bursts of Sanskrit sounds made it difficult to calm down. At the foot of the Buddha, a figure rose from the crimson magma. Chaos's face was covered in blood, and the surface of his body was flowing with armed colors, and he slowly rose and finally stood on the Nanhyu gesture held by the Buddha. He consumes a lot now. Can't keep dragging on. With Kaidobi stamina, that's definitely the dumbest. So, the figure kept moving back and forth, and finally merged into the Buddha's forehead. Boom. A large amount of magma exploded, a dragon claw bathed in magma protruded, and then the huge body began to climb up. One dragon and one person looked at each other, no words needed. Kaido opened his bloody mouth, and suffocation energy was condensing inside. And the Buddha also began to raise his head, and the angry eyes of the Vajra were golden and red, and the surrounding stars began to compress in them, as if a sun was constantly forming. Roar. The deafening dragon roar roared, and the torrent like a surging river scoured the air, sweeping the air along the way, and the destructive force could be felt before it arrived. Golden molten fire slaying golden fire. Two black and golden light beams, as if running through time and space, disappeared in an instant. When he came back to his senses, there was a hysterical groan, and two blood holes appeared in Kaido's body. The abyss wall behind him was penetrated to form two passages, and finally shot through the layers of the ground and shot into the sea. A vast cloud of mushrooms rises. At the same time, there is also a mass of energy expanding in the abyss, which is Kaido's dragon breath. The entire Ghost Island was shaking at this moment. Within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, the mountains continue to rise, eventually forming canyons and basins that continue to spread. When everything subsides, it will be riddled with holes. Beneath the abyss, the originally sacred and majestic Buddha was missing half of his body at this moment, and his entire body fell into the walls of the abyss. In that forehead, chaos broke away and smashed towards the ground. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. The long golden hair and golden eyes had returned to normal, and his breath had plummeted. The situation looks a little bad. Opposite him, Kaido also slammed to the ground to restore his human form, steaming from two opposing wounds on his chest, the size of a fist. Very slow recovery. However, the situation is better than that of Chaos. After all, he is an animal demon fruit person. But now it's all bruised and dying. Chaos lay in a pool of blood. His eyes closed and his lips slightly parted, and the entire abyss suddenly quieted down. Call out. Just when Chaos couldn't hold it anymore, two figures appeared out of thin air. It's Bear and Ivankov. Boss. As soon as the two landed on the ground, Chaos, who was dying in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, startling Ivankov. After all, the current image of Chaos is too miserable. Sitting up abruptly, those dark eyes still looked at the two of them lightly. I don't know why it feels creepy. Go. Chaos is also holding on now, and the reason why he is so calm is naturally just in case. Because he doesn't fully trust the bear and Ivankov. The bear squatted down, took off his gloves, exposed the palm of the flesh ball, and pressed it directly on Chaos's chest. With the use of his ability, a blood-red bear's paw began to appear behind Chaos, and it continued to expand like a balloon. As the injuries in the body continued to leave, Chaos's complexion improved visibly, and his breath also recovered. After all the damage popped out of the body, the tip of Ivankov's right finger emerged, giving Chaos a stab in the waist. Hormonal injection. Chaos recovered faster. Huh. Standing up and stretching again, his whole body crackled like fried beans, and Chaos took a deep breath. Cool. This battle made him feel alive, and he hadn't felt it for more than half a year. Boss, do you want Kaido? Ivankov stretched out his sharp fingernails and looked at Kaido, who was lying unconscious in the distance, and gradually revealed a sinister smile on his face. Chaos squinted his eyes, thought a little and shook his head. He understood what Ivankov meant. Either kill Kaido, or become a woman. To be honest, Chaos was heartbroken for a moment. It's just that Kaido is different from Paul Salino, Sakazuki and others. This guy is a shit stick. If he turns this guy into a woman, I am afraid that he will not be able to live in peace in the future. Although he also likes to fight, he can't keep going forever. As for killing Kaido, Chaos didn't have that idea from the beginning. Kaido is still growing now, and his combat power is far less powerful than in the future, and it still needs to be cultivated. Otherwise, there will be no opponents in the future. Wouldn't life be lonely as snow? He didn't want to experience the feeling of being alone so early. I also don't want to look back in the future and find that there is no one who can fight. B. Can also be repeated. Boss, why? Ivankov, including Z, looked at Chaos suspiciously. If the future 4 emperors die like this, the whole world will lose a lot of fun. The figure of Chaos gradually lifted into the sky, and the gold scattered in all directions began to fly, and finally merged to form Sakyamuni. Ivankov and Z frowned, and after taking a last look at Kaido, they stepped on the moon step and lifted off. On the other hand, when Z and Ivankov arrived, Anilo and others had already fought the beast pirates, and Akino was also rescued. No arms or legs are missing. It's just that the seafloor stone slave ring is worn on the neck. If it is just an ordinary slave ring, Akino's body temperature can be melted as soon as he gets up, but the seafloor stone limits the ability of the devil fruit. Withdraw. I haven't had enough fun yet. No. Another trip for nothing. This is the end? When everyone heard the words in their ears, everyone was very upset. Because chaos made them retreat. Despite cursing one by one, they still retreated. A few minutes later, everyone stood on the sea of clouds, all looking at chaos with dissatisfaction. Boss, you're going too far, just make yourself happy. What's the panic? There will be fights in the future. Chaos walked in front of Aquino, his hands flowing with armed colors, and he released it with a slight squeeze. This slave ring will not only explode, but also have venom. Is it really going back like this? Crocodile was smacking his cigar, and it was just a trip with no excitement at all. Very poor experience. X. Chapter 255 _ The End Island of the Great Root, Mercury Island. 20,210,204. Chapter 255 _ The End Island of the Great Root, Mercury Island. Huh. It really takes no effort to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere. It seems that God arranged it like this. The group prepared to go back to Poppy Island, but after an hour, Chaos was stunned, and then his aunt smiled. Boss, why are you showing such a perverted smile? Betty, who was on the side, rolled her eyes, and Chaos's sudden gloomy smile made her shiver. Others who closed their eyes and rested their eyes also looked over. Stussy changed direction. Chaos didn't answer, he just snapped his fingers and looked at Stussy and then pointed to the left. Although Stussy was a little confused, he still obeyed Chaos's words and controlled the sea of clouds to gallop to the left. After half an hour, Kuzan looked up on his bicycle with an ugly face, and looked at the group of chaos standing on the sea of clouds, feeling a huge sense of crisis. He was originally chasing a group of pirates, but with the appearance of several figures in the sea of clouds, his whole person was not well. Especially the look in the eyes of the first man looking at him made him unable to stop his heart palpitations. He knew that even Pelusalina had become a woman, and was currently fighting with Sarkaski to become stronger. Is it? Kuzan's face kept changing, and he just hoped he had guessed wrong. Isn't this Kuzan, one of the 3 nature monsters in the Navy? What a coincidence. Crocodile smacked his cigar and glanced up and down at Kuzan on his bicycle. On the undulating sea, an icy road crosses, and the surrounding area is endless. Golden Emperor. Ice mist began to float on Kuzan's body, and the sea centered on his feet began to freeze. Neither side needed words, but they had probably already guessed their thoughts. Are you going to capture it? Or resist? With one hand on his back, Chaos didn't expect to meet Kuzan on the way. He also said to find a time to meet with each other. 2 of the 3 major generals in the future have already rejuvenated, and there is no reason why Kuzan can ignore it. His favor has always been fair, it has always been a bowl of water, and he has never favored anyone. Or you singled out a group of us, and we singled out one of you. Kuzan's face turned green. Go, let the other party feel the beating of love. Chaos waved his hand gently, and Crocodile and the others who had already been grinding their hands all flew out. Sand Fist. Electric Thunder Flashes. Sun Garuda. Bear's Paw Shock. Death Wink. Thunder Dragon. Seeing the attack coming from all over the sky, Kuzan's hair exploded and his heart went cold. Nemo will fight back even if she dies. Ice Age. Absolute Zero spread like a storm, and the sea surface was frozen in a radius of tens of thousands of meters. At the same time, a mushroom cloud stood up. The dazzling various attacks were as bright as fireworks. Just bear the most, Kuzan. The situation is very bad now. Damn Tilda. 5 minutes later, accompanied by hysterical roars of unwillingness, Kuzan collapsed on the ice sheet with bruises all over his body. When he was dying of consciousness, He stood in front of him with a pair of golden boots. He rolled his eyes and was smoking a cigar and looking at him playfully. Face. I won't kill you. Go to sleep. All will be there when you wake up. The voice faded away, and Kuzan gradually closed his eyes. It seems like a moment has passed, and it seems like a year has passed. Kuzan had a dream. He dreamed that he met all the members of the richest group, and was then besieged and beaten. Eventually passed out. Looking around, Kuzan's confused eyes gradually brightened, and then there was a hint of panic. Kuzan, are you all right? This is an infirmary, and there are many people standing in the infirmary at this moment. The leader is Sora, and there are Crane, Zephyr, and Sarkarsky and Paul Salino who were supposed to be cultivating heart. The expressions on everyone's faces are slightly different. Sora, Crane, and Zephyr were all sighing and helpless, with a hint of acceptance. And Sarkarsky and Paul Salino, despite their expressionless faces, could vaguely see a little joy in their eyes. This time there is one more sister. Kuzan also realized that something was wrong, and when he lowered his head, 2 huge lumps appeared on his supposedly flat chest, and he could feel the softness even when he was wearing a bandage. Touchdown. Gone. The whole face was stiff, and then slowly began to twist ferociously, and a trace of ice mist began to rise from Kuzan's body. Gaia. Chaos. The heart-piercing roar spread throughout the infirmary, and the heartbreaking surging emotion was even more empathetic. Calm down. Empty hands to suppress Kuzan's outbreak. If Kuzan is allowed to be like Sarkarsky and Paul Salino, the surrounding buildings will probably be rebuilt again. I'm going to kill him. Kuzan was such a peaceful person, and his heart collapsed at this moment. Boom. The roar stopped abruptly. Sora retracted his hand and sighed. Yesterday, he was dealing with government affairs, and as a result, news came from the New World branch that all the members of the richest group appeared under the leadership of the Golden Emperor, and threw the bruised Kuzan on the ground. It's just that there's something wrong with this Kuzan. When I received this news, I was heartbroken. Don't think about it. Kuzan must be a bad hand. Sure enough, this morning the warship brought back the unconscious Kuzan, and his physical defect was completely changed. Then there is this scene. But luckily, at least Kuzan is still alive. Although I don't know why the Golden Emperor did not kill Sarkarsky, Paul Salino, and Kuzan successively, but turned the 3 of them into women, it is undeniable that this guy is really not human. Or some kind of fetish? For example. Sora looked at the unconscious Kuzan thoughtfully, then turned to look at Sarkarsky and Paul Salino with a strange look. As if to say that these 3 people have lost the first time? Marshal Kong, this is the latest issue of the news. The richest man group clashed with the beast pirates in Onishima, and Kaido was defeated by the Golden Emperor. The door to the infirmary was opened, and a general held a stack of newspapers. What? A group of people took over the newspaper, and several pictures appeared on it. The first is a huge Buddha surrounded by clouds. The second is a picture of crocodiles standing in the golden beam of light, unable to see their faces. The third is the battle between Chaos and Kaido. The fourth is a picture of Kaido lying unconscious on the ground. Around the 4 pictures, the reasons, process and results of the conflict between the richest group and the beast pirates were reported in detail. This guy can actually beat Kaido. Crane looked solemn, she did not expect Chaos' strength to become so fast. Sooner or later I'll catch him. Sarkarsky had blue veins spreading on his forehead, and his right hand was red and burned the news directly, and then left the infirmary without looking back. Paul Salino also had a gloomy face, and his mentality would explode at any time. He left the infirmary without a word. At this time, the whole sea was also shocked by this news report. The Golden Emperor disappeared for half a year, and he did such a big move as soon as he appeared, which can only be said to be a hot search. At the same time, there is a harsh sea area in the New World. The lightning flashes and the wind howls. A pirate ship is like a leaf in a tsunami, and it will be swept away by the waves at any time. The drifting rain fell like a waterfall. How far is Mercury Island? This route is right. Be careful, the tsunami is coming again. Really? Oh dear. Quick, quick. Hold on. Leave the stern to me. Hold on a little longer and the bad weather will be over in no time. Roger stood on the bow, looking into the distance and listening to the sound. They were about to reach the island of Mercury, the final destination of the Great Route. X. Chapter 256 _ The three Navy sisters are furious. 20,210,205. Chapter 256 _ The three Navy sisters are furious. New World, exploding pirates territory. The Monarch. The news has been confirmed. The legendary pure gold should be in the hands of the Golden Emperor. Battle Princess Bettina stepped on high heels and came to the pool to look at the man sitting on the deck chair watching the latest issue of the news, which happened to be the news of the Richest Man Group and the Beast Pirates. Nero Dahl, any news? Explosion. Monarch Gottlieb lowered his red pupils and looked at chaos in the news without the slightest fluctuation on his face. More than half a year ago, due to pure gold, his second rudder master, Mantis King Subic, died, while his fifth rudder master, the color-changing King Nero Dahl, disappeared. At first Gottlieb thought they were both dead. After all, Mantis King Subic's life paper was burnt, but when he came back, he found that the life paper of color-changing King Neroda did not burn naturally. This also means that the color-changing king is not dead. In the past 6 months, he has also looked for the direction of the life paper, but the direction of the life paper is too fast, from the west to the east for a while. The speed is scary. In the end, combined with the speculation, it is very likely that the king of discoloration is in the belly of the lanternfish, and this is the only possibility. As Gottlieb guessed, the king of color changing was in the belly of the lanternfish, and the lanternfish was still alive. One person and one fish were lucky enough to save their lives. The direction of life paper has become too fast to be. Bettina didn't need to say it too clearly, everyone knew it in their hearts. If nothing else, the color-changing king may not be able to see the sun again in this life. Somewhat sad. Let Keensi and others come back, we can't delay it any longer. Gottlieb's hands were blazing with black smoke, and the newspaper burned to the ground. In the past 6 months, the Golden Emperor has evaporated, and now there is no need to wait. The grievances between the two sides have been established, not to mention that pure gold is now likely to be in the hands of the Golden Emperor, which alone is enough to become the fuse of the war. If possible, Gottlieb won't kill the Golden Emperor, but subdue it. With the financial resources of the Golden Emperor, the Whitebeard pirates, the Flying Sky pirates, the Navy and other forces are vulnerable. He was also ambitious in blasting the monarch Gotthard. Yes. Bettina nodded, swaying peaches and stepping out of the swimming pool with high heels. She needed to notify the other helmsman to come back and the forces about the explosion pirates. Compared to the actions of the exploding pirates, Chaos, who was far away on Poppy Island, was unaware. After meeting Kuzan on the way, turning him into a woman, and leaving him at a naval base, they returned to Poppy Island. As expected, the sea now knows that his Golden Emperor has returned. As soon as he appeared, he defeated Kaido, the beast, and caused heavy losses to Onishima. Strictly speaking, this battle was his tragic victory. If he hadn't learned Liu Ying's skills, it would be hard to say. As far as defense, stamina, and resilience are concerned, he is really not Kaido's opponent. Chaos gave himself a compliment. Fortunately, after the battle with Big Mom, I tried to train hard. Now Liu Ying is in hand, I have the world. Don't panic. The expansion of the heart is rubbing upwards. Where about Betty and Old Bear? Coming back from the red light district of Poppy Island, Chaos didn't see the two until lunch. No wonder it feels a little wrong to desert it. If Betty's talker was there, she would have complained about this, complained about that, despised this and despised that. Somehow, he quarreled with someone in the group. There was a problem in the medical area of the Great Root, and the two of them went to deal with it. Stussy pulled out the golden chair and sat down. The medical area is the medicinal force of the charming woman, but Chaos gave up the drugs in it, and just operated normal medicine. He was still a little prudent. But he's not a good person either. Huang gambling on drugs, whether it is Huang or gambling, the richest group is now operating. Chaos really doesn't know what the specific situation is, maybe only Stussy and Betty know about it. Not to mention people like Crocodile, Aquino and others, they are also at a loss. A lot of trouble? Chaos cut up the Sea King meat and put it into his mouth to chew. Why didn't I inform this god? I only need this god to solve everything. Anilu raised her chin, her confidence bursting with confidence. Stussy didn't even look at Anilu, and said to Chaos, "It's not clear yet, we need to wait for Betty to investigate." That's fine. Marin Vando, headquarters building. Haha Tilda. I'm back, I heard that Kuzan has also become a woman? The careless voice spread throughout the building, and Garp kicked open the door of the marshal's office with his hands in his pockets, almost missing the door. Sora, who was dealing with things, put down the quill and looked at Garp helplessly. Why are you back? Recently, Garp has been chasing the Roger pirates, and he even knows to come back. Rare visitor. The Roger pirates have probably reached the final island of Shui-Zangsing Island. Garp, who was originally carefree, sat down on the sofa, and his face became a little dignified. This time he lost. Sora frowned. Seeing Sora thinking, Garp devoured the snacks on the table, then patted his butt and swaggered away. He's going to see Kuzan. Long before he came back, he received the news that Kuzan was also brutally murdered by the Golden Emperor, and he really didn't know what happened. Residential area. Garp greeted many sailors along the way, and leisurely came to the place where Kuzan lived, kicking the door open as if it was his own home. It's just that Kuzan isn't at home. The sight and hearing quickly covered it, and finally found the movement in the mountain behind Marin Vando. At this time, Sarkowski, Paul Salino, and Kuzan were cultivating together at the back of Marin Vando. It seemed that after graduating from the academy, they seldom practiced together like this. After all, they are very strong now. But, in addition to these three people, Zephyr was actually there. It was Sarkowski who personally came to ask Zephyr, even if Zephyr had nothing to teach them, but having a strong person to accompany him from time to time was definitely the biggest advantage. In the whole of Marin Vando, warring states and Garp are rarely there, and Kon can occasionally spar with him as a marshal, but Zephyr rarely leaves Marin Vando now, and he has the ability to put pressure on them in all aspects. So it couldn't be more appropriate. What a proud person Sarkowski is. When he left the academy, his heart was higher than the sky, and he never thought that one day he would be taught by Zephyr again. After all, there is a secret oath in my heart that one day I will surpass Zephyr. But the reality is helpless. This was the decision Sarkowski had made after thinking for a long time. As for the later Paul Salino and Kuzan, they were even mentioned. The mood is a bit broken. In particular, Paul Salino, his own philosophy is somewhat inconsistent with Zephyr, but now these are not problems. The problem is that he wants to change back to a man to take revenge. To become stronger. The physical skills that he didn't care about before, this time he took it seriously. Kuzan had no choice. Just grit your teeth and carry it. At this moment on the battlefield, Sarkaski was fighting against Polsalino, and neither of them used the ability of the devil fruit, but the use of taijutsu and domineering. Fighting you to come to me to fight tigers and tigers. It's just that Polsalino is at a disadvantage. Aside from the devil fruit, Polsalino is really the last of the three. And Zephyr is teaching Kuzan, and it is also unilaterally crushing. After all, the power of the three is only strong in the devil fruit, and it is okay to leave the devil fruit in the sea. After all, the three of them are still too young at this time. Back in the academy, Zephyr had mentioned the most basic things, and it is estimated that the three of them didn't take it too seriously. It's too late to make amends now. X. Chapter 257 _ It is also a sin. 20,210,205. Chapter 257 _ It is also a sin. Ha ha ha. So you are here. Carp appeared on the field and watched the angry Sarkaski, Polsalino, and Kuzan, who couldn't hold back the 236C meatballs during the pairing practice. No way. It's too big. It really affects performance. On the coexistence of beauty and figure, it must be Sarkaski. The Navy is currently the #1 beauty, and it is also the top 5 in the sea. Needless to mention Polsalino, think about how hot eyes that wretched face is wearing 36C. As a man, there may not be much difference, but if it is a woman, this face is destined to die alone. As for Kuzan, he has an unremarkable appearance, with 5 Orsa points similar to the original appearance, and his body is also very hot, and can be ranked second among the three. Polsalino is definitely at the bottom. Sin. Old man. Kuzan and Zephyr separated, and what he said was a female voice, which was slightly pleasant. Cap, when did you come back? Not long. Carp walked over to Kuzan, turned around, pinched his chin, and reached out to pat Kuzan. Really a woman. How do you feel? Carp grinned, looking a little gloating and disrespectful. Not much. Kuzan had a dark face and no sense of shame. After all, the mind is still a man, but it's just a little awkward. But when he saw Carp's smirk, he was in a bad mood. Call out. Just when Garp was about to continue laughing, a fist came from the side, hit Garp directly in the face, and shot out in one fell swoop, leaving a gully. Sarkaski was wearing a strong suit and was slightly out of breath. Just in time for Lieutenant General Carp to be back. Tilde. Carp got up from the rubble, spit out the dust in his mouth and stood up like nothing, rubbed his cheeks and grinned. I'm back on vacation. It's been a long time since you've gotten more and more beautiful. Humph. Sarkaski snorted coldly, no nonsense. Just rush out and do it. The reason the punch just hit was because Garp didn't want to dodge at all, and Sarkaski knew that. Hey. Are you serious? Garp dodged left and right, dodging Sarkaski's fierce attack and speaking sarcastically. If that's the case, then let you enjoy the iron fist of love. Seeing that Sarkaski was silent and just attacked himself, Garp shrugged and clenched his fist. It was a punch to Sarkaski, where there was more meat and softer. The most important thing is that the touch is very good. But that's what makes Sarkaski difficult. The chest is really painful, and the cushioning force is not as strong as expected. I don't know what happened next, but Polsalino and Kuzan also joined in. But the combined efforts of the three did not put too much pressure on Garp. It went on like this for 3 hours, until a sailor came to inform several people to go to the marshal's office. Little Crane. As soon as he entered the office, Garp laughed when he saw Crane. Crane ignored it and rolled his eyes slightly. I just got the news that the explosion pirates are acting abnormally. Gotti has transferred several helmsmen back and has already left the territory. After a few people sat on the sofa, they handed over the information in their hands to the 3 Sarkaskis, who were looking extremely embarrassed. It's not a good sign. Zephyr looked at the information in his hand, and at this glance, something big happened. It must be a conflict with the fact that the bomber Lord Godly can recall all the Helm Masters to act together, and that force is not easy. Did you find out who Godly was trying to deal with? No. Crane shook his head. This information has just been obtained. Observe for a while, you can take out the explosive pirates when necessary. When the Navy got the news, some well-informed forces naturally noticed it. After all, the top pirates in the sea can be counted with both hands. Every move will attract a lot of prying eyes. The morning dawn broke, and the sky was bright red and round face gradually rose. The whole world is getting brighter. In the waters around Poppy Island, a large number of pirate ships suddenly appeared, at least 60 or 70 ships, each with a large number of vicious pirates. It is a force under the control of the explosive pirates. When these fleets entered the waters of Poppy Island, many forces that were observing secretly were finally determined. The explosion pirates went to the richest group. Big news, this is big news. Let the surrounding reporters go to Poppy Island immediately. The explosion pirates are going to attack the richest group. The president of the World Economic Agency, Big News Morgans, looked at the information in his hand, his eyes glowing with enthusiasm. The Golden Emperor just gave him a hot search not long ago, but he didn't expect to have big news so soon. This is his god of wealth. The whole world doesn't know how many people are staring right now. On Poppy Island, Stucci came to the red light district and kicked away the brothel room, stepping on high heels with a cold face. There were many geishas and fun-seeking men in the hall and corridor, all of whom dared not pant. Who in the whole Poppy Island does not know that the richest group is the Queen of Joy, Stucci, a woman who will shake the island when she sneezes? Blind people can also see that this woman is in a bad mood now. Lord Stussy, the prostitute in the brothel, was a little uneasy, and watched Stussy come to the second floor and stepped forward cautiously. Where is that man? Stuthy's face was cold, and the Queen's temperament spread throughout the audience, not angry and arrogant. The madam knew who the man Stuthy was talking about, and pointed cautiously to a room on the third floor. Stuthy didn't say a word. He walked up to the third floor and kicked the door violently. He walked into the room and looked at the 6-7-meter log bed. There were 8 long legs on it, and he was dazzled and tempted. Chaos was wearing big pants beside the bed, and he was lighting a cigar naked. Yo! Morning, Stussy. Looking at the icy Stussy, Chaos sipped his cigar and raised his hand. Boss. The explosive pirates are leading a large number of pirates into the surrounding waters, and they are coming for us. Stussy withdrew his gaze from the bed, very indifferent. Chaos didn't reply, and all the weather radiated out without reservation, and quickly passed Poppy Island, and finally found the target on the distant sea. When Chaos saw and heard the color pouring over on the pirate ship at the forefront, the corner of the mouth of the explosion monarch Godly was outlined, and the pair of red vertical pupils seemed to be looking at Chaos from a distance. Chaos's observation was not covert at all, on the contrary, it was extremely arrogant and high profile, so as long as he was awakened, he could feel a sense of peeping. Your Majesty, this sense of sight is the 7th Helm Master of the explosion pirates. The Cutting King Lhasa looked in the direction of Poppy Island with an unhappy expression on his face. Looks like the target has spotted us. After the lead voice of the first rudder, Kinsey folded her hands on her shoulders, her jet-black short hair fluttering in the sea breeze. With a white t-shirt, denim hot pants and canvas shoes, she looks pure and beautiful like a pure girl, but her real age is 40 years old. What about Discovery, the richest man in the area? The barbarian king of the third rudder, Haycorn, was full of ferocity. Speed up. Gottlieb put one hand on his back, looking at the sea level, wondering what he was thinking. X. Chapter 258 I'm afraid this group does not have a normal. 20,210,207. Chapter 258 I'm afraid this group does not have a normal. Notify the others, I'll go take a look first. In the brothel, Chaos was blowing smoke rings, still in the shape of a love. Kulai is very fancy and frivolous. You can tell it's a scumbag at a glance. After speaking, without waiting for Stuxy to answer, the whole person disappeared out of thin air. The next second later, the golden torrent of the mountain rose into the sky, resounding the sound of golden leather, turning into a flower sea avenue across the sky. Chaos dodged and stood at the top, and Tohalos automatically appeared behind him. At the same time, the dazzling golden light enveloped the whole body, and the divine extraordinary completely covered his face. No glory, shock original. Filled with a sense of oppression, people feel suffocated from the soul, and the mighty resounds through the sky. The entire Poppy Island was disturbed, and a large number of pirate residents looked up and looked at the golden avenue that disappeared into the sky thoughtfully. What's the matter? When Stuffy returned to the manor, Aquino, Crocodile, and others all put down what they were doing, and looked back at Stuffy from the horizon. The explosive pirates have led a large number of pirates to attack us. Stuffy went back to the office and dialed the phone bug with a casual answer, obviously preparing. What? Crocodile was stunned at first, and then became excited. No matter who they are, they only know that there is a fight. The last time I fought with the beast pirates, it was over just after the warm-up. Clap. The azure blue thunder disappeared in front of the window, and Anila took the lead and disappeared into the sky. SHHHHHH. No one stayed, one by one they all disappeared in place. The boss just left without notifying them, so it must be fun to go alone again. Is this worth it? So when Stuffy turned around, she was the only one left in the room. Please guys. Stuffy turned around and continued to give instructions to the phone bug on the phone, mobilizing the power of Poppy Island to prepare for the battle. She couldn't be as anxious as Crocodile and the others. Mr. Long, it's your turn to go out? What? I'm very busy. Stuffy was very vigilant, and after thinking about it, he decided to notify the dragon in order to be safe. After all, everyone knows that the richest man group is a sweet pastry. Maybe someone will come to pick up the leak when it is a loser with the explosion pirates. She must prevent the possible danger. She is also heartbroken for this group. At this time, in the waters of Poppy Island, a large number of pirate ships continued to advance. Until the oppressive BGM came, then a golden rainbow came from far to near, and finally looked down at the audience across the air. Golden Emperor. Thousands of pirates looked up and looked at the light and shadow at the top of the Golden Flower Sea Avenue. They could only see the outline of the human body in general, and the appearance was blurred. Very mysterious. Chaos bowed his head and fell in love with the explosion monarch Gottlieb at a glance in the vast crowd. As for the other pirates, he could only pay attention to this handsome man who exuded gentleness and elegance. Whether it is breath or appearance, they are only inferior to him. A little bit of a threat to him. Bombing monarch Gottlieb, the Emperor has heard of you. Fair fight. Chaos spoke, his voice full of indifference and supremeness, as if the Emperor was talking to the commoners, and it was still an imperative, arrogant, and contemptuous tone. After speaking, without giving Gottlieb a chance to answer, he took a step and the Golden Flower Sea Avenue under his feet quickly flew towards the east. There is a group of desert islands in either direction, which is perfect as a battlefield. Gottlieb's windbreaker fluttering behind his back, short white hair and red vertical pupils make him look evil and handsome, and his unique temperament can instantly kill women from 1 to 80 years old. He exploded to the ground under his feet, and disappeared into the sky like chaos in the blink of an eye. For a while, the rest of the explosion pirates were dumbfounded. Continue to Poppy Island. As soon as the explosion monarch left, as the most influential voice of the rudder, Keensea spoke, and then the entire fleet continued to drive towards Poppy Island. However, clap. As blue thunder appeared in the air, and the face could not be seen clearly, because the outline of this slightly petite figure was surrounded by thunder and lightning. The richest man group is responsible for the punishment, Thornalu. This is so recognizable. The strongest one really got picked. Anilu's tone was a little dissatisfied. His right hand reached the wind and the sunny sky. When the thunder fruit activated the entire sky, black clouds rolled up in an instant, and a large number of thunder snakes filled the atmosphere. God's punishment. As soon as they met, they were given a great gift. The dark and rotating clouds, the thunder pillars smashed down the sky and covered the earth, and the whole world was white. Be careful. Dumb. To deceitful. The entire fleet of the exploding pirates was in bad shape, and a large number of ships began to be damaged. Many pirates were directly electrocuted into coke, and screams and roars abounded. Swish. An axlight covered with armed color, rushed towards Anilu in one fell swoop. Anilu dodged with just one side, but the dark clouds were cut open. This god does not kill nameless people. Anilu looked down from a height and looked at the fierce fat man with a 3-leaf axe. The Psy helmsman of the explosion pirates, the big axe Gantz, you will die under my axe. Gantz held the 3-leaf axe and looked up at Anilu with contempt. Ugly, lowly bug, who dares to speak out? Give you the death penalty. Anilu stretched out his hand, and a large amount of electric light condensed in his hand to become Fangti and Huargi, which was projected out in one fell swoop with sonic booms. Gantz snorted coldly, and swung out the 3-leaf axe in his hand, forming a mighty slash. Isn't it too light on us? The third rudder master, the barbarian King Hakan, was about to start, but was stopped by Keensea. I saw the direction of Poppy Island. Several black dots approached rapidly, and finally stood in midair when all of them were gorgeous. Crocodile was wearing a cigar and combing his big back, his black leather coat fluttering in the wind, and the swirling D cymbals were constantly flowing. Aquino rose from head to toe with a lot of steam, and from time to time, the fire was filled with light and he couldn't see his face. Ivankov was shrouded in the light of pure gold, and the outline of the explosive head was extremely conspicuous. Brainwashed Tsar Crocodile. Hot as Sun King Dunakino. Perverted Shemay King Embryo Ivankov. The appearance of the three of them was as garish as the Golden Emperor and Thor, as gorgeous as they could be. What a bunch of neurotics. I am afraid that there is no one normal in this group. Just a mere exploding pirate group. This emperor alone is enough. Crocodile put one hand on his back, dipped a cigar and ignored all the pirate ships below. Contempt and disdain are revealed from the bones. Hiffup, my shemay boxing has been improving recently. Ivankov opened his mouth, raised his hand under the pure gold light, 5 sharp fingernails rushed out, flashing a cold light and looking a little infiltrating. I just want to kill everyone. Aquino was flat and unwavering, and the temperature began to rise continuously with itself as the center. The churning sea water below began to evaporate and filled with water vapor, and the heat wave was higher than wave. At the same time, Aquino was like a sun, falling towards the sea below. Before it came, the sails of the pirate ship began to ignite spontaneously. It's the Sun King? It's hot. I'm going to die. Close to 10,000 degrees Celsius, that temperature is not something that everyone can resist. Presumptuous. With a roar and draw, I saw the third rudder master, barbarian King Hakan, His body swelled to appear thick armor, and he flew towards Aquino in one fell swoop, and he was not afraid to die hard. Aquino's work was like a fuse, and Crocodile, Ivankov, and Anilo started again. The rudder masters of the explosive pirates flew in the air to block them one after another. Under the intentional traction of these rudder masters, the battle of several people began to fly towards the nearby desert island. Humph! If a few of the richest group are here, then Poppy Island must be empty. The fourth helmsman, Battle Princess Bettina, withdrew her gaze from the direction where Crocodile and the others left, and with a big wave of her hand, she continued to move towards Poppy Island with a large number of pirate ships. X. Chapter 259 _ Bendy and you will get the answer. 20,210,206. Chapter 259 _ Bendy and you will get the answer. Hey! On the vast and uncultivated sea, a group of deserted islands settled here. The two streamers in the sky fell obliquely to the ground one after another, and suddenly the falling rocks flew and the smoke billowed. As a gust of wind swept through, Gotti carried one hand on his back, with a slender body, and looked at Chaos in a gentle and indifferent manner. This should be our first official meeting. Come with me. Gotti didn't hide his thoughts. He just spoke them out. There is no character like you in the original book, which means that you are destined to die and be forgotten by history, which is a bit sad. Chaos was shrouded in pure gold light, unable to see his expression clearly. But regret can be heard in the voice. Gotti frowned, not understanding Chaos's words very well. After all, the answer was wrong. Is the pure gold in your hands? A wisp of black smoke and firelight began to rise on Gotti. I don't know when the cloudless sky began to darken and sink. The corner of Chaos's mouth outlined the steps and walked towards Gotti. Eventually they looked at each other 5 meters apart. Defeat Ben Emperor and you will get the answer. Arrogant, and contemptuous, Chaos's state is too conspicuous. Gotti didn't answer. Although he knew that the Golden Emperor was arrogant, he didn't expect to be so arrogant. Not self-sufficient. Clap. A thunderbolt smashed down, and the ground exploded in a radius of 100 meters, making it impossible to see the movement at all. 2 knees, one big and one small, collided in shock. A lot of black and red lightning began to spread out from between the knees. If you look closely, you will find that the knees of the two have not really collided with each other at all, and there seems to be an invisible force in the center. There was no warning, and in the next moment, with the two at the center, a ring of air pressure lifted the surface to form a monstrous wave. More and more black and red lightning flashed like a thunder snake, and the whole sky was divided into 2.5, constantly stirring to form a sky field. Crazy sand set off, and the whole scene went out of control. A deafening sound came from the center of the storm, and the two had a tacit understanding, retracting their knees and colliding with their elbows and landslides. The air kept neighing and gunpowder smoke was filling up, the surrounding earth began to shake, and the ground swayed to form towering peaks that kept collapsing. With just 2 touches, the terrain has been changed for a radius of 10,000 meters. Chaos, with steam rising from his body, has already entered the return of life. This opponent is dangerous. Boom. 2 figures, one big and one small, took off, perhaps because the attack speed was too fast, causing the two to fight slowly. But the real situation is that the two had already touched each other a few seconds ago. Bang bang rumbling. The surrounding atmosphere was rumbling, filled with black and red lightning rushing wildly, rendering the two of them like odds, shocking. There was a dull collision, and the two fought in the simplest way, punching to the flesh. Fingers, fists, knees, elbows, legs are constantly intertwined, interpreting violence. Chaos was very excited, and the man in front of him put more pressure on him than Kaido. After fighting Kaido a few days ago, Chaos could clearly feel his inadequacy. You must know that half a year in Wano country was just a practice behind closed doors, and the results have not been fully applied to actual combat. If you want to integrate all the results of your cultivation into a perfect fit, there is nothing more suitable than fighting. Kaido is a whetstone, and the man in front of him is also a whetstone. Poof! Gotti spewed blood from his mouth, and bowed behind him to form a wave of air that blew away the clouds in the sky. Chaos withdrew his fist and swept the army with his right foot. The air rips and vibrates. However, a big hand filled with black smoke and fire suddenly grabbed it, and then fell weightlessly to the ground. A large amount of the Earth's crust was lifted and launched, and cracks spread. Chaos stood in the giant crater and bleeds from the corner of his mouth, and disappeared to the ground with the explosion. Gotti also landed vertically in midair. With the natural disaster-like tilt, the entire sky with thunder and lightning began to burst. Instant brilliance. A mushroom cloud suddenly rose from a kilometer away, leaving a huge dilapidated pit for a long time. The next moment there was another roar, and the peaks began to rise to the ground. In the other direction, a canyon spreads 10,000 meters. The shocking collision, there is no figure at all, only a dull roar. The clouds were upside down, forming loopholes that slowly spread, and a storm of lightning and thunder kept stirring up the surface. The entire sky was dark, and the order completely collapsed. A long rainbow disappeared in an instant, tearing apart the surrounding mountains that were tall and straight due to the battle, and finally slammed into the ground. On the other side, there is also a figure running through several mountains. As the terrifying gully spreads to the end, the dust covers the ground and shakes the mountain. A blood-stained right hand suddenly stuck out, and a figure with disheveled hair slowly stood up. Gotti bled from the corners of his mouth, and half of his body was covered in flames, slowly recovering. Stepping out one step left bloody footprints, with itself as the center. One after another black and red thunder flashed and set off waves. The pair of red vertical pupils were full of icy colors. On the other side of the ruins, Chaos stepped out and shot the parts of the golden armor from the sky. At the same time, the golden light shrouded his body dissipated, revealing his slightly embarrassed true face. The jet black hair and pupils began to turn golden. A lot of steam rose like a spiral. Looking at the powerful force flying from a distance, the right hand clenched a fist and burst into flames, and the veins burst out. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding air was evacuated in an instant, and Chaos's golden molten fist collided with Gotti's right foot, like a bomb being detonated. That powerful destructive force is like an earthquake that keeps bursting. In an instant, the mountains undulating, the canyons swaying, and the force of the collapse caused the entire island to start shaking, and the surrounding sea area was even triggered by a tsunami. Bang bang bang. His body was rolling like a ball, his face was cold and stern, he stabilized his body and his feet sank deep into the ground. His right hand firmly grasped the ground, and stopped with a roar. He was coughing up blood. The other party is like a bomb that explodes directly at the moment of collision, and the destructive power at that moment is really not so easy to bear. Superman-type explosion fruit. In the future, Lao Sha's subordinate Boogerman has this ability, but it was used by Boogerman in the original book. But with the power Gotti is showing now, the Boogerman doesn't even deserve to lift his shoes. I underestimate you. Gotti stepped out of the ruins, patted the dust on his body, and always maintained a gentle and elegant temperament. This kind of uncle temperament was extremely lethal, and Chaos was threatened. Swoosh woo! A lot of black smoke and flames filled Gotti, and the situation seemed to be real. As a powerhouse with a reward of 3.482 billion, he is also a domineering owner of 3 colors. How could it be weak? Just as Chaos was at war with Gotthard, several other battles were taking place. In the waters of Poppy Island, there are actually many islands of different sizes around. There are many islands that do not enter the size of small islands, and they are completely of the type of island reef. In order to fight better, whether it is the helmsman of the explosive pirates or the leaders of the richest group, they all tacitly find a suitable island and start working. But Poppy Island is different. When the Battle Princess Bettina led the fleet to the shoreline of Poppy Island, a large number of pirate thugs were already waiting. Stuffy went on to release a statement that the pirate head of the exploding pirates was linked to 1 million Baileys. No way, rich and powerful. Now even the civilians on the island can't wait to kill an exploding pirate group. It can be said that the entire island is looking forward to the exploding pirate group landing on the island. So when Bettina brought people to the island in a majestic manner, the scene in front of her was different from what she imagined. Starting point, 1,500 starting coins for deep deduction, lucky third flower, 500 starting coins for deep book shortage patience, 100 starting coins for I really want to be a jerk, 800,000 gay instructors in new nip or I. X. Chapter 260_nothing. 20,210,207. Chapter 260_nothing. Kill. No matter how much a pirate offers, it's all 5 times as big. What did you say? 5 times? Yes, the Queen of Joy just announced again that as long as it is a pirate of the exploding pirates, no matter how much the reward is, it will be multiplied 5 times. The reward of 10 million is 50 million, and the reward of 200 million is 1 billion. Even if you kill a pirate with a reward of 100,000, you can get 500,000 Bailey. Brothers, rush for me. Fire the cannon. Damn, they ran there, chase me. Little boys, don't give up Bailey, who is delivered to your door. Kill me. The whole Poppy Island was lively. With the new instructions of Stucci, the pirate thugs or civilians on the island went crazy. Looking at the crew of the exploding pirates who landed was like looking at mountains of gold. Looking down from the heights, you will find that the dense crowds of Poppy Island are all rushing towards their port. The momentum was soaring into the sky, one by one like a herd of hungry red-eyed beasts. How could this Nemo resist? It was crushed just in numbers. HMPH, what are you afraid of? It's all jumping clowns. On the explosion pirates, only the 4th helmsman, Battle Princess Bettina, has the highest status. All the other helmsmen have been led away by the richest group, and now they are not sure where to fight. Bettina suddenly looked to the left, where the traces of cloud and mist condensed like a whirlwind, and finally formed a perfect figure. A long golden curly wavy hair hangs down at the waist. Bijan wears long gold snowflake earrings on both ears, and is making a crisp and loud gingle sound. The snow-white neck and fragrant shoulders are exposed in the air, and there are traces of white mist floating on his body, as if this is clothes. So that the slender long white legs are perfectly presented, with white clouds and silk ribbons floating behind them, and electric lights flicker from time to time. Only the feet with red nail polish are wearing high-heeled sandals. The temperament displayed by this dress is very contradictory. Seductive, sexy, mysterious, sacred, inviolable. As long as it is a man, he wants the white fog to dissipate. Very bold. The richest group is responsible for the appearance. Queen of Joy, Stucci. Battle Princess Bettina's face was full of ferocity. The 4th helmsman of the explosion pirates, Battle Princess Bettina, with a bounty of 926 million, the superhuman type spear fruit ability, in charge of the information system of the explosion pirates. With a cold face, Stuffy looked at the woman on the bow with orange pupils and green shoulder-length short hair, wearing only green underwear and short shorts. The appearance is in the 80s, and the most striking thing is the centipede scar on the abdomen, which looks a little scary. Others in the richest group may not necessarily know Battle Princess Bettina, but as the chief executive of the richest group, Stuffy still has some knowledge of some famous pirates or forces in the sea. SHHHHHH. Boom boom boom. All kinds of artillery fire and gunshots sounded on the ground, the smell of blood wafted in the air in just an instant, all kinds of stumps and arms were scattered, and the entire coast was completely a meat grinder, and it was cruel and bloody when it came up. The war has begun, and there is little room for conversation or buffering. Kaka-boom kaka. The sky began to roar, thunder and lightning flashed, and Stuffy also shot. The slender hands reached into the sky, causing the entire black cloud layer to rotate like a vortex. Millions of people raised their heads and looked at the thundercloud pillar falling from the center of the vortex, all with horror on their faces. The Queen of Joy has taken action. Is this the power of the natural system Onion fruit? The entire Poppy Island was shrouded in darkness, and as soon as Stuffy came up, he stunned everyone. HMPH, do you think that will scare me? Bettina didn't panic. With the use of her ability, a spear appeared from her body, which quickly expanded and eventually became 100 meters in size, like a small mountain rising from the ground. Superman spear fruit? The body becomes a spear substance and separates and creates, the exact effect of which is unknown. But what is certain is that Bettina's hand shows that this devil fruit is not simple. At this time, the 100-meter spear rammed and pierced through the thundercloud pillar like a tornado in one fell swoop, and the trend continued to disappear into the clouds. But the thundercloud pillar was not damaged in the slightest, and it fell down like the top of Mount Tai in one fell swoop. The entire venue fell into darkness in an instant, with lightning shuttles covering a large area. Bettina's face was a little ugly, and the nature department was really difficult. Hey Tilda. A danger came from behind without warning. Bettina's hands appeared with a spear for the first time, and when she turned round, she blocked the first block. I saw that half of Stuffy's body was combined with the black cloud, and her right foot was covered with armed color and kicked out. The blow was so powerful that the spear in Bettina's hand almost fell out of her hands, and finally flew out and watched Stuffy disappear into the black cloud. And there was a lot of lightning around her, making her feel numb. Visibility was also hindered. This is very bad news. I have to say that Stuffy is a genius. He can use the thundercloud to cover the surrounding space, combined with the knowledge and color to block the perception, and the numbness of the thunder, which can greatly weaken the opponent. Combined with the sneak attack, the advantage will rise. You must know that Stuffy, like Chaos, has never relied on devil fruits, but physical skills. She is a 6-style master who will return her life. Combined with Onion fruit, the created field is definitely the most suitable for her to fight. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Bettina was holding a spear, and she didn't notice the other party's figure. The sense of crisis came again, and several flying finger guns came in the blink of an eye. Bettina was covered in armed colors, and for a while, she felt the pain with sparks. Come out. As soon as Bettina's words fell, Stuffy entered the return of life and appeared, and the long right leg swept the thousands of troops with a broken sound. This time Bettina was a little flustered. The left hand immediately turned into a spear wrapped in an armed collar and stopped in front of him. With the forceful impact, Bettina's whole pretty face began to twist, and then the ground under her feet exploded into cannonballs and flew out, and a series of buildings were directly lifted. Shaken. Stuffy fluttered to the ground, looking at the scattered thunderclouds in front of him. The end of the messy gully had become ruins. The next second it merged into the black cloud again and disappeared. At this moment, at the end of the gully, Bettina pushed aside the broken walls on her body, stood up with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her whole left cheek was aching. Before she could react, the horrific crisis spread all over her body, making her scalp go cold. Stuffy appeared, and the whip leg kicked her again with a roar. Bettina turned her hands into spears to resist, and flew out again with the cracked ground. Along the way, the hurricane raged and tore. Spear rain. Bettina forcibly twisted her body, holding the ground with both hands and constantly moving sideways, and spears flashed coldly over her head and quickly passed by. The figure that Stuffy had just appeared disappeared once again, but the entire ground exploded, and various crusts were lifted up and changed the landscape. Bettina calmed down. She felt that she underestimated this woman. These tricks. It should be said that the entire explosion pirates are the tricks of the book Friends. How to use the devil fruit power, what the power is, the title, name, appearance, etc. are also the opinions of book Friends. Love this book, lover. I'm so cool. Thank you. X. Chapter 261 I am afraid of being stunned, who can stand it? 20,210,207. Chapter 261 horrible, scared, who can stand this? God kills the spear. Bettina was very angry. A spear appeared out of thin air in front of her, and then she grabbed it with both hands and kept getting bigger and longer, like a pillar of optimism, and swept out in front of her. A raging storm swept across, flattening everything the spear went. At the moment when the spear swept, Stucci disappeared into the black cloud and vanished into nothingness. With the impact of the strong air pressure, the surface on the right side was peeled off layer by layer, and finally formed a debris flow that overturned the river and exploded. Looking at the disappearing Stucci, Bettina was at a loss. The other party is elusive, it is too difficult to catch. Now this fighting environment is not good for her. Damn. Bettina roared, and the dense spears appeared again above her head, like a rain of arrows, shooting into the surrounding black clouds with thunder and lightning. But it all sinks into the sea. Swish. Two meniscus hate slashes separated the thunder clouds, one in front and one behind. Bettina was kicked out, and before she could catch her breath, a cold voice sounded in her ears. Thunderbolt 10-finger gun. I saw Stuffy appear out of thin air, with both hands together wrapped in lightning, 10 fingers together into a calyx-like compression force, aiming at Bettina's scarred abdomen in one fell swoop. Finally caught you. Bettina's face was hideous, and she did not panic, but smiled extremely cruelly. Not good. Stuffy's pupils shrank, looking at the piercing spear. He gritted his teeth to avoid the vital part, and blasted out the compressed force in his hand in one fell swoop. Both women are tough characters. This is to exchange injury for injury, exchange life for life. When a woman is ruthless, it doesn't matter to a man. Boom. The spiral impact erupted in shock. Bettina hunched her eyes out of her sockets, and spewed blood from her mouth and nose. An impact force from the back of the rainbow forcibly peeled off the ground, and the surrounding earth erected one after another, forming a hill and turning into a canyon across a kilometer. At this moment, Bettina's eyes were full of bloodshot A's, and her entire chest was almost collapsed, stirring her internal organs, and her face was ferocious like a ghost. It flew out in one fell swoop and disappeared into the thunder cloud. Cough 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 tilde. Drops of blood spilled out of Stuss's sexy red lips, and he stepped back a few steps to look at the spear on his chest. The tip of the spear dripped blood on his back. Fortunately, he avoided the key point at the critical moment, otherwise the blow would directly penetrate the heart. Whether it is elementalization or armed color, there is no blocking. The opponent's spear is very sharp, which may also be a kind of ability, with a strong penetrating power. The pretty face suddenly turned pale, and Stuffy grabbed the spear in both hands and pulled it out. His whole body seemed to be evacuated, and he almost didn't stand and kneel on the ground. A trace of smoke emerged from the fist-sized hole, and Return of Life was fully repaired. Kill. Thundercloud suddenly sprang away. Bettina's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in blood, and the nervous smile on her face looked extremely terrifying. Stuffy's eyes turned completely cold. She seemed elegant for too long. It is estimated that the outside world thinks that she is just a vase. Today, I will use this woman's corpse to prove that her Queen of Joy, Stussy, is not only almighty in government affairs, but also has great strength. Sun King, you can't even imagine that one of your richest group will leave today. You will die at the hands of my savage king Harkin. On a small island to the south of Poppy Island, the earth melted into lava, and one of them, a figure rising with hot fog and fire, stood in the lava and ignored the human-shaped Ankylosaurus opposite. Barbarian King Hakan, the third rudder master of the explosive pirates. The animal type, the ancient species, and the Ankylosaurus form ability. A reward of 1.18 billion is offered. It is famous on the sea for its brute force, thick skin and brutality. At this time, he looked at Aquino contemptuously, completely ignoring him. It really doesn't need to be taken seriously. Let us not talk about the difference in the reward amount between the two, just relying on their arrogance is enough to despise each other. I'm not interested in knowing who you are, I just want to kill you now. A powerful heat wave spread from Aquino, and his breath rose upwards. The third life return owner of the richest group was born. The temperature is even more added, 9,000 C, 10,000 C, 12,000 C. The atmosphere is rippling, and the savage king, who was originally arrogant, suddenly changed his face. The pupils reflected. Aquino, who was originally 100 meters away, appeared out of thin air in front of him. His right hand red as if he was holding a sun, and the burning temperature made his scalp numb. The savage king immediately covered his entire body with his weapons, and he clenched his fists and swung it out in one fell swoop. Damn! The powerful force rushed in an instant, and the barbarian king could feel that the armed color was being used up exponentially, and his mouth began to dry out, and the water in his body was rapidly evaporating. His legs were deep in the flesh, and when he gritted his teeth, he flicked his sturdy, mallet-like tail, and the sonic booms contained powerful power. Aquino couldn't see his face in the steam, but it was obvious from his actions that he didn't care. The two fingers of his left hand stood up and stabbed the barbarian king's throat in one fell swoop. You lunatic! The barbarian king's hair exploded. He didn't expect this guy to be so crazy. When he came up, it was a life-for-life style of play, and there was no prelude at all. Who can handle this? Even if he is an animal type, his vitality is stronger than the opponent, but this ruthlessness really makes him shiver. It's not just talking about it. Puff. Boom. Aquino was strong and staunchly resisting a tail, and he opened his mouth and shot blood and flew out on the spot. Along the way, he carried the storm like a bamboo, and the ground turned into magma wherever he went, and was eventually buried in it without a trace. Cough cough cough. Damn things. The barbarian king didn't get any benefit either. There were two finger holes in his chest, and he could see the scenery behind him. He could even see that there were two finger holes on the ground, and it was unfathomable. The most important thing is that the muscles around the hole are all cooked through. Even recovery is slower than ever. If he didn't dodge just now, these two finger holes might have appeared in his throat, and he really felt the threat of death. The scorching pain caused the entire chest to explode. Gargero. The hot storm swept through, and the entire magma ground was separated, and I saw a red monster bird 100 meters in size, as if the incarnation of the sun was rampaging, and everything it went was burned to the ground. The barbarian king's face changed in shock. Rumbling. The terrifying explosion stood up, and the center sunk down to form a big pit. At the same time, a heat wave rolled out in all directions without dead ends, and the soil or rocks melted in an instant. Damn! The barbarian king crawled out of the magma, covered with armament colors, whether it was water, physical strength or domineering, all of which were consumed at a high speed. In this environment, the reliance of his fauna is weakened. It was just at the end of the basin that Aquino was bathed in magma, and took a step forward with his right foot to aim at the barbarian king. As the magma exploded behind him, the whole person turned into a scarlet light. Savage crash. Looking for death. The barbarian king roared constantly, and the tail of the club was raised high, and when Aquino came, he swung overwhelmingly, and he must end the battle early. It would be bad for him to keep dragging on like this, even if he is an animal-capable person. At the moment of the collision, as if a meteorite hit the earth, a dazzling light lit up, and then the world lost its voice, and a heat-wave mushroom cloud began to rise. The whole island shook, the magma cracks spread, and the sea surface that was close to it began to evaporate. But in the very center, the battle was not over. On the contrary, it was more intense. After all, it is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. X. Chapter 262 _ Put away your anger. 20,210,208. Chapter 262 _ Put away your anger. Marinfando, Headquarters Building. Marshal, it has been determined that the explosion pirates are heading for the richest group. Now I have received the news that the explosion monarch has clashed with the Golden Emperor. The pace was a little hurried, and a major general pushed open the office door and reported to Sora behind the desk. Got it. Sora put down the quill in his hand and frowned in thought. The major general left after reporting. But the office is not only empty, but also the crane. What reason does that guy Gotti have to do with the Golden Emperor? Is there any grudge between them? Sora looked at the crane. In the Momigat Island incident half a year ago, the Golden Emperor killed the second helmsman of the explosion pirates, Mantis King Subic, and the fifth helmsman, the color-changing King Nero Dahl. Probably because of this. Crane tapped the table with one hand, thinking. But her words reminded Sora. The Momigat Island incident was no ordinary incident. But, pure gold. He had only heard of it, and that was what the Tianlong people asked the Kpo to do, and the Navy did not intervene. Do you want to do it? Crane looked up at the contemplative Sora, who was in a very good condition. No matter who wins the explosion pirates or the richest group, there will be losses, and the Navy may be able to pick up the slack. Sengoku is in the New World. Yes. Then let him go to Poppy Island. The primary goal is the Golden Emperor, so that he can do it again with confidence. Sora is also neat, very decisive. Now the Golden Emperor is a ticking time bomb for the world government. After all, the charm of money is too powerful. There is always a threat. If the Golden Emperor can be captured, then not only can this time bomb be eliminated, but it may also be useful. Just do not have to be hasty, unless there is a great deal of certainty. Otherwise, annoy the other party, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The Golden Emperor has always been aware of the true power of the golden fruit, but he has not used it. But the last time it was threatened. This is the most important. Good. Crane nodded, naturally also aware of the threat of the Golden Emperor. New World, Ghost Island. Some places are just ruins. It looked a mess, full of barren hills, canyons and potholes. The governor, the explosive pirates and the richest group are at war. A pirate held the information and ran in a hurry. What? Kaido, who was drinking, stood up abruptly and frowned, almost stunned the pirate to the ground. Since being defeated by Chaos, Kaido has been moody. After all, he never thought he would lose. And that fight was stabbed out. Now everyone knows about the sea. Roar tilde. With a roar, Kaido turned into a blue dragon, penetrated the roof and disappeared into the clouds. Many pirates on the ground had dark faces, and it was too late to call. The past few days have been enough for Kaido to recover, but there are 2 scars on his chest, thanks to the animal type, otherwise Kaido may not be able to withstand it. And it recovered so quickly. It can only be said that the physique is extraordinary. Universal Totland. Mom, the latest news is that the explosion monarch Gotti is leading a large number of pirates to fight against the richest group. In the cake city that has been rebuilt, Big Mom with a big belly is eating and eating. The 5th daughter, Effie, has a lady's cigarette in her mouth and has a piece of information in her hand. What? Big Mom stopped eating abruptly, and his calm eyes suddenly turned fierce. The incident months ago made her lose face. Grabbing the information and looking at the location above, Big Mom's eyes were full of killing intent. The last time I let this guy escape by chance, leaving behind a rubble. I don't know how many people in the sea watched her laugh. When she wanted to take revenge after giving birth, that guy suddenly disappeared. And it is half a year once it evaporates. I heard that you beat that stupid guy Kaido the other day? Nothing more than that. Zeus, Prometheus. Yes, Mom. Zeus, who was originally suspended in midair, suddenly grew bigger. Big Mom jumped, stood on it and flew out. Mom tilde. Effie has not reacted yet. Is my mother going to Poppy Island to seek revenge for the Golden Emperor? Not good. The mother is pregnant now and will give birth soon. But with my mother's physique, it shouldn't affect the battle. After thinking for a while, Effie decided to inform Kategori. What? A few minutes later, Effie looked at the man who was practicing in sweat. Since returning from Poppy Island more than half a year ago, Kategori has been trying to become stronger, especially after the destruction of Cake City. 24 hours a day, at least 20 hours of cultivation. Obviously stimulated. Hearing Effie's words at this moment, Kategori stopped practicing and frowned. Go and inform Perospero, Daifuku, Owen, and Cricket to prepare a boat for Poppy Island right away. Good. When Effie left, Kategori quickly wiped off the hot sweat with a towel, put on a white scarf and black gloves, and was ready to go out at any time. On the other side, the New World Naval Division Fortress. The 5 warships are leaving the port quickly. The warship headed by the warship is wearing the cape of a general. He just received a call from the crane. Now the King of Explosions and the Golden Emperor are fighting. Sora means that if you are sure, you must catch the Golden Emperor. General of the Warring States period, it is time to set off. Then go to Poppy Island. Yes. It's bound to be a carnival as the warship fades away from the horizon. At this time, the explosive pirates group and the richest man group who were at war did not know that 3 powerful enemies were encircling and suppressing them. The most unfavorable one was the richest man group. I usually dance too much, and now everyone wants to get into trouble. Woman, this emperor will not kill nameless people, but report your name. On a deserted island, Crocodile was blowing smoke rings, dancing wildly in the black fur coat behind him, and looked at the woman opposite him very contemptuously. He has short black hair, emerald ear studs, a white t-shirt with denim shorts and canvas shoes, and his face is delicate and petite, and he looks like a young girl. The leader of the explosive pirates. After the sound, cones. A reward of 1.53 billion is offered for those with superhuman type sonic fruit abilities. He looks young, but his actual age is around 40 years old. Those enemies who had been despised by her appearance in the past were now 3 feet tall. Even in the New World, When it comes to female bosses, Queen Keensi is well known. This bounty alone can scare off a large number of people. As for whether there is a combat power that matches the bounty, it is a mystery. As expected of the brainwashing responsibility of the richest group, it is indeed arrogant. Keensi's voice is very nice, especially the mantra added after the sentence, as if she is acting like a spoiled child. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most beautiful voice in the world. If it were an ordinary person, Keensi would be able to capture him as soon as he opened his mouth. Because she used her powers. There seems to be some kind of charm in the voice. This emperor is not interested in women, so put away your anger. Crocodile didn't react at all, on the contrary, he was very arrogant. You are not the first woman who died in the hands of this emperor, nor will you be the last. If you can make this emperor happy in battle, this emperor may consider to spare your life. What is shameless? What is arrogance? What is betting alone? This is. Inside and outside, he didn't take Keensi seriously at all. All he pursued was the pleasure of fighting, and there was nothing chivalrous that couldn't beat or kill women. He is the crocodile. A man who is destined to be the savior of the world, spreading redemption and ideas all over the world. X. Chapter 263 Feeling a little broken. 20,210,209. Chapter 263 Feeling a little broken. Ivy also killed a lot of men like you. Facing Crocodile's aloofness, Keensi was very upset. Super upset. This man is completely self-righteous, as if the world is revolving around him, and he doesn't even look at what he looks like. It's ridiculous. Wootilda. Crocodile sipped his cigar, only reaching out to hook his fingers. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes squinting contemptuously. Squeak. Keensi also had nothing to say, her hands shaking. The atmosphere towards Crocodile was a shot in the air, and the next second wave burst, an invisible sound wave force rushed to Crocodile. Before he arrived, Crocodile tilted his head and felt as if his ears had been pierced with a steel needle. The pain is connected to the heart. This attack is very strange, after all, it is the power of sound, you can't see it or feel it. The flying sand exploded in the sky, and Crocodile elementalized and disappeared in midair. When he appeared on the ground, half of his body was deserted. At the same time, the surface of the kilometer radius quickly dried and turned into a desert world. Keensi also sensed the threat. In the desert under her feet, it was as if an invisible demon was absorbing the water in her body, and as her arms covered her feet, the palpitations dissipated. Clap tilde. Crocodile snapped his fingers, and the deserted skeletons climbed up one by one throughout the desert, holding various sandy weapons, rushing towards Keensi like an ant colony. Facing these deserted skeletons, Keensi dismissed them. Sound howling resonance. The slender hands constantly moved the atmosphere in front of him, and the naked eye could see that the atmosphere was rippling, radiating out like a transparent wave, and all the sandy skeletons that rushed to the ground burst and scattered. Very domineering and powerful. Crocodile was not in a hurry. He fell back, the sandy throne rose from the ground, sat on it and smoked a cigar with Lang's legs crossed, and the sandy skeletons scattered all over the ground once again got up and surrounded Keensi. As long as he still has physical strength, he is a god in this desert land. Sandy skeletons can have as many as they want. Crocodile's contemptuous act of doing nothing completely pissed off Keensi. To this end, she opened her red lips, and there was a dazzling light in front of her. Sonic laser cannon. A huge roar exploded, and the atmosphere in front of Keensi produced a crack, and a blue-white light beam shot out from his mouth, surrounded by blue-white lightning. Wherever the beam went, the ground was torn to form a gap, and the sandy skeleton soldiers in front of him were like paper. Crocodile, who didn't care at first, was startled, and a chill shot straight into the sky. He didn't expect this woman to be a big move when she came up. Don't play cards according to common sense. Boom. The dazzling mushroom cloud stood up, and the strong storm formed the air pressure to lift the surface, turning the earth upside down like a missile for a while. Kianci was breathing out smoke, her full chest heaving violently and looking at the center of the dust. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A large amount of fine sand fluttered in the air, and then spiraled around as if there was life. Crocodile came out a little embarrassed, and his originally neat back head was lowered into a bang to form a bang, and he reached out and arrogantly lifted it up. Full of cold pride. The broken D-quicksand symbol on the back has also recondensed into shape. A little skill. Reaching out and baiting the dust on his shoulders that didn't exist, Crocodile's demeanor was relaxed. Squeaky. Kianci's eyes were cold and he attacked again. Suddenly, a tingling sound wave poured into Crocodile's ears, causing Crocodile's face to twist. The whole mind was buzzing and stinging. The most important thing is that it is useless even if the sand is blocking the ears. Sound whistling shock wave. Kianci has a lot of fighting power. He immediately appeared in front of Crocodile and slapped his hands. In an instant, a sound and howling shockwave ripped apart the surface of the earth, and moved forward in a mighty way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crocodile's elementalization disappeared, and at the same time, the entire desert began to shake, and a large deserted hand reached out and grabbed it towards Kianci in one fell swoop. The blast of sand all over the sky formed a big crater, and Kianci had already disappeared in place. Bizarre. Another huge giant hand protruded from the ground, and then the light was blocked, and a sacred giant appeared behind Crocodile. It is a full 500 meters high, and the D-shaped desertification symbol behind it has a super impact. The Zaz giant hand grabbed the ground, and in an instant, a large amount of fine sand formed a spiral pillar and lifted into the air, turning into a desert treasure knife, which was like a small mountain in his hand. Kianci's face was a little dignified, looking at the 100-meter treasured saber that was waving over. It was wrapped in an aura of armament, and it was no different from the pioneering world. Maybe she underestimated this man. What's the matter with being big? It's just not worth it. The big world. The sound is silent. Kianci's hands began to vibrate abnormally, and then she turned her palms into claws and grabbed the entire sky diagonally, making an infinite burst of sound to form a huge resonance tsunami, tearing it down towards Crocodile in one fell swoop. In an instant, the atmosphere was pulled down like a curtain, creating an invisible tsunami that wiped out everything it went. The desert treasure knife that was chopped down was like a piece of paper, and then the whole arm and the whole body disintegrated. Puff. The flying sand scattered all over the sky, and a shock wave radiated out without dead ends, and Crocodile exploded with elementalization, but it did not defend against the attack. After everything dissipated, a pile of fine sand began to condense and form. Crocodile couldn't stop vomiting blood, and the cells all over his body were traumatized. In the distance, Kianci opened her red lips, and a dazzling light shone in front of her again, and then a blue-white beam ripped apart the surface, filled with destruction. Crocodile lifted his hair up again. Everything could be lost, except for his demeanor. As soon as his mind moved, desert walls rose up in front of him. No matter how hard the blue-white beam was, it didn't penetrate all the walls. Zazar climbed up from the ground again, and swung down the more than 100-meter diamond sword in his hand without any pity. For a time, it was dark and dark, covering the sky. At the other end, Lhasa, the cutting king of the 7 rudders of the explosive pirates, is fighting a gold group. But at this time, the mood is a little broken. As the 7 rudder masters, with a reward of 730 million, It may not be as powerful as the previous rudder masters, but it is also a face in the sea. A superhuman type with the ability to grab fruit. Both hands can grab an invisible slash, which is very sharp. Even steel can be easily scratched. He is also a Twa-color domineering owner. But it's not looking good now. Hip hop. Death wink. Death wink. After images surrounded the surroundings one after another, explosive attacks spread one after another, the Cutting King's face was ashen, and he was covered in armed colors and could only passively defend and counter-attack. Because the opponent's speed is too fast. He couldn't keep up. Swish. The fingernails of the right hand became longer and grabbed the afterimage, forming 5 scratches and slashes, which easily divided the ground, but did not touch the guy who jumped up and down. The most important thing is that the other person's mouth stinks. Hip-up, can't hit. Can't hit. Haven't eaten yet? Slow like a turtle. Not a day of challenges. I hide again. Death wink. Death wink. Fancy dancing and verbal attacks made the Cutting King angry and collapsed. Mind broke. The manuscript is also bottomed out, and I don't want to code. If you can keep changing, keep on. If it breaks, let me slow down. Rest assured, there will be no eunuchs. X. Chapter 264 He, the actor. 20,210,209. Chapter 264 He, the actor. The battle circle has spread to a small half of the island group, and the landslides and the ground are in a mess. The 2 figures in the very center, one high and one low, have already burst into real fire, like the blood of fanatics, and they have a super impact. Chaos gushed blood, his face turned pale, his messy golden hair was almost dyed red with blood, he looked like a hungry ghost crawling out of hell, and the flesh on his right face had disappeared, revealing the bloody bones rising up. The steam is recovering with all its strength. The tall and slender body is even more unknowable how many bones have been broken. Gottlieb's situation was not as easy as that of Chaos, and there were many bloodstains on his bare chest, and the smell of meat was still on. The internal organs have suffered a lot of trauma. At this point, the pressure the other party puts on him is increasing. With a single blow, the 2 of them flew out at the same time with the violent mushroom cloud. It was difficult to maintain his body. After leaving a ravine, Chaos rolled in the gravel and kept bleeding. Gottlieb stepped out of the ruins on the opposite side panting, his blood-red vertical pupils full of gloom. Boom. Clap car car. The black clouds rolled down the sky with black and red lightning, and the winds swept wildly, and the islands at the bottom of the feet seemed to be shaking. The 2 supreme and stalwart wills have been colliding. A gust of sand blew past, and Chaos disappeared in place. Gottlieb, who was covered in black smoke and fire, also turned into a black light and flew against the ground in one fell swoop, and finally the meteorite collided. The deafening sound of howling set off a tsunami of hundreds of feet, and the surrounding canyon was twisted by an invisible force, instantly collapsing to form an abyss. In the sky above the abyss, 2 figures were tightly intertwined. Is that all you can do? Give more force. Chaos splattered his knees and aimed at Gottlieb's throat with flames. And the words are sharp, showing the color of arrogance and contempt. Gottlieb didn't answer. The red vertical pupils were all icy cold. The right hand was filled with black smoke and fireworks, and the armed color covered it. The front was against Chaos' knee, and the left hand was covered with a powerful force and blasted towards Chaos's head. The smoke of gunpowder was filled with hot flames. Chaos's eyes flashed. His right hand stopped in front of his head, and the next second the surrounding airflow vibrated and exploded. As the huge storm rolled down, the exit of the abyss continued to expand, and with a click, Chaos's right hand was directly twisted and shrugged on his shoulders. Gottlieb also opened his mouth and vomited blood, and flew out to dent the stone wall of the abyss. His body was covered in black smoke and his chest was blurred. Chaos' knee is not an ordinary knee, but a golden molten knee. Tilde. Standing up from the ruins, Chaos spit out the blood in his mouth, grabbed his right hand and connected it without changing his color, and then his body began to lift off the ground, and the sky with lightning and thunder automatically flew down. Golden leggings. Gottlieb also flew out of the abyss Bishan, and looked into the sky with Chaos. Tilde. Gottlieb took a deep breath, his short white hair fluttered in the wind, stretched out his hand to tear off the torn shirt, revealing a strong body with 8-pack abs. His right face was covered in blood, and only his high forehead showed cruelty. When he moved around, surrounded by a lot of black smoke and fire, Gottlieb turned into a humanoid fire. Immediately, he hooked his fingers at Chaos arrogantly, and there was nothing but indifference in the blood-colored vertical pupils. The corners of Chaos' mouth curved up, but it wasn't a smile, it was a stern look. He can lose everything except life and arrogance. This emperor will make you perfect. Swish. A sonic boom occurred under his feet, and Chaos rushed out first. Facing the menacing Chaos, Gottlieb had no expression on his face. He waved his right hand in the air, and the airflow changed in an instant. Chaos stopped and frowned, and then there was no sign of a violent explosion around the body. Whoosh whoosh. Several meniscus slashes flew out from the explosion, revealing Chaos covered in black smoke. The explosion caused a lot of trouble for him. Not good. Dangerous aura came from in front of him. Gottlieb didn't know when he appeared, and the entire left hand and half of his body swelled with fire. Chaos only had time to cross his hands to block in front of him, and then a deafening mushroom cloud began to rise. The whole earth trembled. Chaos bleeds and flew backwards, and Gottlieb disappeared after him, but a lot of gunpowder smoke filled him. Finally, he grabbed Chaos's head in one fell swoop and slammed it on the ground and pushed it horizontally all the way. Blood was splashing, and Chaos rolled his eyes and felt his entire back peeled off. With a fierce look on his face, his right foot splattered with flames, blasting out with a sonic boom in one fell swoop. Gottlieb was a little moved. Half of his body that had exploded had recovered, his hands defended for the first time, and at the moment of collision, the terrifying explosion took off again. But this time it was golden red, like lava. The cracks are spreading all around, and the abyss is expanding again and it is bottomless. Chaos' hair was disheveled, his blood-stained face was full of ferocity. He clenched his fists and his arms were bulging with blue veins, and the molten gold splashed into a calyx-like shape against the abyss. C-types of profound truth, Karmasakara, Emperor Spear. In an instant, a torrent fell. At this time, in the bottomless abyss, Gottlieb's feet were deep in the ground, and the surroundings were pitch black. He felt the power coming from the sky, and his whole body was illuminated by fire. Blast all over. Gottlieb's icy voice just fell. Instant brilliance. The blazing fire was like a sun illuminating the entire abyss, and then the mountains were moved to fill the sea, the earth began to split, and the mountains began to rise and fall. Sandstorms rolled up, the island group began to split, and the rough sea was lifted, forming a tsunami that was sweeping. After everything dissipated, on the cliff that stood in the very center of the basin, Chaos appeared. The golden light wheel spinning behind him was tattered, and finally he couldn't help kneeling down on one knee. When the picture gets closer, everyone can't help but take a deep breath. I saw Chaos's chest was dripping with blood, and he could clearly see the beating heart and the bones, and a scratch almost spanned half of his body. A large number of gold inlaid in the flesh and blood, horrible to see. Reaching out his hand to wipe off the blood dripping from his nose and mouth, Chaos' body began to turn red, and a large amount of high-temperature steam was rising and surrounding. The return of life is still being treated with full force. Slowly he stood up and turned his back to the domineering Linian to look at the endless space and abyss in front of him. His grace has never been lost. The long blood-stained golden hair fluttered, and the sky with thunder and lightning shot down the golden armor parts and the new light wheel, and it automatically returned to the emperor who swallowed mountains and rivers. This action and temperament appeared, and the miserable appearance not only did not look embarrassed, but inexplicably had a charm and supremeness. Can't stop looking up. It was a bloody warrior. All beings should be worshipped. He is noble, holy, domineering, unique, and extraordinary. The camera rotates 360 degrees and keeps zooming in, and there is a loneliness, sadness, and loneliness in the heights. He is very pretentious. He, the actor. Crack. A large bloody hand slammed out of the abyss and grabbed on the edge. Somewhat startling. Because the big hand only had a little flesh and blood hanging, and the rest were all bones, like a skeleton like blood red. Immediately after that, another bone and bloody hand came out, and a blurred figure with terrible bruises stood up with difficulty. A large amount of nicotine fire is flooded, and these injuries are quickly healing under the naked eye. Gottedi looked at Chaos indifferently, showing the unfathomable demeanor of a strong man. Chaos's heart sank. The fighting power displayed by the opponent could only be said to be a ruthless man with a reward of 3.48 billion. The odds of what you have done are not great. This point is still there. X. Chapter 265 People in the first layer cannot understand people in the atmosphere. 20,210,209. Chapter 265 People in the first layer cannot understand people in the atmosphere. SHHHHHH. The Great Root, under the clear blue sky. The two figures appeared in a teleport, then disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already thousands of meters away. Old bear, go faster. Betty held the bear's neck with both hands, and her long snow-white legs were urging the bear between them. The bear's face was a little red, and the bear's paws in both hands kept bouncing the air to move quickly. They had already learned that the explosive pirates were coming, so they immediately put down what they were doing and rushed back to Poppy Island. But even at the speed of a bear, it would take a while to reach Poppy Island. Could you not hold it so tightly? The bear, who has always been unsmiling, is now blushing and a little embarrassed. It's really that the two soft things on the back are too touching, and Betty is very bold, not to mention revealing clothes, not to mention tender skin, but also fragrant. The bear, who was originally not interested in women, was a little flustered by this intimate hug. It can be seen from this point that the bear is actually a sullen man. Still too young. Are you going to throw this queen down? You're moving so fast. Can I hold you tighter? Betty stared, holding her hands tighter and her legs tighter. The bear stopped talking, just used his ability to move quickly, but his mood didn't seem to be very calm. One day has passed. But the battle continues. The helm of the explosion pirates, and the responsibilities of the richest group, are still at war. Neither side is weak, so it is impossible to separate life and death in a short period of time. After all, evenly matched powerhouses fight, at least in days. The real fighting, 5 days and 5 nights, 10 days and 10 nights, is as normal as drinking water. The most intense and widest range was the fight on Poppy Island. However, from the beginning to the present, the richest group has the upper hand. After all, there are too many people. Now the pirates under the explosion pirates are all under siege, and it can be said that they are doing their last struggle. Whether it's the low-level war fight, or the helmsman and the high-level fight who are responsible for the middle-level fight, the explosion monarch and the golden emperor, there are reporters or newsbirds recording it. These are all forces under Morgans, after all, These are all money. Even Morgans himself was dispatched to record the battle between Chaos and Gotti. Big news. Really big news. The battle between these two is so exciting. In the desert island group, Morgans flew in the air in the extreme distance, and recorded the fight on the island through the telephoto phone bug. Morgans knew very well that the two had already discovered him. Just ignore it. Puff puff. A trace of gunpowder filled Gotti's body, and he looked like a god and demon. After a day of fighting, he could no longer maintain grace, but was rather embarrassed. Opposite. Chaos strode, leaving bloody footprints one after another, and walked towards Gotti. As he walked, new golden armor parts fell in the sky, and his face was pale to the naked eye. In the eyes of an outsider like Morgans, the chance of winning the explosion monarch may be a little bigger. But it should be a little difficult to kill the Golden Emperor. Clap. Rumbling rumbling. The entire sky with black clouds upside down is divided into two halves, and the two overlord colors form an invisible air pressure cover, tearing the surrounding surface and colliding with each other, and finally forming a hurricane violent impact, splashing bloody lightning. Don't use your abilities. Gotti was expressionless, looking at Chaos standing in front of him, who was more than 1 meter shorter than himself. It seemed that he hadn't fought like this for a long time. This emperor has never relied on a devil fruit. Chaos's hands were vertical, and he was wearing a golden armor. The two halo circles behind him were rotating in opposite ways, and the BGM of war, victory, was resounding under the entire sky. In this day's time, all the BGMs have been rounded. But the battle is not over yet. There's no chance if you don't. I agree with your strength. Gotti carried his back with one hand, and was no less arrogant than Chaos. That is the confidence and domineering emanating from the bones. Show respect to an enemy who has been able to fight him for so long. This is the attitude that the strong should have. Win, be fair. Lose, but also fair. Only by agreeing, will the other party be given equal respect. If he does not agree, it means that the other party is not qualified. The real powerhouses, kings, and overlords all have their own pride, which is an irresistible charm. Your strength, this emperor also agrees. Will go all out to kill you. Chaos' golden eyes stared at this man. Although the original book did not appear, or was forgotten by history, at this moment he recognized the strength of this man. The other party's respect and recognition, he accepted. In the past, Chaos scoffed at these so-called respects. Even feel childish and middle too. But when he stood at this height, he realized that this was not childish, nor was it a middle school, but the damn charm of a real man. The realm is different, the thinking is different. The people on the first floor simply don't understand the people on the second floor, let alone the untouchable atmosphere. Gotti laughed. This laughter is not anger, but approval. Clap. A flash of lightning struck, and the two appeared at an altitude of 50 meters, holding each other motionless, but the surrounding atmosphere was roaring, and explosions surrounded them. The terrifying hurricane continued to impact, and there were inexplicably large craters in the ground beneath our feet, and various hills and valleys continued to emerge. The distance between the two was only 1 meter, and they kept standing still, but their bodies were moving sideways all the way. What's going on, Tilda? Morgans, who was very far away, couldn't understand it at all. He only saw the two people looking at each other, but what was the roar of the explosion out of thin air? The armor on the Golden Emperor's body was constantly shattering, and at the same time, the high-temperature steam was rising in a spiral. The exploding monarch was covered in flames of nitrate, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Damn it, it must have happened because the fight was so fast. Morgans was excited and suffocated, and the fight was so charming. Although he can't keep up with the speed of the fight, but against the backdrop of the high-altitude BGM, he can't stop his blood boiling, and he really wants to join in. In the end, he resisted the urge to seek death, first recorded all this, and finally went back to slow playback and edited it out, and there would definitely be a market when it was sold. As long as the strong want to watch this kind of battle, it will definitely increase a lot of horizons. But what surprised him the most was the Golden Emperor. What did he do in the half a year he disappeared, and his strength has skyrocketed so much? First to defeat Kaido, and now to fight against the exploding monarch. The growth rate is too scary. Is this genius? PFFT. This kind of fast battle that remained motionless did not last for too long, and he didn't know what was going on. Chaos's mouth was full of blood. His entire face was distorted to the extreme. His eyes were like blood-filled eggs, and his eye sockets were almost torn and popped out. In the end, it turned into a streamer and penetrated the mountains, and was buried by gravel with the huge explosion. The exploding sovereign didn't get any benefit either. He bowed his body inexplicably, an invisible wave rushed out from his back, opened his mouth and spewed blood and shot out with a sonic boom, leaving behind a dilapidated gully and disappearing into the mountain. Starting point, Deep Buckle 2020047215742860. I really want to be a jerk. 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 266 Too many people hate him. 20,210,210. Chapter 266 Too many people hate him. Cough cough cough. Chaos pushed aside the gravel buried in his body, walked out of it and put his hands on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. The steam on the body continues to spread, and the whole person has entered a state of overload. Suddenly he looked up into the distance, his face a little surprised. A ferocious aura was approaching fast in the sky, very familiar. This shit-stirrer. Gotti, who also came out of the ruins on the other side, also turned his gaze in the same direction. Even Morgans noticed. Big news, isn't it? In the sky where the thunder and lightning flashed, a dragon-shaped creature appeared faintly, and finally crashed down. Beast Kaido. Looking at the center of the dust that shook the ground, a demon body with a mace, gradually became clearer step by step. Haha. How can this kind of battle be without me? Kaido tilted his head to look at the miserable Chaos and Gotti, his face full of fighting spirit. Kaido, this is not a fight you can meddle in. Gotti squinted slightly. Kaido's presence annoyed him. The Golden Emperor was his target, and he didn't want anyone else interfering in the battle. You care about Lao Tzu? How much can your broken body withstand Lao Tzu? Carrying a huge mace, Kaido looked at Gotti contemptuously. Both are old acquaintances. Gotti's red vertical pupils became dangerous. The dude was a proven shit stick. As long as it is a top-level battle, there is a 60% chance of this shit stick appearing. Every day is busy. However, the skin is rough and the flesh is thick and the fighting power is strong, which will affect the final result at any time. It seems that the yellow calendar is wrong today. Why is this woman here to join in the fun? Chaos's face was gloomy and uncertain, and his eyes looked to the other side of the sky, where a tyrannical aura was rapidly approaching. Gotti, Kaido, and Morgans also reacted differently. Ling-a-ling. Kaido hung his mace, looking at Big Mom from far to near, standing on Zeus, holding Napoleon who turned into a great sword. His whole head was burning with flames. That fancy figure is also very visual. Mom. Golden Emperor. Big Mom ignored Kaido and Gotti who were present, holding Napoleon in both hands and waving towards Chaos. Wagyu-oh. The monstrous sword energy swooped down, destroying everything it went. Chaos had a gloomy face, and his entire right arm was splashed with flames. Before the sword energy came, he punched out, forming a strong collision of golden red torrents. The violent shock wave swept wildly, and the billowing smoke was spreading. After everything dissipated, Chaos stood on the spot, and the ground under his feet had sunk to form a big pit. Enough. Gotti had a gloomy face, his body was bursting with fire, watching Big Mom full of murderous intentions. This fight is not for you to meddle in. What he hates most is that someone intervenes in his battle, and he simply ignores him. The Golden Emperor is his goal. Haha. I don't care who you are, all of you have to die under my stick today. Kaido's arrogance simply showed the sky. Not just words, but actual actions. Raising the mace in his hand, he swept out towards Gotti and Big Mom without a word. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. Napoleon was clenched by Big Mom, covered by the flames of Prometheus, and then swept out, and the whole earth instantly rioted. Emperor sword, broken blade. At the same time, Gotti's right arm was filled with fire and he threw a punch from the air. The tyrannical tyrant rose into the sky. The entire sky split into three halves, the mad shock was unbridled, the ground shook, the mountains undulating, and the abyss spanned. The huge forces are in their own way, the three parties retreat, and the suffocating momentum makes the world dark. I don't have time to play with you now. Looking at Kaido and Gotti, Big Mom gave a wicked smile, turned and rushed towards Chaos. Gotti's ugly face didn't stop him, because Kaido had his eye on him. You are seriously injured now, and I won't take advantage of you. Ryu Yuan's demonic aura was soaring into the sky. Kaido threw his mace on the ground and chose to face Gotti with his bare hands. Gotti didn't speak and walked towards Kaido. Boom. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus collided with the humanoid gunfire, and the violent impact exploded. Big news, really big news. In the distance, Morgans was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The appearance of Kaido and Big Mom was something he didn't expect. Now that the four well-known powerhouses in the sea have gathered together, and there is a conflict, Morgans has expected that this news will be sold out. Golden Emperor. The gun of Elbaf powerful country. Facing chaos, Big Mom hated him extremely. Holding Napoleon in both hands is a blow to the sword, and the momentum is completely overwhelming. Golden molten fire seriously punch. Chaos always had a cold and arrogant face. His right arm was splashing with flames, and he punched out and collided with the huge sword energy. With the irresistible explosion, he couldn't help but withdrew. Fighting Gotti now, both physical strength and armament have been exhausted, and now it is a bit tricky to face the Big Mom in its heyday. Golden Emperor, you can't escape today. Fire in the sky. Rumbling. The bombardment continued to rise, billowing black smoke filled the field. Chaos flew out of it, flipped back and flipped, and his feet were deep in the ground. He couldn't help but grab the ground with one hand and moved out. The corners of his mouth were bleeding and his hair was disheveled and panting. The steam on his body kept erupting and rising, and the situation did not look very good. Boom. A huge figure fell from the sky, standing sacred and solemn behind Chaos. It was Sakyamuni. Chaos used the golden fruit. With a snap of his fingers, Sakyamuni exploded to form a wave of gold powder, subverting the past toward Big Mom in one fell swoop. Zeus, Prometheus. Facing the attack of Chaos, Big Mom did not worry at all, only to see Zeus and Prometheus wrapped around his body to form a thunder and fire shield. The huge sword energy went forward, cutting through the golden ocean to form a channel. And the gold powder that wants to drill into Big Mom's body is also ineffective. Once it touches the lightning fire shield around Big Mom's body, it will be burned out and lose its effect. The tornado of God. Chaos raised his hand and waved, and the golden waves seemed to have life, and they began to form a tributary to strangle toward Big Mom. and finally formed a twist shape and rose into the sky. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. In the face of such an attack, Big Mom directly hit the hard steel and turned the world upside down with a slash from the front. Chaos face was really ugly. Whoa, whoa, whoa tilde. The golden ocean changed its shape again, turning into a thorn, the top of which was covered with armed colors and strangled from all directions towards Big Mom. The deafening explosion, in which the lightning flame continued to spread, and the sword she tore apart the sky, revealing the sunlight that had not appeared for a long time. At this time, like Chaos, there was Gotti. In the face of Kaido's crazy attack, he also fell into a disadvantage. After all, both of them consumed too much in advance, and Big Mom and Kaido maintained their heyday. It may last for a while, but it will be troublesome after a long time. Because no one knows whether there will be a fifth person. No matter who will appear, Chaos is definitely the most dangerous one. After all, there are too many people who want to possess him. X. Chapter 267 _ You don't know the cruelty of this emperor. 20,210,210. Chapter 267 _ You don't know the cruelty of this emperor. Clang clang. Under the sky of lightning and thunder, the golden flying shots scattered all over the ground merged into one and became Shakyamuni again. Chaos melted into his forehead. He grabbed the palm of the Buddha, and the D symbol on the back turned into a mace. The spiky fangs were like a small mountain range, and then covered with black and gold flowing weapons, and finally the flames scorched the whole place. Atmosphere. Looking at Big Mom, Chaos is ready to be ruthless. Shakyamuni held the golden molten fire mace in both hands, and raised it high to dye the sky red. Facing Chaos' big move, Big Mom grinned. Golden Emperor, die. Emperor Sword, Thunder Fire Broken Blade. Napoleon in his hand became bigger, burning flames wrapped around thunder and lightning. Prometheus, Zeus, Napoleon's three major armies also showed evil faces, and the violent force was compressed. Stinky motherfucker, don't run around when you're pregnant. Today, this emperor didn't beat you to miscarriage. You don't know the cruelty of this emperor. Golden molten fire, Buddha flowing cherry blossoms, thunder gossip. The name of the hysterical big move was shouted from Chaos' mouth, and the messy blonde hair danced wildly. The dazzling white light lit up in the very daytime, and a vast mushroom cloud spread three halos from top to bottom, pushing across the sky and islands with lightning and thunder, forming an endless storm. Even the battle between Gotti and Kaido stopped and began to fully resist the shockwave of the tsunami. Morgans was blown away without a trace. When everything subsided, the entire island group was torn apart and missing 1/5, and the basin formed at the center of the explosion was swallowing the sea water. Cough 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 tilde. In the messy mountain, Shakyamuni climbed out of the tattered body, with cracks all over his body, and the mace in his hand was even more pitted and dripping with gold liquid. In the battle with Gotti, the armament color consumed too much. Otherwise the result will not be like this. Golden Emperor, you must die. In the ruins opposite, the ground melted due to the high temperature, and Big Mom stood up and laughed wildly. Smelly granny. Chaos broke away from Shakyamuni and stood on the ground looking at the murderous Big Mom, a little headache. In the past 6 months, Big Mom is not a dry ice, much better than half a year ago. Especially being pregnant doesn't affect the battle. Looking at that bloated belly, it's like giving birth at any time. Chaos hesitated. With his current situation, he really can't beat Big Mom. If he hadn't fought Gotti, he'd let Big Mom know what it's like to kill the wolf. It's just the wrong timing. Fire in the sky. Thunder. Big Mom did not give Chaos any time to breathe and attacked again. Boom boom. The battle entered an intense stage again. At the other end of the island group, Gotti looked at Kaido who was rushing over, stretched out his fingertips, and a few blood beads shot towards Kaido like bullets. Kaido didn't pay attention to it at all, maintaining a human-beast state, like a tyrannosaur rampaging. But at the moment when it collided with those blood beads, a rolling explosion sounded. These blood droplets are like bombs. As soon as they touch them, they will explode. Kaido shoots them out unnoticed for a while, leaving a messy gully on the ground. After hitting a pile of gravel, smoke billows. Although there was black smoke all over his body, nothing happened, and it was obvious that Gotti's blood explosion didn't have much effect. Although Gotti had expected it, when Kaido was unscathed, his face was still a little ugly. Just a drop of his blood exploded, and he could easily turn a 50-meter radius into ruins, but Kaido didn't have anything to do with it. You're getting weaker. It seems to have consumed a lot. Kaido swung his dragon tail, his claws lingering in cold light. Huh? Gotti didn't bother to talk nonsense, appeared above Kaido's head out of thin air, and stepped on his right foot with black smoke and fire. Kaido isn't dodging, it's hard steel. In an instant, the explosion that shattered the eardrums sounded, and the heat wave surged into the sky. Kaido couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gotti rolled over to the ground and jumped up, and his right foot quickly recovered to attack Kaido again. The explosion stood up again. Kaido roared and forcibly stood still, the blue veins of his thick right arm jumped, and he forcibly resisted the destructive force generated by the explosion of Gotti's right foot. Poppy Island. By this time the war was almost over. The force of the explosive pirates led by Battle Princess Bettina was almost crushed by the numbers. Birds die for food, people die for wealth. This sentence is not just talk. When faced with the temptation of money, no one can resist. It can be said that Bettina brought people to attack Poppy Island, which was a mistake in itself. Thunderclouds shrouded a radius of 10,000 meters. Bettina has long lost the heroic appearance at the beginning, and now the ragged clothes are full of spring and embarrassment, and her face is as pale as paper. You have the ability to fight head-on. Bettina roared. From the beginning of the battle to now, she has been unable to leave this thundercloud. No matter if she went up into the sky or what, this thundercloud was always like a shadow. The key was that the woman was hidden in it, like a poisonous snake. Regardless of whether she succeeded in one hit or not, she would retreat and disappear, and she could only be passively beaten like a target. Suddenly, the thundercloud began to change, forming a chain of thunderclouds in an attempt to trap and bind her. Bettina shattered in anger, but the things healed again in the blink of an eye. And above the thundercloud, Stuffy looked down. It's time to come back. Stuffy seemed to have found something, turned his head to look at the sky, and two figures quickly appeared. It's Bear and Betty. It looks like the battle isn't over yet. Betty stepped on the moon step, looking at the port of the sea of corpse and blood, and scattered battles were taking place, and then looked down at the thundercloud under her feet, and there was an angry roar. Your opponent hasn't settled yet? It's a little tricky, let's solve it together first, and then you go to support the boss. Stussy doesn't speak martial arts, she's a woman. Now that Bear and Betty are back, she will change her tactics and choose to besiege. There will be no psychological pressure. Sure enough, leave me, you can't do anything. Betty raised her chin, and glanced at Stussy very proudly, and then her figure did not enter the thundercloud. Stussy was too lazy to care about this woman, and disappeared as a broken cloud. The bear's face was expressionless, and the figure also fell. Dancing Queen Bello Beatty. Betty's appearance made Bettina tighten her body, and her pale face suddenly gloomy. Whether she admits it or not, just being a happy queen is hard enough, and now the dancing queen is also appearing, which puts a lot of pressure on Bettina. Pressure cannon. The hairs exploded, and Bettina only felt the scallops tighten, and then her face was twisted. A shock wave appeared from her chest, pierced through the thunderclouds to separate a road, and swept the ground to form ravines and explosions. The blood couldn't stop spewing out of his mouth and nose. Flagpole's tab. Bettina couldn't control her body, and she flew out before landing. Betty teleported to the side. Her golden flagpole was covered with armed colors, and she stabbed her heart ruthlessly. Leave no leeway. Bettina resisted the collapse of her body, and a spear appeared in her hand to resist, but she was still injured. But the attack didn't end there. See types of profound truth: Thunderbolt, Crossgun. Stuffy was already ready, compressing the ultimate strength with both hands, and slammed into Bettina's chest in one fell swoop. Catcher. The sound of bone cracks was crisp and loud. The ground collapsed in a radius of 1,000 meters, and the surrounding thunderclouds were also blown out to leave a large area. Before she could breathe, a new attack came again. Bear's paw shock. The Bear's compressed air cannon also shot directly on Bettina's chest. Boom. The terrorist explosion spread, and the cracks on the surrounding hills spread. When everything subsided, Bettina was lying in the deep pit covered in blood, and her breath was plummeting. Until you take your last breath. Stussy landed on the ground, and with a slender hand, the thundercloud lifted into the sky, and at the same time, the entire sky with black clouds returned to normal, and the warm and soft eyes shone again. It's just that the appearance of Poppy Island is not very good now, because the smell of blood wafts in the air. Corpses and broken limbs can be seen everywhere, and the number of deaths is too many. This is the cruelty of war. You go to support the boss. No problem. Old Bear, let's go. Happy New Year's Eve to all book lovers. Love you yo. Starting point, Deep Buckle to 01802140222435661, 300 starting coins, Wang Big Eye Bags. 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 268 Talk to this stinky bitch. 20,210,211. Chapter 268 Talk to this stinky bitch. Damn things. The top of the mountain exploded, a large number of falling rocks and soil splashed, and chaos smashed to the ground uncontrollably, rolling and jumping like a ball all the way, and finally left a broken gully and fell into the ruins, vomiting blood from his mouth and nose. In the face of Big Mom's attack, he was no match at all. Can only fight back. Golden Emperor, is that all you have? Big Mom has Zeus on his feet, Prometheus on his head, and Napoleon in his hand with murderous aura. He shoots all the way to Chaos, which is a mighty country. Chaos, with his hair disheveled and his face full of dirt, quickly left the spot to avoid the past. Turn into a Buddha on the top. A huge shadow shrouded Big Mom. Sakyamuni appeared behind him, and more than a dozen bergamot hands with D symbols in circulation pressed towards Chaos overwhelmingly. But Big Mom seemed to have expected it, holding Prometheus with his left hand, like a round of the sun turning around and punching, forming a shockwave of fire to force Sakyamuni out. Even the more than 10 bergamot hands turned into liquid and melted to the ground, because Chaos did not cover the armed color, otherwise it would not be so easily defeated. Chaos is now consuming too much. But the afterimage is condensed and formed, and when Shakyamuni attacked, Chaos appeared in front of Big Mom in the shape of calyxes with both hands, compressing powerful force. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. I've been waiting for you. Broken Blade. Big Mom did not panic, but grinned. Holding Napoleon in his right hand, he was entwined with thunder and lightning flames. When his head was facing Chaos, he waved. In an instant, the dazzling light lit up, the annular shock wave spread, and the mountains that rose from the ground burst. Chaos' pale face was a little distorted, and the blood from his mouth turned into a streamer and disappeared. Big Mom couldn't help falling to the ground, but after traversing a few dozen meters, he removed that power and stood firm. In contrast, Chaos at the end of the gap in the canyon was even more miserable. Damn it. Chaos couldn't help but let out a foul language. He was covered in blood and crawled out of the gravel. He couldn't stop coughing up blood and breathing heavily. The terrorist attack struck again, and Chaos fled in embarrassment. He doesn't even have the strength of Big Mom Hard Steel now. 30 minutes passed, and Chaos vomited blood. An hour later, Chaos was still vomiting blood. 2 hours have passed. I can't stand it anymore, I can't stand it anymore. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, Chaos looked a little empty. In addition, the spirit of decadence and the lack of spirit in the eyes are obviously the manifestation of the hollowing out of the body. Big Mom became more and more energetic, and chased after Chaos excitedly. She didn't kill him for so long, which made her very shameless. The other party is as cunning as a rat. But at this moment, Chaos has already planned to retreat. He feels that if he goes on like this, he will die. Although he lost face, he remembered it today, and when he returns from his heyday, he must let Big Mom know what cruelty is. And he will not kill. Instead, the torture will go on forever. As long as you are in a bad mood, you can go to this stinky bitch to have a heart-to-heart talk. Chaos was forced. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Boo. Like the sound of bubbles popping, Bear and Betty finally arrived. As soon as he appeared in the air, he saw Chaos fleeing frantically with disheveled hair and dirt on his face, looking very embarrassed and miserable. It was the first time they saw Chaos with this face. Old Bear, Betty. Chaos, who was escaping quickly in the canyon, saw the bear and Betty appear, and those golden eyes that were somewhat empty were instantly sharp as knives. Ding clang clang. A large amount of gold turned into the lock of the sky and all kinds of weapons, all of which were shot at Big Mom like bullets, trying to hold it for a while. Chaos himself quickly flew towards the bear and Betty. Old Bear, you are here at the right time. Action. The bear nodded and didn't speak. He took off his gloves and pressed it on Chaos' chest, trying to get all the fatigue and injuries out of his body. As the blood-red bear-shaped bubbles behind him continued to grow, Chaos's complexion was visibly restored to the naked eye. Boss, you are too miserable. Betty was talking sarcastic words next to him, and now Chaos is not even a beggar. Go block Big Mom and buy me some time. Chaos looked at Betty angrily, and now he was distracted by manipulating gold, so he couldn't stop Big Mom at all. Humph. Without my lady queen, none of you will be able to accomplish anything. Betty was very arrogant and disdainful, and rushed out to Big Mom after speaking. But she overestimated herself. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Rumbling. Hardly resisting Big Mom's blow, Betty turned into a cannonball and flew out. Her arrogant expression turned pale, and her sexy red lips even vomited blood. Going through the hills all the way, and finally sinking deep into the mountain in a large font, the whole person is stunned. This queen is sexy. Betty woke up from her doubtful life. Her aura continued to skyrocket. She used her devil fruit ability to buff herself, held the golden flagpole to endure the pain in her body, and rushed towards Big Mom for the second time. The nameless, the mighty country. In the face of Betty's attack, Big Mom didn't take it to heart at all, and the audience despised him. Ugly guy, flagpole stab. Betty roared hysterically and started fighting Big Mom. 3 minutes later, Betty turned into a streamer again. This queen is Bello Beatty. With a hysterical rant, Betty charged at Big Mom for the third time. Boom. The violent explosion spread, and Betty went quickly and returned quickly, tumbling all the way, leaving a gully, lying in the gravel and soil at the end, with her hair disheveled, and the cloth on her body was now even less. Damn, how can it be so strong? Betty stood up staggeringly, The high heels on her left foot had long gone, and she was unwilling to see Big Mom dragged by various golden weapons in the distance. The difference can't be that big. She is sexy as the queen of dancing. Coupled with the buff, he was easily repelled by the opponent. Bang bang bang. Those golden weapons that were dragging Big Mom suddenly lost their strength and smashed to the ground. As soon as Betty looked up to the sky, Chaos and the bear disappeared. As soon as he turned his head, the bear appeared in front of Big Mom in a teleportation, and the compressed blood-red bear paw slapped at Big Mom. This is the damage that pops out of Chaos' body. Yin healing bullet. Where did the nameless person come from, Wegu-oh? Facing the attack of the bear, Big Mom glared furiously, holding Napoleon in both hands with a wave. The light of the extreme day lit up in an instant, and a mushroom cloud began to sweep the earth. Betty was holding the golden flag with both hands and was almost blown away by the shock wave. She turned her head around and found Chaos sitting cross-legged on a raised stone, apparently recovering his strength and armament. Although it bounced off after the bear's damage, it still took a little time to recover to its best state. 10 minutes. The voice of Chaos sounded in Betty's ear, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching. But still rushed towards Big Mom. She may not be able to stop Big Mom alone, but she is still fine with the bear. At least 10 minutes is easy. Old bear, I'm here to help you. Add buff to you first. Betty was so arrogant that she rushed up and added a buff to the bear, and then the two started to hold on to Big Mom. And in the battle, it is full of savageness, depreciating Big Mom from head to toe, and it is useless except for its strong combat power. Big Mom was scalded with rage. X. Chapter 269 What about the arrogance 10 minutes ago? 20,210,211. Chapter 269 What about the arrogance 10 minutes ago? I have to say that Betty and Bear are very powerful. 10 minutes. The two were still able to hold on. If the two did not appear, perhaps Chaos had already retreated. But it's different now. Wootilda. Standing up and stretching, Chaos made the sound of frying beans all over his body. His empty body was filled at once, and he was very refreshed and almost returned to his best state. First look at the battle on the other side of the island. The battle between Kaido and Gotti is still fierce. Looking back at the basin and canyon below, Big Mom still has the upper hand with one enemy in two. This stinky woman is indeed a stubborn stubble. But even a few brushes stop there. The figure of Chaos gradually faded until it disappeared completely. The atmosphere was rippling, and the invisible figure was accompanied by a deafening muffled sound. Chaos appeared out of thin air in front of Big Mom, with steam rising all over his body, his long golden hair dancing wildly, his right foot flowing with black and gold weapons, and the landslide and the ground cracked in one fell swoop. On Big Mom. That moment. The storm exploited and the entire ground exploded. An invisible impact erupted from behind Big Mom, and Big Mom's eyes were bumpy as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, and blood was overflowing from his mouth. The copper skin and iron bones have no effect at all. The entire stream of people spun like a cannonball. Big Mom's bloated body vanished in the blink of an eye, turning into a firelight and smashing the ground along the way. The rocks rolled around for a while, and the dust blocked all sight. Betty and Zin couldn't help backing away, and finally looked at the center of the scene with some embarrassment. It's just the beginning. Charlotte Ringling. The steam swept across the sky, and Chaos stood in the air. A piece of gold powder flew out of the gravel in the ravine in the distance, and the sound of golden leather sounded from head to toe, and finally merged into one to form a golden battle armor and wore it on his body. The rear light wheel is also in place. Naked upper body with 8 pack-ups, dragon tattoos are swimming. At the same time, there is a sense of oppression. No glory. Shock original, BGM sounded. and the king who swallowed mountains and rivers returned again. I'm going to drain your soul, Gaia Chaos. A storm spread, the endless dust dissipated, blood dripped from the corner of Big Mom's mouth, the whole body was burning with raging fire, the space was even more free of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding earth had begun to melt. At this moment, Big Mom's face is as ferocious as a demon in fire. The roar of that strange voice was full of violence and destruction. Flame crit. In the blink of an eye, it's hard to imagine that Big Mom's fat body can have such a fast speed. Prometheus wrapped around Big Mom's arm, and finally blasted at Chaos with a raging fire. Chaos' golden eyes were full of contempt, and he saw the flaming giant fist that came from the impact also clenched his fists and spattered with flames. Golden molten fire normal punch. With the deafening explosion, the entire ground was torn apart, and a radius of 10,000 meters was displaced to the ground. There was a raging fire in the center, and Big Mom kicked Chaos with one foot. Chaos hit his knees, and Faircon gave Big Mom an uppercut. With the blood splashing, Big Mom's fat body slammed to the ground, and the entire giant pit sank again. The afterimage rippled into the sky, and Chaos appeared first in the sky, clasping his fists with both hands and smashing at Big Mom, who roared at Prometheus and Napoleon, and swung out a giant flaming blade in one fell swoop. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. The entire sky and black clouds exploded and pushed horizontally in all directions, and a large piece of sunlight poured down. Chaos's entire body continued to rise, and Big Mom turned into fire and fell from the sky. With the roar of the landslide, Big Mom's feet sank into the ground with his left hand holding the ground, while Napoleon's right hand held Napoleon's head. His eyes were red, and the flames behind him danced wildly. In the sky, Chaos controlled his body, the steam on his body continued to rise, and the two light wheels behind him turned clockwise and counterclockwise. Looking down at Big Mom, Chaos's right foot was red and splashed with flames, and then the whole person turned into a comet. The explosive atmosphere carried long tail feathers and cut through the night, forming a line of oppressive sonic booms and crashing down. On the ground, the surface around Big Mom quickly collapsed, and the face was terrifying like a ghost. Prometheus turned into a kilometer-sized sun, which quickly turned red and black in the hands of Big Mom. Obviously, Big Mom was fully armed. Golden molten fire flowing Sekiro serious kick. Thunder fire sun. The two collided, and the whole world lost its color. A huge mushroom cloud stood above the top of the cloud. The entire atmosphere was pushing horizontally. In particular, the countless mountains directly below were crushed, and Big Mom disappeared into the abyss. Chaos placed himself in the sky, opened his mouth and vomited blood and smashed into a parabola on a barren mountain. The golden leggings of the entire right foot have disappeared, and a reddish red is filled with high temperature. Pushing away the gravel on his body, Chaos vomited blood from his mouth, and his body floated and moved out of dust, watching the Big Mom flying out of the abyss and disappearing in place. Ha! Appearing in front of Big Mom, Chaos pulled out his foot. Big Mom wrapped his left arm with his arms to resist the ground and sank. As his bloated body trembled, Big Mom grabbed Prometheus with his right hand and smashed it against Chaos's head. Armed coverage. Compared to Big Mom's sturdy arms, Chaos's arms are like chopsticks. But the flowing arms are enough to resist everything. The two sides collided violently, resulting in a gas explosion. Big Mom roared, and kicked Chaos' chest with violent flames with his left foot. Chaos intercepted with his elbow, was knocked out and flipped a few times in the air and stood on the ground. The roaring fire burned. Big Mom stepped on the melted ground, saliva dripping from his mouth and full of grin. That's all you can do? What about the arrogance 10 minutes ago? Chaos glanced at Big Mom with contempt, and the Supreme Will rushed out, showing the demeanor of an emperor. Flame crit. Big Mom did not answer with a cold eyebrow, but made a real action. His right hand was burning with raging fire. Time seemed to slow down. When Big Mom's fist was only 1 centimeter away from Chaos, Chaos normally tilted his head to avoid him and walked to Big Mom's side, punching Big Mom's stomach. Poof! Big Mom opened his mouth and vomited blood, and before he could fly out, Chaos teleported and turned over to Big Mom's head, pressing Big Mom's head and slammed into the ground. At this time, Prometheus turned into a flame whip and was grabbed by Big Mom and swept away, but Chaos sneered and did a backflip while stepping on Big Mom's head with his right foot again. In an instant, the surface lifted up, and Chaos appeared on a hill as the mountains rose. The whole body spiraled into the sky, the blonde hair danced wildly, and it was very sacred and filled with the aura of an emperor. In a pair of golden eyes, there are 3 points of contempt, 3 points of indifference, 3 points of pride, and 1 point of sharpness. I'm going to kill you. At this time, Big Mom's hair was disheveled. His entire body seemed to have lost a circle, and his blood-red eyes were very violent. Humph! Chaos snorted coldly, and disappeared in place with a wave of his hand. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Big Mom, easily dodging Big Mom's fist, and slammed his knee on Big Mom's chin. With a few bloody teeth spitting out, Big Mom wrapped his right hand around Prometheus and smashed towards Chaos. But Chaos just took a small step to the left and just avoided it, and at the same time slapped Big Mom in the face. The blood spurted out, even if Big Mom was armed and covered, and the tough body couldn't keep it stable. It finally flew out and pierced through a continuous piece of alpine crust and lay in the rubble, going crazy. The opponent's actions are too fast, and he can't catch the opponent at all. Just as Big Mom got up, Chaos stood upside down on his head again without warning. See types of profound truth, Karma Sakara, Emperor Spear. Chaos put his hands together, and the golden molten fire flooded the sky, and a force of earth-shattering broke out. Boom boom boom. The deep, invisible giant crater flashed dazzling rays of light, and then the earth shook and the mountains shook and tore apart one after another. The natural disaster submerged the entire coastline, and the sea set off hundreds of giant waves. In the dense dust, Chaos traversed thousands of meters away, and the steam was filled with fire. X. Been drunk for the past 2 days. 20,210,213. Been drunk for the past 2 days. Take 2 or 3 days off. I can't take it anymore, I drink it all day long. 2021. I hope that everyone's wishes will come true, be safe, prosperous, auspicious, and get what they want. X. Chapter 270 _ you will find Big Mom amazing. 20,210,214. Chapter 270 _ you will find Big Mom amazing. Puchy. Puchy, __. The raging fire was raging into the sky, and there was a terrifying aura from the riot King. Big Mom jumped out of it. The big face was full of blood. The naked eye could see that some flesh and blood had disappeared, which was very miserable. At this moment, Big Mom's panting image has changed greatly. Although it looks very miserable, Chaos can't get it wrong. The bloated body of this mother-in-law has become slender. The originally bulging lower abdomen, like a deflated balloon, has completely deflated. Needless to say, miscarriage. Golden Emperor. Big Mom's hysterical roar, infiltrating murderous intent, caused the storm to roll up the gravel on the ground. The long flying hair was swaying like a fiery snake, and the breath on his body was completely different from before. Tyrannical, violent, crazy, Big Mom's eyes are red as if he has lost his mind. If it were a normal female miscarriage, it would definitely be half-life. But Big Mom is an extraordinary woman. Not only is she not weak at all, but she has become more brutal because of her anger. This Nema cannot be measured with common sense. The feud of murdering sons is inseparable. In the next second, Big Mom appeared in front of Chaos, and the long flame knife in his hand seemed to be slashed out by the heavenly wheel of destruction, and the atmosphere was torn apart. Chaos dodged sideways, kicked Big Mom's face, but was stopped by Big Mom's left hand. Big Mom's eyes widened angrily, and his right hand clenched his fist fiercely and smashed towards Chaos's head. Chaos didn't flinch in the slightest, and clenched his fists directly. As a halo lifted off, endless black and red thunder surrounded the two, and the surrounding gravel lifted off and turned into powder. Go to hell. Chaos's hands were held by Big Mom, and Prometheus on his head turned into a long flaming knife and stabbed at Chaos's face. Just when Big Mom thought he had succeeded, the long hair behind Chaos swept into two big hands, wrapped in arms, and held Prometheus an inch below his forehead. With his golden eyes staring, Chaos raised his right foot high and burst into flames, kicking Big Mom's crotch very sinisterly. Big Mom did not lose to others, and his right foot, which became a little slender, kicked out and slammed together with Chaos. At this moment, Chaos' hair evolved into a spear ejection, and Big Mom tilted his head to avoid it, and just like this, Chaos forcibly broke free, and his fist as big as a sandbag slammed into Big Mom's heart like a mountain. Poof! Big Mom opened his mouth and vomited blood, and the giant-like body rolled on the ground, smashing several mountains one after another and falling into the rubble. Chaos shook his hand, and the entire figure disappeared in place. End. Big Mom was lying in the ruins with blood all over his face, his eyes getting redder and more violent. Ah! The strange sound of tearing the eardrum suddenly expanded, and Chaos appeared from midair frowning. It's this ghost crying and wolf howl again. At this moment, Big Mom is full of weirdness, and the whole body is still shrinking and becoming more and more slender, completely changed. If she was a full-bodied woman at the beginning, now she is a woman with a bulging front and back, especially with a water snake waist. The most important thing is that the breath of Big Mom reaches the peak, and just the strange sound makes the surrounding earth begin to collapse. Cake. I want cake. Big Mom's mouth was dripping with saliva, as if the poison had corroded the ground, and his eyes were blood red as if he had lost his mind. If there are Big Mom's children here, they will find that Big Mom's eczema has attacked. In this state, Big Mom's physical fitness, such as defense, strength, etc. will skyrocket, and he will become disowned. The most important thing is that now Big Mom has become thinner, which is a very strange phenomenon. To be frank, when Chaos looked at the current state of Big Mom, he was surprised. This world is a strange place, especially for women. No matter how ugly or fat women are, 90% of them are flowers in the village when they are young. However, having seen the future of Big Mom, Chaos lost his appetite for that alone. He doesn't have that much heavy taste. Swish. Chaos stepped out his right foot as if shrinking into an inch, appearing directly in front of the roaring Big Mom. The blood-red eyes were like a beast choosing someone to devour. Big Mom grabbed Napoleon, surrounded Prometheus and Zeus, and slashed towards Chaos in the dark. Chaos was light and cloudless, leaning on the side of the thunder and fire giant blade, getting close to Big Mom and kicking out. The golden molten fire splashed out, and a shockwave rushed out from behind Big Mom, but it abruptly withstood the kick, and at the same time, the thunder fire giant blade slashed towards Chaos again. Chaos' figure rose up, and as a storm swept through, several mountains behind him broke directly to form a meteorite group that slammed into the ground. The afterimage shifted and turned over onto Big Mom's shoulders. Chaos punched him out. With the huge force attacking Big Mom's body, he swayed, his feet sunk deep into the ground and his face was covered in blood. Fire in the sky. Big Mom ability was activated, and a large piece of flames fell from the dark sky, wrapping around the thunder and swept out towards Chaos. Chaos disappeared in place, and his long hair was thrown up by the powerful storm with the explosion of the billowing flames. The gun of Elbaf powerful country. Big Mom clenched the Thunderfire sword in both hands. Even though he had lost his mind, his fighting instinct remained undiminished. Ordinary punch. The fist collided with the Thunderfire giant knife, and the mountains rising from the ground collapsed one after another. Chaos felt a huge force and couldn't stop flying out. And Big Mom roared, taking 2 steps back full of brutality. Coming out of the ruins, Chaos watched Big Mom move and move around. The mother-in-law suddenly became stronger like a drug addict. Big Mom itself is not terrible, even if it is the defense of the steel balloon. For Chaos, who has mastered the skills of Ryu Sekira, there is no way to break the defense like the first time he fought with Big Mom. Now, he is fully capable of hurting Big Mom, even severely. The opponents are the 3 major Hermes, Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon. The power of the increase is not a single star. From another point of view, Chaos is actually 1 against 4. Whether it is the flame of Prometheus or the lightning of Zeus, they are slowly consuming the power of Chaos like a grinding disc. That being the case, Chaos squinted slightly, his golden eyes full of playfulness. With a roar, the 2 fought together again. But this time he was targeting Hermes, and he was determined to cut off Big Mom's arm. Big Mom held a Thunder and Fire Napoleon and slashed at Chaos, and Chaos disappeared immediately and appeared on the head of Big Mom, with his right hand flowing with armed color. He grabbed Prometheus, covering the head of Big Mom in one fell swoop. Mom. Prometheus was a little flustered. Although it is a fire element, its weakness is similar to those with natural abilities. Zeus. Facing the cry of Prometheus, Big Mom grabbed the Zeus lightning flash with his left hand, and waved it towards his head in one fell swoop. Chaos snorted coldly, still holding Prometheus. The flame splashed his right foot and collided with Big Mom's fist, and used that force to forcibly pull Prometheus away from Big Mom's head. Prometheus was constantly struggling, and his body instantly expanded into a sea of fire to surround Chaos, and the burning temperature rose straight up, causing ripples in the surrounding atmosphere. It wants to burn Chaos to death. The flow of armed color covered the whole body, and Chaos looked at the endless flames as if he was in the sun. The sight and hearing spread, and he didn't even notice where Prometheus was. After all, the opponent has no physical body, and the only thing that can work now is the armed color. X. Chapter 271_sloppy. 20,210,214. Chapter 271_sloppy. Being surrounded by me, there is only one dead end. One with the endless flame, Prometheus wins. Clap. At this moment, Zeus also blended in, and a lot of thunder began to fill the flames. Volts are still low. Chaos could feel that the armament color was consuming faster. It seems that some of these homets are underestimated. Sloppy. Chaos murmured, and then the armed color flowing on his body began to compress, and finally swelled. Shinla Otiansing. The black gold air pressure hood has no dead ends, and all the flames and thunder are pushed out horizontally. The invisible Prometheus and Zeus screamed, and they regained their original shapes and fell to the ground, and they could clearly feel the decadence. I'm going to kill you. Just when the black gold air pressure cover disappeared, Big Mom suddenly appeared, holding Napoleon full of madness, and the rolling breath was terrifying. Chaos frowned. The black and golden armament flowing on the surface of the body began to compress again, and then the space let out a whine. Shinla Otiansing. Napoleon slashed on the black gold air pressure cover, and the surrounding black and red lightnings spread out densely. Big Mom leaned back and almost didn't hold Napoleon, and the whole person retreated uncontrollably. Crack. Push. Prometheus and Zeus also attacked from behind, causing Chaos to rush forward with a clanging sound, almost falling into a dog and eating shit. The shortcomings of Shinla Otiansing are still very large. At the moment of release, there was a vacuum, perhaps only for a few seconds, but during these few seconds, Chaos could no longer carry out armed attacks or defenses. Mom. Big Mom is stronger and tougher than imagined. Holding Napoleon in both hands, he walks close to the ground. When he comes to Chaos, he is a knife. Chaos crossed his hands in front of him and retreated with the help of that mighty force. Clang clang. However, during the retreat, a large number of golden fragments flew, forming 18 weapons indiscriminately shot towards Big Mom, and the entire dilapidated ravine exploded in a frenzy. Boom. Chaos sank his feet into the ground to remove that power. His golden eyes looked at Big Mom indifferently, and his right hand grabbed a golden mace with thorns and fangs flying in the air. Chaos disappeared in one fell swoop as the flames splattered a lot. Golden molten fire, flowing Sekira, thunder gossip. The power of terror and horror was bursting, and Chaos held the golden molten mace in both hands and blasted it out in one fell swoop as if carrying a meteorite. Big Mom can sense the danger. Holding Napoleon in both hands, Zeus and Prometheus were all covered, and they called out the name of the move hysterically. Emperor Sword, Thunder Fire Broken Blade. The whole world lost its voice first, and then a dazzling light lit up from the very center. Under the turbulent sky, a vast mushroom pushed everything horizontally and collapsed everywhere it went. The fiery temperature is destroying, and black and red thunder and lightning are splashing from time to time. After everything dissipated, a basin was formed in the center to connect to the center of the earth, and the lava inside was red and red. In a piece of gravel soil, Chaos crawled out with the disheveled hair, and then coughed up blood uncontrollably. The sight, hearing and color are covered in all directions, and the entire island group has almost been changed. But the atmosphere of Big Mom still exists. It's just bad. Stepping towards Big Mom, the parts of the golden battle armor flew around, and they were recompleted in a burst of sparks. Start turning again. The aloof imperial attitude is always full of arrogance and high profile. Zeus. Prometheus. Just when Chaos crossed the abyss of the basin, Prometheus and Zeus flew out with evil faces. One turned into a flaming big sun, and the other turned into a black cloud, lightning and thunder, and launched an attack on their own. They need to buy Mom some time. Facing the two homies, Chaos stretched out his hand and held a new mace from a distance in his hand, and then the black gold liquid flowing on the surface of his body began to compress. Go to hell. The two homies roared and slammed towards Chaos as if they were dead. But Shinla Otiansing. The pure domineering attack was like a tsunami shot. Prometheus and Zeus screamed for the first time, and their bodies shrank and flew out, just stopping Chaos for a few seconds. We won't let you pass. Prometheus and Zeus shot from a distance again, only looking more mentally decadent. There is no future for you to follow Charlotte Lingerling. Come and eat spicy food with Bendy. Looking at these two Prometheus and Zeus, who seemed to be children with icks, Chaos rolled his eyes and was ready to dig his feet. We won't be fooled. Fire in the sky. Unfortunately, the two Mars were not fooled and attacked again. The black gold flowing liquid is compressing, and finally forms an air pressure cover again, expanding and pushing out. Whether it is Prometheus or Zeus, the body size has been reduced by half again, and it has lost its luster to become the size of a basketball. I am afraid that it is no longer able to fight. Just as Chaos was about to grab the Tamaz, a sonic boom burst his eardrums. Big Mom turned into an afterimage and walked on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chaos and swung a knife. Chaos dodged sideways, but at this time, Big Mom clenched his right fist and swept away thousands of troops with one blow. Chaos blocked the flying shot with one hand, and the ravines exploded and hills rose up wherever he went. A large amount of dust was raised, and Chaos flew out of it and traversed to a hill overlooking Big Mom. Boom! As the ground exploded, Big Mom's eyes bulged with bloodshot eyes, and he launched an attack on Chaos. In the distance, Prometheus and Zeus lay on the ground, completely useless. Facing the attack of Big Mom, Chaos also chose to take the initiative. The teleportation appeared over Big Mom and stepped on the back of Big Mom. With a slight click and a roar in Big Mom's mouth, the 7 orifices bleed horribly. Losing 2 big moose, Big Mom is tantamount to a broken right arm. Although Big Mom itself is also very strong, it is far from the tyranny of the 3 Moz. The surrounding surface is constantly rising, and Big Mom is very embarrassed when it is deep in the soil. Chaos flashed his right foot and kicked Big Mom's side waist without reservation. With the continuous explosion, Big Mom crashed into the pothole and shot out. A large afterimage followed behind Chaos, but Big Mom forcibly controlled his body, and his right hand seemed to be holding something and slapped it on the ground. The naked eye could see that the whole earth was alive. So raw. The entire war zone changed, and the ground rose in all directions, and began to sweep out towards Chaos in all directions. Chaos rose into the sky, but a big rocky hand covering the cloud just happened to pat him. Moving sideways against the giant hand, Chaos looked indifferently at the stone giant like a mountain in front of him, and snorted coldly. Obviously, Big Mom used the power of the soul fruit to give life to this land. Big Mom is a fatal threat to ordinary people, but it is only a waste of physical strength for the entire level of Chaos. The figures disappeared one after another. The stone giant's attack was useless, and he didn't even touch the fur of Chaos. Shhhhh. Stone thorns stood up, and the figure of Chaos shuttled through the center of the thorns like a ghost. At the same time, the 100-meter-high stone giant behind him raised his big feet that covered the light, and stepped on it with a heavy impact of depression. For a while, the land fell and the earth cracked, and the catastrophe appeared. And in the billowing dust, Chaos grabbed Big Mom's big foot and beat it back and forth on the ground. With each impact, the barren hills around him continued to rise and collapse. Big Mom is covered in bruises, and the image is very miserable. At first, it was Chaos who suffered the unilateral beating, but now it is completely reversed. Suddenly flung out by Chaos, Big Mom swept across a large valley of ruins like a meteor, and finally lay in the rubble after leaving a gap. Blood stained the entire ground. X. Chapter 272 _ This Emperor is the Chosen One. 20,210,215. Chapter 272 _ This Emperor is the Chosen One. Looks like you can't do it. Charlotte Ringeling. Chaos landed on the ground and walked gracefully towards Big Mom. The 3,000 golden threads fluttered to show his wise and divine temperament. The squirming turned into a black old Xwanian sword engraved with mountains, rivers, vegetation, sun, moon, and stars. The oppressive BGM, the dense black and red lightning, and the visual scene are very cinematic. I won't let you hurt Mommy. Napoleon flew out of the basin on his own, watching Chaos approaching as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Chaos laughed without saying a word, the gold earrings fluttered and made a metal collision sound, directly ignoring Napoleon and walking towards Big Mom. Wagyu-oh! Napoleon shouted angrily, and released his sword energy on his own. It's just a lot weaker than the prestige that Big Mom held him. However, in the sea, this kind of sword can only be wielded by top swordsmen, and it is only one step away from the level of big swordsman. Shhhhhhhh. Swords, spears, swords and halberds flew in, and after forcibly offsetting the slash, Even if it was broken into slag, it refused and recovered, and then subverted it towards Napoleon. From a distance it looks like a battle of weapons. All kinds of swords, lights, swords, shadows and sparks collided, and Napoleon fought thousands of weapons alone, but he did not fall into the disadvantage at all. According to the fairy tales, Napoleon has an artifact and self-awareness. Can be called the king of weapons. Mom. Napoleon was in a hurry, and a handful of golden weapons fell in all directions, besieging him in circles and circles, unable to break through the siege. Prometheus and Zeus were also useless, and the Golden Emperor walked to his mother's side. "I want cake. I want fresh cake." At this moment, Big Mom got up covered in blood. His eyes were red with bloodshot eyes, his breath had dropped to freezing point, and there was not much power left. Even so, she did not completely lose her resistance. Looking at Chaos who was approaching, he punched him in the face. Chaos calmly avoided the side. The black old Xwanian sword in his hand stabbed, and the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated by a sharp weapon in an instant, Big Mom's body was shocked, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, blood dripping from the tip of the sword behind him. The copper skin and iron bones did not play much role. Golden Emperor. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth and nose, and Big Mom suddenly woke up. He first lowered his head to look at the sword target in his abdomen, and then looked at Chaos, the holy stalwart, smiling. The endless killing intent formed a gust of wind. But there was nothing she could do. She didn't seem to feel the crisis of death for a long time. Half a year, just half a year. How could this man become so strong? Thinking back to the first battle half a year ago, the opponent couldn't even break his own defense, but it was only half a year. "I can't lose." Big Mom vomited blood and roared, pulled out the blood-stained black old long sword, clenched his right fist and swung it down at Chaos again. Chaos showed a contemptuous smile, and also squeezed his fist to collide with it. Suddenly, a large amount of black and red lightning splashed, and a shock wave swept the surrounding surface. Big Mom couldn't help but retreat, and Chaos's feet were deep in the ground and stood still. It is right to doubt life. Because the enemy you face is not the mediocre, but the genius, the child of destiny, the chosen person. This existence, the whole world will revolve around him. And this emperor is the one chosen by heaven. The figure of Chaos was off the ground, standing 10 meters high in the air, with his hands open as if embracing the whole world. The invincible second-class spirit in the world, mighty and swept out in all directions. Tilde. Boss is sick again. So embarrassing. On the hilltop in the distance, Betty sucked in a breath of cold air and got goosebumps all over her body. The bear couldn't stop the corners of his mouth twitching. As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. As long as you don't feel like a middle schooler, the middle schooler is someone else. Therefore, as a player in the game, Chaos feels good about himself. Call out. Just when Chaos entered a state of secondary illness, a sonic boom came from the distant sky, a trident pierced the atmosphere for a moment of brilliance. Chaos tilted his head slightly, and a strand of blonde hair fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion occurred behind it. The trident was inserted on a mountain top, and a large number of cracks were filled with the tip of the halberd. Perhaps the entire mountain top would collapse if it touched it lightly. A fast-moving figure, stick to the ground, category suddenly appeared in front of Big Mom, staring at Chaos with cold eyes, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters instantly turned into glutinous rice and entered a state of awakening. Mom. From far to near voices, several explosions arrived one after another. It was Perospero, Owen, Daifuku, Cracker and others, all of them staring at Chaos. The appearance of these people did not surprise Chaos. After they entered this sea area, always the sights and sounds have been discovered. Chaos just glanced at Category and the others, then turned his head and frowned and looked northward. After the camera kept zooming in on the island and the sea, several warships were undulating on the rough sea. It's the Navy. On the warship headed by the warship, the Warring States period is wearing the cloak of justice of the general, and is also looking at the islands. It appears to have been found. Feeling the fluctuation of being watched, Sengoku knew that he couldn't hide it. Full speed ahead. Warring States was not indecisive. He felt 4 familiar auras from the island that was only the size of a palm. All of them were very weak. If there is time, he doesn't mind putting all 4 of these guys in the push city. Boom. On the other side of the island, Gotti smashed on a big mountain. After stirring up a lot of gravel and dust, his face was pale and his breath was weak, and he seemed to notice something, and his face changed constantly as he watched the direction of Warring States. Kaido, I remember this today. Gotti prepares to retreat. Now that there is little energy left, it may be troublesome to continue to stay. This operation failed completely because of Big Mom and Kaido, so they had to retreat and wait for the opportunity. Haha. Do you want to leave now? The violent storm and waves swept away in the distance, and Kaido also walked out in embarrassment, laughing wildly as he watched Gotti gradually lift off. I will find time to visit the ghost island. Gotti's blood-red vertical pupils were all stern, leaving a sentence with gunpowder smoke on his feet, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kaido didn't go after him, and glanced at Sengoku's direction. Then the whole beast turned into a dragon, fled into the clouds of lightning and thunder, and disappeared. The current Kaido, after all, is not the strongest creature in the sea, land and air in the future. There are still a few people who can defeat him and kill him. In order to survive in this great era and ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors, in addition to being strong, you must also have some brains. Category, do you think I should annihilate you here? The departure of Gotti and Kaido made Chaos withdraw his gaze from the direction of the Warring States period, and looked down at the murderous Category and the others with a half-smile. Bear and Betty fell from the sky and stood beside Chaos on the moon step. You can't try. Category did not panic. He also discovered the Navy. If the Golden Emperor dares to continue, then he will accompany him. The big deal was captured by the Navy, and then imprisoned in the Advance City. Big Mom pirates have no way out now. Gudong. The other Charlotte members clenched their weapons and watched Chaos wait solemnly. The suppressed atmosphere made them breathless. Clang clang. Jingle bell. A large number of golden fragments lifted into the air, collided in mid-air with sparks, and finally turned into a solemn and sacred Buddha. X. Chapter 273 Nothing fresh. 20,210,215. Chapter 273 Nothing fresh. Chaos's sudden action made Category and the others face a formidable enemy. Does this man really want to die? As 1 second passed, Owen and the others had dripped cold sweat on their foreheads, and their breathing was subconsciously suppressed. Category, you have what Ben Emperor wants in you, go and work hard. I hope that next time we meet, you will be amazed by this Emperor. The spiral high temperature steam on his body dissipated, and the 3,000 gold threads shortened and returned to vertical hair. Chaos looked down at Category with anticipation in those black eyes. After saying the inexplicable words, Chaos flew and stood in the Buddha palm of Sakyamuni and began to fly away. Humph. Again. Before leaving, Betty glared at Category fiercely. She didn't know why Chaos wanted to let these guys go. This war is back to back. Man's mentality. Take your mother and withdraw. Looking at the disappearing black spot, Category breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately gave an order. The Navy is about to land on the island. They must leave quickly. A few minutes later, Sengoku led the elite sailors to the island, looking at the battlefield that completely changed the landscape, and the Big Mom pirate ship that disappeared on the sea. His face was a little ugly. Come a step late. Whether it's the exploding monarch or Kaido, Big Mom and the Golden Emperor have all left. He fluttered lonely. These guys are definitely not fools. Go to Poppy Island. The Warring States period bonded for a moment, and planned to go straight to Huanglong to visit Poppy Island. Perhaps now that the Golden Emperor was seriously injured, it was a good time to start. Thousands of meters in the sky, Shakyamuni turned into the sky. Betty stood in the hands of Buddha's palm dissatisfied, looking at Chaos' profile. Boss, why did you let the Big Mom pirates go? Chaos took out a cigar, squinted his eyes and made an inscrutable look. If the future 4 emperors die, then the world will not be fun. Category has a strong potential. I need to know from him how the ability to see the future is, how to cultivate and awaken. Chaos was too lazy to hide these thoughts. Predict the future? Boss, don't you know? Betty was a little confused. She had heard Chaos speak about the future of the 4 emperors. Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and red-haired Shanks will all be the super overlords of the new world after Roger opened the era of the great pirates, known as the title of the 4 emperors. The future is predictable, and everyone in the group knows it. This predicting the future is an extension skill of seeing and hearing, just like the skill of arming the color flow cherry, which can be used in actual combat. And your handsome boss, mastering the predicting the future is judging the general trend, which belongs to 2 kinds of predicting the future. One can be used in battle, and one can be used in general layout. With your head, you may not be able to understand it. You only need to know that your boss, I am a genius. The legendary chosen person. Chaos breathed out a smoke ring of love, looking at the clouds in the distance, showing the loneliness of the heights. Gut. What Betty disliked most was the side of Chaos, who didn't know who she was, just pretended to be in front of outsiders, and she also showed her superiority in front of them from time to time. Bah. Nothing new at all. Betty snorted, too lazy to pay attention to Chaos. Crack. A blue lightning flashed in an instant. It was Inalu. But the image is a little awkward. When did you 2 come back, just to give me some damage? Anilu looked pale at the bear and Betty. The bear took off his gloves and pressed it on the swelled Zelong bow of Anilu in one fell swoop. A blood-colored transparent bear's paw poked out from behind. Zhang, what's your situation? Betty turned around Daney Road, her face full of schadenfreude. Inilu's current appearance is obviously at a loss. Now, if he doesn't fall into the pit and ridicule, when will he wait? Go away. Anilu had a dark face, not wanting to talk to this exhibitionist woman. Did you take out your opponent? Chaos looked at Anilu. Although Anilu was still very small now, his combat power was vastly different from that of half a year ago. He didn't know who the exploding monarch had, so he didn't know who Anilu's opponent was. No, the explosion monarch suddenly appeared and rescued him. Anilu was a little puffed up, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. As long as he is given 3 or 4 days, he will definitely be able to kill the other party. Who would have thought that the explosion monarch would suddenly appear? Thinking of this, Anilu looked at Chaos with contempt. The situation on my side is a bit complicated, you don't understand. Chaos saw Anilu's contempt at a glance, and he must have blamed him for not holding back the exploding monarch. He was too lazy to get acquainted with children in general. Instead, he controlled Sakyamuni to quickly fly to Poppy Island, because the sights and sounds spread to the maximum extent, and found that the Navy warship was quickly heading towards Poppy Island. At the same time, they also noticed the traces of Crocodile and others. Basically, the battle has ended and is wounded. Returning to Poppy Island as fast as possible, Stuffy has already cleaned the battlefield. The mountains of corpses disappeared, leaving only the ruined landscape left over from the battle. Boss, what about the others? Stuffy frowned at the eyebrows of Chaos, Betty, Z and Danilu. Those guys won't hang up. They're on their way back. You go and get me something to eat first, the second wave of fighting is coming. Chaos walked towards the manor. He needed to supplement his consumption from a large amount of food. Get enough strength again in the shortest time possible. While the bear can do a second pop to get tired and hurt, doing it twice in a short period of time is also potentially harmful to the mind and body. It's like a void that doesn't make up for it. Both the mind and the body need sleep to replenish. Because of the return of life, Chaos can get the nutrients he needs from food, which will do more with less. Good. Stuffy took out the phone bug and ordered it directly. The manor's own chef began to prepare. Is the battle not over yet? After Stuffy finished his instructions, he looked at the three of Stuffy. The Navy is here. Leading the team is the Warring States of Buddha. I'll go take a bath first. Betty yawned and disappeared into the manor on a catwalk. The bear and Danilu also left. Take breaks as much as possible. In an instant, half an hour passed. General Warring States, Poppy Island has arrived. On the undulating sea, the warship undulates. Warring States stood on the bow, looking at the dilapidated port of Poppy Island. The air was still filled with the smell of blood. Go to the island. Yes. The warship was docked, and all kinds of artillery fire were aimed at the surroundings. Nearly 100 elite sailors jumped off the warship and were vigilant. There was no sniping as imagined, and there was not even a single person to be seen on the port. At this time, in the mountainside manor, in the open-air bath, Chaos got up, water droplets dripped from his strong body, and walked out of the bath naked. He flipped Hilda. Boss, do you want to give you a shot? Not only was Chaos in the bath, but also Ivankov, Crocodile, and Aquino had all returned within half an hour. All are wounded. At the same time, the enemy has not been solved. After all, their opponents are not small characters, and it is a bit difficult to kill them. At least not in such a short period of time. After returning, they all lined up and were injured by the bear popping out, and then after eating food, they went into the bath to relax. Waiting for the arrival of the Navy. It's time for the second wave of fighting. The beach shorts and the Nimbus on the sun lounger in the bath were in place, and Chaos walked outside. Wow. A little tired. Crocodile, Aquino, and the others all stood up, and the water droplets kept slicing across the muscular figure. Stuffy, Betty, and Danilu were among them, but the first two were wearing swimsuits, while the latter was naked. A female body, but a male soul. Shame, never existed. It is so wild. Starting point, Shenku, moving the moon and blue clouds, 1,500 starting coins. Das Han is so stupid, 600 starting coins, meat must be spicy, 500 starting coins, I really want to be a bastard, 140 starting coins, bloody he, Xu Shilin, a big man in the grass, Wang big bags under the eyes, the existence of the royal sister control, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 274 Not really the final island. 20,210,216. Chapter 274 Not really the final island. The high but depressing BGM sounded under the cloudless sky and quickly covered the entire Poppy Island, bringing a touch of horror and grandeur to the originally bloody atmosphere. Warring States led the elite Marines and stopped to look at the villa halfway up the mountain. He knew he had been found before he even landed on the island. Especially when this BGM sounded, then it must be that man. Counting the entire sea, it should be said that there is only one copy in the whole world. Boom. A figure shrouded in golden light fell to the ground, smashing to the ground and facing the Warring States group. Only the outline of a figure could be seen. All sailors know that this group of light and shadow is the Golden Emperor. However, this light and shadow is not the only one. Some are also in the golden light, and some are in the steam fire. All of them are fancy and show high-profile features. Warring States, long time no see. A heavy metal sound came from the golden light at the head, like a tractor stuck in his throat, somewhat dull and solemn. There was no emotion or tone in his voice, as if he had been deprived of all emotions. This made Warring States frown. He couldn't feel any breath, not the slightest fluctuation of life. This made his heart sink, thinking about whether to do it or not. Because no matter how you feel, you can't detect the fluctuation of the other party's breath, which also means that the other party may not be injured. If you do it, you must completely seize the Golden Emperor. If it misses and lets it escape, the Navy may face big trouble with money. At that time, a major offered a reward of 100 million yuan, a major general of 1 billion yuan, a lieutenant general of 5 billion yuan, and a general of 10 billion yuan, and the Navy was still playing a fart. The reason why the Warring States period was hesitating was because the Golden Emperor had a lot of money in his hands. And these are enough to threaten the world government's domination of the sea. This can be seen as the trump card of the Golden Emperor, and it is also the only ability that the world government is afraid of. Facing Chaos inquiry, Sengoku did not answer. Just staring at Chaos, as if to see Chaos clearly through that layer of golden light. I don't know if it was intentional or not, the dazzling golden light actually dissipated a little, revealing that golden face, which is Gaia Chaos. Just a little man. A puppet controlled by the Golden Emperor. The real body did not appear. The Warring States turned his attention to the man halfway up the mountain, thoughtfully. Go. Warring States did not hesitate, turned around and prepared to leave. Obviously passed up this opportunity. With the arrogance and domineering of the Golden Emperor, it is even more difficult to catch the real body without appearing. This means that the Golden Emperor can escape at any time. Now is not the time to tear your skin off. You want to leave when you come? Seeing that Sengoku was about to leave, Crocodile, Anilu, and Akino quit. It doesn't matter whether you are a general or a lieutenant general, do it first. Let him go. The voice of Chaos sounded in his ears, which made Crocodile and the others look back at the half-mountain manor with dissatisfaction. Incomprehensible. Isn't that the second wave of battles? Why did it end before it started? Can you stop being so sloppy? Everyone is hardened, and it is very uncomfortable to hold back abruptly. If things go on like this, endocrine disorders will occur. After the warship left the port, Crocodile and others all returned to the manor. Chaos is sitting under the sun umbrella by the lake in the back garden drinking afternoon tea. Boss, that's not your character. Betty excitedly pulled out the chairs and sat down, all looking at Chaos. There's no need to tear up the face with the Navy now, I've checked my eyes, and it's not the opponent of that guy in the Warring States period. It's not worth fighting at Poppy Island. Chaos is not afraid of losing face. Don't look at his indistinguishable fights with Kaido and Big Mom, but compared to Sengoku, Ka, Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion, and Lonely Red, he is still not an opponent. This is not to grow other people's ambition to destroy one's own prestige. But the fact. What's more, in the battle on Poppy Island, whether he wins or loses, he will suffer. The main thing is that he was a little tired, mentally exhausted. It's really not the time to rip with the Navy. Stuthy agreed with Chaos' idea. You must know that the Navy is not only a warring states, there are other strong and elite navies. Boring. Annihilate. Since there is no battle, it is better to develop some abilities, such as abilities similar to Shinrati and Sing. It's gone, it's gone. Crocodile, Ivankov, and Aquino also left one after another. They are actually a little tired. After all, after the battle, although the body has been cured, the spirit and mental strength are still a little tired, and they need a good sleep. Outside the nickname, the Explosion Pirates are at war with the richest group. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos fights with Exploding Lord Gotti. Big Mom intervenes with Kaido the Beast. Golden Emperor hit Big Mom hard. Kaido clashes with Exploding Monarch. Admiral Buddha Sengoku led the fleet to appear in the waters of Poppy Island. The overall power of the Explosion Pirates has been hit hard by the richest group. The pirates led by Battle Princess Bettina, the fourth helmsman of the Explosion Pirates, were wiped out on Poppy Island by the richest man's beauty, the Queen of Joy, Stucci. Bombing Monarch Gotti and all his helmsmen were seriously injured. The next day, news reports spread to the sea, and the names of the Golden Emperor, the richest group, the Monarch of the Explosion, the helms of the Explosion Pirates, Kaido, Big Mom, Sengoku and others made huge waves. The only big loser in this war epidemic should be the Explosive Pirates. Not only did the Battle Princess Bettina, the main battle of the Four Rudders, but also most of the low and middle level forces have been damaged. It can be said that this crusade has been lost. In contrast, the richest group has achieved success. At first, many people were not optimistic about the richest group, or that the Golden Emperor would be the opponent of the Explosive Monarch. Unexpectedly, the Golden Emperor not only fought against the Exploding Monarch, but also aborted Big Mom afterwards. This battle is enough to show that the Golden Emperor has become a first-class powerhouse in the sea. But the biggest beneficiaries are Big News Morgans and Monkey D. Long. Morgans naturally sold out of its newspapers, and earned a lot of Bailey with small profits but quick turnover. As for the Dragon, he just ran here and didn't do much. Then take away 10 billion worth of gold, and before leaving, he said that if there is such a thing, please be sure to inform him. Originally, he refused to call him at first, but when he took away 10 billion gold, the refusal turned into satisfaction. A new world, a certain sea area. Under the cloudless sky, a pirate ship sailed. There is a banquet on the deck. It's the Roger Pirates. I didn't expect that the island of Mercury was not really the final island. Dong Gino, a fat man with a pipe and a flat hat, was holding a wooden wineglass and clinking with his partner. They have returned from Mercury Island and found out about the true final island. Ahaha tilde. Captain, it looks like we're going to sail on. The other crew members laughed and looked at Roger, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and they all knew the character of the captain. Ha ha ha. The real final island, wouldn't it be a pity not to see it? Roger grinned. X. Chapter 275 As soon as I return. 20,210,216. Chapter 275 As soon as I return. There's the news. The whole deck was noisy, wearing a horizontal striped dress and a turban, and looking at the newsbird falling on the rail. He got up and staggered out and took out a few thousand Baileys, and put the newsbird in the bag on the chest of the newsbird. Newspapers are bought. It looks like a lot has happened these days. Sitting cross-legged on the ground again, Bloomerin distributed a few cards to the crowd. The Explosion Pirates went to crusade the richest man group. The Exploding Monarch is no ordinary person. Golden Emperor, the arrogant and high-profile guy last time? The Exploding Sovereign was not defeated. Kaido and Big Mom also appeared. A group of people drank wine, watched the news and talked a lot. Everyone who reports on the news knows everyone. After all, they are all strong. The Golden Emperor is even more memorable. That time against the Flying Sky Pirates, The appearance of the Golden Emperor was extremely high profile. Interesting. Roger put down the jug and also looked at a newspaper. It was the first time he saw the Golden Emperor in Edwai, and his appearance did give him a lot of impression. But what he cared most about was the two words the Golden Emperor said before he left. Gordy. Roger, I see the future, you should die today, we will meet again. Ski, you might get away with it by leaving, good luck. Both sentences are fulfilled. He really didn't die. There is no doubt that he will meet again. What he really cares about is, I see the future. Especially the strange feeling of being out of place on the other side, very strange and very inconsistent. Thousands of meters in the sky, scattered islands are suspended. In the building completely in the most central island, the Golden Lion was holding a cigar in his mouth, watching the news in his hand, blowing smoke rings. There were not many people scattered in the hall. Although the Edwai incident did not make the Golden Lion go downhill as in the original book, it still lost a lot of power. But these are not problems. As long as there is no rudder on the forehead, it will not affect the combat effectiveness. So with the reputation and ability of the Golden Lion, it is only a matter of time before the Flying Sky Pirates can be restored to the past. This is also thanks to Kose's original reminder. I didn't expect that Guy Gottlieb didn't win the Golden Emperor. The sound of gnashing teeth came from behind the planning table. It was Jelly Queen Nan. She did not die in the Edwai incident, but was rescued by the Golden Lion and survived tenaciously. Looking at the content of the newspaper now, I am very dissatisfied. The waist of the exploding monarch can't even catch a small Golden Emperor. Oh Totland. Big Mom, still wrapped in bandages, was furious as he watched the newspaper in his hand. Some people are happy and some are worried, but the people who hate and want to catch the Golden Emperor have never decreased. Compared with the uproar in the outside world, the Poppy Island manor was full of complacency and cursing. Chaos sat on the sofa with Valang's legs crossed. Crocodile and others were all there, all looking at the newspaper in his hand. Why is there so little news about me? Anilu was very dissatisfied, and the news about him was only half the size of a palm, so he used words to describe his battle with the Great Axe, Gantz, the sixth helmsman of the explosive pirates. Not even a picture. It's not just Anilu who is cursing, there are also Crocodile and a few others. Because of their news space, the place they occupy is also very small. This is overkill. Look, this is the gap. As soon as I return, all the headlines and hot searches will be me. Chaos was smoking a cigar, exhaling smoke rings with ease, squinting at the crowd. During the half-year he was cultivating, these guys made trouble everywhere, and they appeared in the news very frequently, but now it is different. He is back. For things like this kind of competition for the front page, even if it is his own people, he will not give in. Is this newspaper the power of big news Morgans? Crocodile had a gloomy face, looking at Stussy with a grim look in his eyes. What do you want to do? Stussy was holding the coffee very elegantly, pursing her sexy red lips and rolling her eyes. Kill him. Thunder flashed in Anilu's eyes, and he perfectly said what Crocodile wanted to say. Stussy was speechless and turned to look at the others. Except for Zing's silence, everyone else had this thought on their faces. It is indeed a raccoon dog. None of them are normal. Just for this trivial matter, it is necessary to kill the other party. Is there any morality? Boss, what do you think? Stussy looked at Chaos. Maybe they can continue to work on the underground world. Morgans, who masters the news, is also a very good choice. Just a big boss in the underground world, you can figure it out for yourself. I need to spend a little time to consume this battle. Remember to practice the Liu Ying skills handed over to you. Chaos doesn't care, they do whatever they want. He needs to solidify this fight. But before that, Get a good, real sleep. Got it? After Chaos left, Crocodile looked at Stuffy, waiting for information about the big news Morgans. At this time, at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans was sitting on the boss chair, looking at the performance report in his hand. The albatross face was full of smiles. This time, he was worthy of his personal trip, and filmed and recorded the battles of the Golden Emperor, the Exploding Monarch, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts and others. At present, there are hundreds of millions of transactions per minute, which can be said to be a daily gold. Suddenly, Morgans shuddered. Why do you feel shivering? Morgans frowned, feeling a little flustered for some reason. President, a guest wants to see you. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the office, which interrupted Morgans' inner panic. Bring it in. Morgans put away his energy and sat in the boss chair very leisurely drinking hot coffee. The office door was opened, and a figure shrouded in a cloak walked in. Your Excellency, is this dress a little rude when you come to me? I am so sorry. A slightly hoarse voice sounded, and the person reached out and lifted the cloak, revealing a big, fierce face without eyebrows. When he saw this face, Morgans' expression changed. The next day, the dawn breaks, and the sky is surrounded by white clouds. A glowing red mass began to climb the horizon. The highest mountain on Poppy Island. Chaos sat here cross-legged, wearing a pair of beach pants with a topless upper body. He's wrapping up this fight with the Blast Monarch, Big Mom. At present, Jin Jiang Yuo's awakening is still not scratching his head, and it is impossible for the three-color domineering N6 style to make progress in a short period of time. This battle Chaos found that the return of life was somewhat lacking. The reason why he cared so much about the return of awakening life at the beginning was for the man's stamina, recovery, defense, combat power, and so on. I have also tried to manipulate cells to achieve super regeneration, rebirth from severed limbs, and so on. It's just that these ideas are simple, but the actual operation is very difficult. There hasn't been much progress so far, so Chaos intends to dig deeper. High-temperature steam floated from his body, and the temperature of the surface of Chaos' body continued to rise. Entering the whole state, Chaos can control any part of the body, such as hair can be lethal, and can also change body shape and appearance. It's just that this manipulation is different from cells. Reach out and scratch a wound on the palm of the hand. The wound is healing when visible to the naked eye. If all attention is paid to the palm, the wound healing speed will be significantly accelerated. But this is still 1,000 miles away from the idea of super regeneration. I knew I should have done more research on biology when I read books. Looking at the healing wound, Chaos murmured. X. Chapter 276 _ I'll make a call, you don't mind. 20,210,217. Chapter 276 _ I'll make a call, you don't mind. In an instant, 3 days passed. On this day, from Poppy Island, a thunder dragon flew into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sea of clouds. Stussy has a plan in place. We'll swallow the power of the second underworld boss, and in the general vote, Big News Morgans is at the forefront. The Big News Morgans is different from the charming woman Medusa. Stuffy didn't find out any major forces behind Morgans, so this time, Crocodile, Anilu, and Akino are the three of them. The three are confident that they can easily suppress the power of Big News. The weather was cloudless in the afternoon, a rare good weather. In the base camp of the President of the World Economic Society, Morgans looked at the phone bug on the table with a serious face, and he was a little uneasy. This phone bug was left by the man 3 days ago. If you have trouble, you can find him. Others don't know, how could he not know? Now there is a new organization on the sea, which is growing at an unprecedented speed. Many forces have already noticed it, and no one dares to underestimate it. But I didn't expect that man to be the leader of this organization. Judging from the development culture of this organization, the world government must be the biggest enemy. He didn't believe the world government didn't find out. It is not an exaggeration to describe this organization as bold. Now that the other party is looking for him, it is nothing more than a fancy for his world economic and social power. But the other party did not use violence or threats as soon as he came up, nor did he say that he would eat. Just to cooperate. Equal cooperation and transactions. This not only did not make Morgans feel at ease, but instead made it even more heavy. The most important thing is that he has been a little out of mind these days, always feeling that something is going to happen. Clap. A thunderbolt from the blue suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. The loud voice was deafening, and Morgans, who was contemplating, was startled. Then came the great danger. Boom. The dazzling thunder column fell, and the entire economic society building was quickly destroyed. After the dazzling light dissipated, only a large hole was left filled with white smoke, and the surrounding soil and gravel splashed in ruins. Most of the staff who originally worked in the building have been turned into corpses. Enemy attack. What's the matter? Who dares to come here to make trouble? Figures climbed up one after another in the ruins, all their hair burst into black smoke, and some were paralyzed and unable to move, and there was only one breath left. Morgans was covered in hair, and his face was ugly when he stood up from the ruins. Not far away, Yeager and Chenille, who were the right-hand man, also got up, and the images of the three were very strange. A human albatross, a human vulture, and a human parrot. President, can control the power of thunder, shouldn't it be? With a vulture's head on his head, Yeager looked at the sky covered with dark clouds for some time, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. The richest group is responsible for the punishment, thought Anilu. Chenille's parrot head is smoking black smoke. As soon as the words fell, 3 suns suddenly fell from the sky with thunder and lightning. A crimson, a golden light, and a azure blue came out of the dust after splashing a lot of crust. Damn, how could the richest group attack us? As the 3 figures appeared, whether it was Morgans, Yeager, Chenille, or other Morgans with small hands, all their faces changed. How could they who were engaged in news could not recognize these 3 figures? The one on the far left has high-temperature steam rising from head to toe, and sparks are scattered from time to time. Although he can't see his face and body shape, it can be seen at a glance that it is the hottest Sun King of the richest group, Dunakino. The figure in the middle is in the golden light, and the outline of the body can be vaguely seen. It's just a cigar in his mouth, an unknown coat, and a ''D' symbol swirling behind his back. This is not the brainwashing Tsar crocodile of the richest group. Not to mention the right. The whole body is surrounded by the blue thunder, and the petite figure can tell at a glance that he is the youngest of the richest group, the natural type, the thunder fruit ability, and the god of punishment, the god of thunder, Inalu. The 3 of them are obviously bad comers. So far, none of the people or forces that have been targeted by the richest group has lost a layer of skin. Morgans wanted to die, but he didn't know where he had offended the richest group. I don't know what Tsar, Sun King, Thor mean. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Morgans suppressed the doubts and anger in his heart and chose to settle down. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the richest group. These are a group of mentally abnormal guys. In the first half of the year, these guys acted mischievously and caused trouble everywhere. They were not afraid of everything, but they helped him increase a lot of performance and made him a lot of money. But it was because he knew that he knew who this group of people was. Confirmed eyes cannot afford to offend. I want to kill you. In the dazzling golden light, Crocodile held a cigar and looked at Morgans contemptuously while blowing out a smoke ring. Morgans, didn't offend the richest group. Morgans was tense all over. He knew why he was feeling restless these days. This god will give you a chance to surrender to the richest group and spare you from dying. Anilu also spoke, but his voice was not deterrent. Because it's too sweet. If it wasn't for Stucci asking them to subdue Morgans and their forces as much as possible before they came, they would have already done it. How come BB is here? I have no grievances or enmity with the richest man group. Is it too much for you to do this? Morgans had a sullen face, surrounded by a large number of subordinates and thugs. All hired by him with money. But that didn't give him much security. Looking up at the sky with thunder and lightning, will there be other richest groups on it? Even the Golden Emperor? The weak have no power to choose. You have 3 seconds left. Aquino opened his mouth dully, the ground under his feet began to melt into magma, and waves of heat rippled. Morgans couldn't stop scolding Mother now. He felt like he was being tricked. But now you have to make a choice. I'll make a call, you don't mind. Morgans just made a decision in an instant. Instead of surrendering to the richest group to be his subordinate, he might as well cooperate with that man on an equal footing. Wouldn't he be fragrant to be the boss himself? The guys in the richest group are really arrogant. Seeing that the Tsar, Sun King, and Thor did not speak, and let him call, then Morgans would be welcome. It is estimated that these 3 guys are eager for him to move rescuers. Bloodilda. Pulling out the phone bug in his dress, Morgans dialed the phone bug. Have you made up your mind? The phone only rang for 5 seconds, and then a very strong voice came from the opposite side. I promised to cooperate with you, but I'm in trouble on my side. If you can't solve it, then I can only follow the other side. Morgans was very unwilling, but he could see the situation clearly. What's the trouble? The richest group. Now the Tsar, the Sun King, and the Thor are in front of me, not very friendly. The phone bug was silent. About 3 seconds later, there was a sound. Give the phone bug to the Tsar. Morgans did as he was told, and threw the phone bug to Crocodile. Crocodile answered the phone, and at first felt that the voice was a bit familiar, and it should have been heard somewhere. X. Chapter 277 _ How could he be here? 20,210,217. Chapter 277 _ How could he be here? Crocodile, I am Monkey D. Dragon. In a certain kingdom of the great airline, a dragon in a residential building looked at the phone bug and felt a little headache. He did not expect that the richest group suddenly shot against Morgans. He only went to the World Economic Agency 3 days ago to discuss cooperation with Morgans. After all, although the Revolutionary Army is developing, its intelligence capabilities are still a bit weak. It's not that he didn't think about annexing the forces of Morgans. It's just that the Revolutionary Army can't be exposed to the bright side. Recently, the world government has noticed the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Long doesn't want to be exposed yet, and plans to develop vulgarly for a while. If the World Economic Society is annexed, it will definitely be detected, or it will be followed. So in order not to make any extras, he chose to cooperate with Morgans. Get what you need. Dragon. Crocodile, who was in the golden light, frowned. He knew that Chaos and the dragon cooperated, but he didn't know much about it. So is it considered that the flood washed the Dragon King temple now? In the investigation, there is no power behind the big news Morgans. When did that guy Ryu become the person behind? Or pretend not to know and crush the phone bug in one fell swoop? The thought flashed across Crocodile's mind. But now it's too late, and the dragon has already reported himself. Morgans has something to do with me? I don't know how he offended you. I'm here to make amends. Long was not too tough, trying to figure out why the richest group shot Morgans. Isn't it pleasing to the eye? Crocodile snorted coldly, and took out a phone bug from his arms while blowing out a smoke ring. This kind of trouble should be bothered by that mother-in-law Stuffy. The dragon was silent. He didn't answer this. But when the phone worm rang out, he chose to wait a little longer. You solved it so quickly? Stuffy's lazy voice came, and Betty's complaining voice could be vaguely heard. Morgans has an affair with the dragon and is on the phone now, let's talk about it. Crocodile is simple and straightforward. Stuffy, who was handling government affairs in the Poppy Island office, wrinkled her pretty face. Miss Stussy. Long greeted politely. Mr. Long. A man and a woman just started talking through the phone. Morgans has something to do with me, let's see if I can let it go in my face. The dragon didn't beat around the bush, but Stuffy didn't answer immediately, but was thinking. The air is suddenly quiet. Morgans stared at Crocodile, never thinking that one day his safety was at the thought of a woman. Joy Queen Stuchy. He used to be a big boss in the underground world like him, but since he followed the Golden Emperor, his status has risen, and he has handled all the affairs of the richest group, which is much higher than his previous status. Life is so unpredictable. Although we have cooperation, some things have to be figured out. About 10 seconds later, Stuffy spoke. Although Long is a partner of the richest man group, if the intelligence source of the World Economic Agency under Morgans is combined with the intelligence of the Red Light District and the pharmaceutical product chain, it will definitely be pervasive in the sea. At least some important information can be known in the first place. And mastering the ability to report news is equivalent to mastering public opinion attacks, which is a big killer. This time, Crocodile and others came not to kill Morgans, but to capture them alive. The reason why Morgans is in charge of the press is because of the newsbirds who deliver the news. These newsbirds may have been manipulated and cultivated by Morgans, which means that only Morgans has the ability to make news reports spread to the sea in a short period of time. Otherwise, if Morgans dies, the industry of journalism will be set back decades. I will go to Poppy Island to talk to you in person some other day. Long rubbed his forehead, he didn't really want to deal with Stuffy. This woman is too shrewd and will not suffer. Not as generous as the Golden Emperor. However, it is this woman and the Dancing Queen who manages all affairs of the richest man group now. The Dancing Queen is even more difficult to speak. At least Stuchy will give you a chance to talk, if the Queen of the Dance. If you disagree with one word, you will be irritable, and you will not consider anything else at all. I'm waiting for you. You guys should come back temporarily. If you don't talk about it, it's not too late to kill the big news. Stussy hung up the phone. It was just the last sentence that made Morgan's face green. This woman is so cruel. Spoiler. Crocodile threw the phone bug to Morgan's like throwing garbage, and kept his own phone bug in his pocket, feeling a little unhappy with the smoke ring. All the way, another trip for nothing. Clap. Thunder Dragon soared into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sky. At this time, Morgans and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A false alarm. Says Skylum. The Chambord Islands have arrived. At the port of the Chambord Islands, a luxury ship and 2 naval warships docked at this time, and a team of people came down from it. The leader is the world aristocrat Tian Long. Scrum Street, full name Andre Skyrim Street. One of Mary Yo's last names. This time I came to participate in the auction of the Chambord Islands, and I heard that there are very good slaves. Go to the island. Yo ha ha. Stepping on the land of the Chambord archipelago, Saint Skyrim, who wears an air hood and has an explosive head, is full of innate contempt in his eyes. The sense of superiority emanates from the bones. This is the dragon's flag. And the navy. The Tianlong people should have come to participate in the latest auction. There are actually 2 warships escorting, and a lieutenant general of the headquarters. Don't look at it, be careful to provoke the dragon people. As the Tianlong people walked on the street, many pirates and thugs around them changed color. Stay as far away as possible. If the Tianlong people don't like you, they will turn you into a slave at any time. This is the privilege of the Tianlong people. Yo ha ha, all lowly commoners kneel down for me. Walking down the street, Skyrim took the lead, followed by more than 30 guards in black suits and a large number of marines. Many civilians on the street knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. Even some pirates do. Damn, why should I kneel? A novice pirate was held down by a companion next to him, his face flushed red and full of anger. Idiot, don't be targeted by the Tianlong people, the other party can call the admiral at any time. Although many pirates were angry, they did not dare to make trouble at this time. Secretly, I don't know how many pirates and hunters are watching, and no one dares to make trouble at this time. If the admiral is accidentally recruited, no one will be able to escape when the time comes. All I can pray for now is that the Tianlong people leave quickly. But then something unexpected happened. A figure came towards him, and he didn't pay attention to the Tianlong people at all. The lieutenant general of the headquarters who was originally escorting looked at this oncoming person with wide-eyed eyes full of horror and fear. A lowly slave, who dares to block the way when he sees that the creator does not bow down and bow down. Scrum-Sound was stunned at first, and then also shocked. He did not expect that someone would be so arrogant and swaying on the street. Still in front of him. Simply despise him. Lord Scrum, please calm down. The lieutenant general of the headquarters was tense all over, staring at the oncoming figure. His whole heart was suspended. How could he be here? Starting point, Shenku, 202102132139561110. 2020061107461555, 201809061501268000, book friend, don't pit me, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 278 _ This man is so rude. 20,210,218. Chapter 278 _ This man is so rude. Dragon people. A pair of emerald red eyes looked at Saint Scrum, full of drama. What are you waiting for? Take down this lowly commoner who defies the creator. Saint Scrum was very upset. The man in front of him swaggered and blocked his way, and he was so contemptuous of him. Be sure to become a slave and gouge out those eyeballs. Dragon people are so crazy. There is nothing in this world that they dare not do. Just because they are gods and creators. Still as stupid as ever. He was tall and thin, standing tall and straight, with white hair into braids hanging over his shoulders, wearing a plumage shirt and blood-red trousers, and wearing black leather shoes with gold edging on his feet. He wears a large blood-red cape with a plaid shirt inside, a blue rose around his neck, and a slender bath-handled umbrella in his hand. The most peculiar thing is that the eyebrows are crimson red, and the aura released as a whole is very sinister and bloody. How do you feel where this person has been seen? There are pirate thugs thinking in the dark. Intuition tells them that this is definitely not an ordinary person. Hey! Shouldn't it be? Someone swallowed and widened their eyes. I also feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember. That's the great pirate, known as the Red Earl, the Lonely Red, and the Lonely Rider. What? How can such a big man appear here? Shouldn't it be in the second half of the Great Route? There's a good show to watch now. Tianlong people are used to doing things like crazy, but in the eyes of such characters, they are garbage. Lord Scrum, let's get out of the way first. The headmaster will put his hand on the saber around his waist, and it can be said that he is facing a formidable enemy. What? You let this sound make way for a lowly commoner? Saint Skyrim became even more angry, pulled out the exquisite and gorgeous pistol around his waist, and aimed a shot at Lonely Red. With this gunshot, the Lieutenant General's face turned green. I drop God. It was a Lonely Red, and his hands were stained with the blood of Tianlong people. Finished. The bullet blazed across a graceful trajectory, brushed past Lonely Red's evil cheeks, and finally hit a building, leaving the bullet empty. Lonely Red, this is all a misunderstanding. The people who escorted Saint Scrim were all hairy. Because Lone Gajong raised the bat black umbrella, at this moment, everyone's hair exploded, as if there was a sickle on their necks. Lone Gajong's face was indifferent, and the black umbrella just waved gently in the air. The dazzling rays of light flooded in an instant, and after everything dissipated, the pirate thugs peeping around looked at Lonely Red, who was walking away slowly, all stunned. Snapped. Until the broken weapon fell to the ground, the upper body fell to the ground with a bang, and the pungent blood filled the air at once. It's like a chain reaction. A gust of wind swept around, and all the team that escorted Saint Skyrim was cut off and fell to the ground, including Saint Skyrim, and even screamed at the end. Every day. Dragon people were killed. How is it possible, Tilda? Just a flick of the hand killed everyone. The audience could hear needles falling, and a lot of eyes looked at the half-section of the corpse whose intestines were scattered all over the place, and then screamed one after another. Get out of the Chambord Islands. Damn, the Tianlong people died here, the Navy will definitely send a general. Come on. For a time, the entire Chambord archipelago was in chaos. A large number of pirates began to flee. No one thought that the Lonely Red Club would be so straightforward, but it was a Tianlong person. Just blocking the way, I waved my hand and killed it. And it was cut in half, the intestines and internal organs were lying on the ground, and they had not died the first time, they were screaming and struggling until the sound became weaker and weaker. What did you say? Marin Fando, office of the Marshal of the headquarters building. Sora stood up abruptly with the phone in his hand, and his face suddenly stiffened. Saint Andre Scrim was killed in the Chambord by Barora Credfield the Lonely Red. The voice on the other end of the phone worm trembled. Damn. Sora slapped on the desk, already reminiscent of the pressure from Mary Yo. This is not the first Tianlong person killed by Lonely Red, it has a lesson from the past. Only the news was blocked by the world government. But now it is happening in the Chambord archipelago, and it is still in the public eye. I am afraid there is no need to wait until tomorrow. Perhaps the news that Tianlong people were killed by Lonely Red will spread to the world in 3 or 4 hours. With the strength of Lonely Red, it would take at least 2 generals to catch him. If a single general wants to leave, he cannot stop him. No matter what it is, the world government must take action, and it can only end with a Lonely Red prison or death. Otherwise, it will be a big blow to the prestige of the world government. Blood Tilda. Just when the sky was cloudy and sunny, there was a rush of phone bugs in the drawer of the desk. Empty. As soon as he heard this voice, Sora's face became serious. Is the 5 old stars? Lord 5 old stars. Have you received the news that Andre Scrim was murdered by Barora Credfield in the Chambord? Yes. Let Sengoku and Garp be dispatched and seized at all costs. Yes. The phone bug hung up, and Kong could feel the suppressed anger of the 5 old stars. 3 hours later, the whole world was in uproar. As news reports spread to the sea, the news that Lonely Red killed the world noble Tianlong people in the Chambord archipelago suppressed all the hot searches and popularity. Kalala Tilda. As expected of Baloric, but this time I'm afraid it will be troublesome. The second half of the Great Route, the Whitebeard Sea. Newgate looked at the freshly released newspaper in his hand, and the news on it did not surprise him. If it were him, I'm afraid he would also punch the Tianlong people to the west. At their level, the so-called world aristocrats, Tianlong people, are at most troublesome to kill. But not impossible to kill. Jai ha ha. As expected of a man recognized by Lao Tzu. At an altitude of 10,000 meters in a certain sea area, the golden lion in the island group is smoking a cigar and reading the news. The attitude is similar to that of Whitebeard. He didn't pay attention to the Tianlong people at all. Baloric. Long time no see. Roger Pirates. At this time, Rayleigh and others looked at the newspaper in their hands, but they were just a little surprised. Ha ha, Carp shouldn't be chasing us now. Roger, sitting cross-legged on the deck, laughed too. With such a big incident, the Navy will definitely bring Carp back, but there is little hope of catching Baloric. It is also a strong man at the top of the pyramid. If one person wants to escape, it is difficult to stay. Poppy Island. Chaos was sitting on a lounger in the outdoor swimming pool, wearing sunglasses, clenching his chin while looking at the newspaper in his hand. In fact, there is no Lonely Red in the original book, but Ijiro is still a game character designed by Isabara. This man is very skinny. The top three-color domineering, top-notch swordsman, and in the future, he will also eat a magical beast devil fruit. He is on an equal footing with the Roger Pirates, the Flying Sky Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates. Life is a legend. Could it be that this guy is going to be caught in the Push City? X. Chapter 279 _ It is rumored that the Golden Emperor has an affair with Big Mom. 20,210,218. Chapter 279 _ It is rumored that the Golden Emperor has an affair with Big Mom. Spring to autumn. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's been half a year. There have been many major events in the past 6 months, resulting in a lack of fresh news throughout the sea. Starting from the killing of Tianlong people by Lonely Red half a year ago, the Navy dispatched the warring states General Buddha and naval hero Garp to pursue them. There were 4 or 5 battles in succession. Either the solitary Red Gang Buddha of the warring states period, or the lonely Red Gang naval hero Garp. In short, no matter who it is, they have not caught Lonely Red in a one-year known situation. As for the 2 unknown situation, it did not appear. As for who is the most searched in the sea right now, then Baloric Redfield, the Lonely Red, is one of them. Looking around the world to kill Tianlong people, and those who survived under the pursuit of Admiral Buddha, warring states period, and naval hero Garp, the solitary Red is definitely Lambo Mariu. There is no one who does not admire in the pirate world. This is the first major event in the past 6 months. The second major incident was the battle between the exploding monarch and the beast Kaido. The monarch of the explosion is also a ruthless man who keeps his promises. He was stopped by Kaido when he was fighting the richest group. Before leaving, he said that he would go to Ghost Island in person. As a result, only every 2 months, he led several Helm Masters to kill the Ghost Island. That war attracted the attention of almost all the powers at sea. In the end, both sides suffer. Strictly speaking, the explosion monarch still has the upper hand, at least successfully leaving the Ghost Island. What was left was the ruins, and the pirates of the Beast Pirates also suffered heavy losses. What left the deepest impression on the world should be the 3 mushroom clouds standing on the Ghost Island, which pushed the atmosphere across the sky one after another, and set off a tsunami that destroyed everything. Kaido is still just a younger brother. There are at least 2 palms in the sea who can teach him to be a man. However, Kaido is still growing, and after these years, he will be another hero who can cause trouble. At that time, no one can ignore it. In addition, it is the arrogance and high profile of the richest group in the sea. That guy, no one cared about it. Seeing that you are not pleasing to the eye is just right. No matter where there are legends, today a certain person is in charge of a conflict with a certain strong person, beats others to half death, or be beaten half to death. The degree of death is extremely active. Who in the world doesn't know that the richest group is a group of lunatic, arrogant, bells and whistles, and likes to pretend to be? Among them, the brainwashings are crocodile is even more angry with people and gods. Whether he defeats others or others defeat him, he will spread the truth of the world, truth, goodness, beauty, dreams and other poisonous chicken soup to you. The point is that it still sounds like that. It is said that it already has fans. And these fans are not only pirate thugs, but also political, business, and underground worlds. I don't know how Crocodile succeeded. Anyway, every time he went to an island, he would use force to forcibly restrict his personal freedom. One restriction would be thousands of people, and then spread his ideas. Slowly, some people began to idolize Crocodile and follow him fervently. It's just that Crocodile didn't let these people follow, and just left after spreading the truth of the world. It can be said to be deeply hidden merit and fame. At present, there are many titles of Crocodile: the King of the Desert, the Tsar, the Emperor of Kwanki, the Environmental Killer, the Thinker, the Philosopher, the Savior, the Emperor of Truth, the Light. The first few of these titles are old titles, but the latter ones don't know who came from them, and they are also philosophers, saviors, and truth emperors. Even the Light came out. At present, the most famous title in the entire sea is undoubtedly Crocodile. So this half year, Crocodile is brilliant. It wasn't just Crocodile that succeeded. There are other richest groups in charge. Needless to say, Aquino is a walking sun. Wherever he goes, the ground cracks and melts, and the seawater evaporates and dries up, either on the dry frame or on the way to dry frame. Known as a cruel man. It is said that even the red soil continent burned through a hole, resulting in an extra road from the first half to the second half of the Great Route, but it seems to be blocked by the world government. When Aquino heard that, he was in a bad mood. Especially staring at some fortresses or naval powerhouses of the world government. If you catch them, you will burn them. It has been hit several times by unknown powerhouses in the world government. It should be CP0. But none of these matters. He fled back to Poppy Island, became a hero again in a few days, and then continued to make waves. Bears, Stutchy and Betty are relatively low-key. Even if the bear left Poppy Island, it was not as rampant as Aquino and Crocodile, so the heat was a little less. Stuthy and Betty mastered the red light district and the pharmaceutical production chain, and only occasionally go out to deal with some things, or they are practicing, and the popularity is not very high. Ivankov returned to the Shemay Kingdom, which is said to have encountered something. Maybe it won't be long before he will become the king of the Monster Kingdom, and then he will be the real Monster King. But there are many people who want to kill Ivankov. Because the Shemay Kingdom was sick, this guy went out to sea to turn some pirate thugs into Shemels to increase the population of the Shemay Kingdom. It can be said that everyone is shouting. Thanks to Sarkarsky, Paul Salino, and Kazan for further study in isolation from the world, otherwise they would have gone to the Shemay Kingdom long ago. But in terms of madness, it has to be Enalu. Malinfando was shot by this guy again, and he almost didn't escape. Severely wounded, he ran back to Poppy Island, thanks to the bear even if he bounced, otherwise it would be ineffective. After recovering from the injury, he went to the Whitebeard pirates to fire a cannon. That guy came back with serious injuries again. There are also 10,000 kingdoms: Totland, Ghost Island, and the Exploding Monarchy. As long as the famous forces on the sea are all under his goal. As long as he is not dead, he can continue to work. Therefore, even in the event of the Lonely Red killing the Tianlong people, the Explosion Monarch and Kaido's battle, Several of the richest men are also playing their residual heat, and at least they are the top 10 hot searches. It is also hard work. The third major event is still related to the richest group. And it happened just a month and a half ago. According to reliable sources and rumors, the richest group boss, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos, may be bored, or he may have developed a new ability, so he took a few people to take a walk around the world Totland. There must have been a conflict between the two. The final result seems to be that Big Mom knelt down, and the guiding stone tablet in his hand was snatched by the Golden Emperor. At the same time, the outside world speculates that the Golden Emperor may have an idea for Big Mom. After all, since the Golden Emperor's debut, he has fallen in love with Big Mom several times. As soon as this rumor came out, there was a lot of support. When Chaos knew about this gossip, he almost didn't catch the rumormongers one by one. Although Big Mom is still pretty at this time, he is also obsessed with cleanliness. How could he be interested in Big Mom, a sow buzz? What a joke. His taste is unmatched by men all over the world. What's more, women will only affect the speed at which he pulls the eagle. How can he be bound by the love of his sons and daughters? Isn't he fragrant? Chaos can only say that those rumormongers are superficial, their ideological realm is very low, and they simply cannot reach the height of his atmosphere. Really just a bunch of mortals. In addition, Chaos now has 2 guiding stones in his hand, but he is not very interested in the blank 100-year history. Starting point, Deep Deduction Carnegie, 3610 starting coins. Book Friends 2020611074615585, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 280 The 3 Navy Sisters, Roger, go to all nations first. 20,210,219. Chapter 280 The 3 Navy Sisters, Roger, go to all nations first. The Great Root, some wicked island. The beasts roared again and again, and the weather was unpredictable. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter can be completed in 4 months, which can be described as a bad time. Ordinary people can't survive even a day here. Aside from these invisible climate murders, there are still various extinct animals on the island, and some can even use domineering, interpreting the law of the jungle. Swish. The afterimage was connected, and a figure appeared out of thin air. In front of it was a wild boar the size of a hill, its head was bleeding and twitching on the ground. It could be seen that the armed color on the 2 sharp fangs was fading. It's been half a year, more than half a year. A pleasant voice filled with a touch of unwillingness, a touch of desolation, a touch of resentment, and a touch of hatred, just like a beautiful wife at home waiting for her husband to return, making people feel pitiful. Clap. A bolt of lightning fell from the dark cloudy sky, revealing that perfectly proportioned figure. His black waist-length hair was messy and scattered. His slightly resolute face showed the heroic spirit of a woman who did not let his men. The 2 groups of 36C murder weapons were white and delicate, a flat lower abdomen with 6-pack abs, and a pair of slender and round white legs all illustrate the ingenious workmanship of this figure. In particular, the 3-point style of the big red rose with scarce fabrics makes people feel tempted to find out its origin. Not bad. This woman is no one else. It is the #1 beauty of the Navy headquarters who does not change her name or her surname, so is Sarkasji. Since that incident, she has been furious. Leaving Marin Vando and isolated from the world, he concentrated on practicing on this island. The only purpose is to take revenge and kill the Golden Emperor. This is her obsession. After going through untold hardships, his strength has been on the rise for more than half a year, and the foundation of his recultivation is even more solid. Whether it is physical art, domineering, or devil fruit, there are earth-shaking changes. Now she is confident. confidence can beat that man. It's time to get back out of the arena. Evil will be destroyed under his justice. Turning to look at the setting sun on the horizon, the two groups of full-bodied mountains throbbing, Sarkasji's eyes are sharp, and there is a strong will to destroy all evil. At the same time, in the other two extremely vicious places, a figure stood on the top of the mountain, and a figure stood on the mountain stream, both of which were 36C, water snake waist, and peach curvy figure. You can surround the lens 360 degree and you will find that it is just a back killer. More than half a year. 3 Navy sisters are reborn from a hellish practice, and they all have the same goal. Chase the Golden Emperor to death. 2 days later, Marin Vando. From the port to the headquarters building, all the sailors along the way were watching. It's Major General Sarkaski that has returned. It's so pretty. How can that figure be so tempting? As expected of the most beautiful woman in our Navy. Major Generals Pelusalino and Kuzan also came back 3 hours ago. I heard that the 3 Major Generals have all gone out to practice in the past 6 months, and their aura is much stronger than before. Looking at the 3-point slender figure that was gradually receding, many sailors swallowed, and even became shamelessly hard. There were also many sailors with solemn expressions, and even Lieutenant General Sarkaski and the 3 felt threatened. Sarkaski remained expressionless all the way until he came to the marshal's office. Open the door and enter, there are already many people inside. As early as half a year ago, when the 3 of them went out, they had made an appointment for the second half of the year. Whether they wanted to continue their cultivation or not, they had to report back to Marin Vatican on this day. That's why Sarkaski, Paul Salino, and Kuzan will come back one after another today. The 3 of them are very bold in their outfits, and they are all saving fabrics for the world. Sarkaski is a 3-point red rose, Pelusalino is a 3-point yellow and white stripe, and Kuzan is a 3-point snowflake. Although the 3 are women physically, their minds are always men. The so-called shame does not exist. What's more, it's justifiable to wear such cool clothes after returning from the cultivation place. Not only the 3 of them in the office, but also the first one, Sora, Sengoku, and Crane, felt the surging aura suppressed by the 3 of them, which was all expected. After all, the talents of the 3 are not low. This is thanks to the Golden Emperor, otherwise the 3 of them would not be able to practice hell. The strength can be described as earth-shattering. Compared to the original period, it is not much stronger. If it continues like this in the future, when he becomes a general, it will be no problem to fight the 4 emperors alone, just like when the war is on the top. Sarkaski will definitely not be so embarrassed in the hands of Whitebeard. In the past 6 months, you have paid a lot. Sora was very satisfied with the 3 of them. After all, the stronger the 3, the better for the Navy. Unsurprisingly, he has already been designated as the future Admiral of the Navy. Marshal Kong, I need the whereabouts of the Golden Emperor and the Shemei King. Sarkaski sat on the sofa, looking up at Sora with sharp eyes. Don't worry, you all go back and have a good rest for a few days. The country. It is a walking island. Built on the back of a 1,000-year-old elephant, it changes position as it moves. Therefore, it is difficult to find its specific location through the record pointer. The inhabitants of the islands on their backs are fur tribes. This is a very magical race, composed of various animals, but these animals are the same as people, except for their appearance and size. And this race is a natural warrior family, very ferocious. The country of Zu, who had been isolated from the world for many years, welcomed a guest today. Roger Pirates. The dark sky was dotted with stars, and on the wide field in front of the thatched cottages, piles of bonfires were burning, and a feast was being held with the fragrance of wine. There were occasional laughter and laughter. The Roger Pirates came here not for anything else, but to know that there was a guiding stone on it. It's just that they fluttered. Looks like we need to make a trip to Poppy Island. Rawley and Roger sat together, watching the campfire after a glass of wine. They have already learned from the fur tribes that more than half a year ago, the crocodile, the brainwashing head of the richest group, took the guiding stone and hated this man-fur tribe. Ivy always wanted to grab the guiding stone's tail back. After all, that's what they guarded. Now we have 2 rubbings of stone tablets in our hands, and there are still 2 more. There is 1 piece in the hands of the Golden Emperor, and the remaining piece is said to be in the hands of Charlotte Lingerling of the Nations. Which side shall we go to first? Jabba sat on the other side smoking a cigarette, grinning as he watched the Fur Clan laughing and laughing with the crew. After returning from Mercury Island, they were looking for 4 guiding stone tablets. 2 of them had been found and rubbed down, and now there are only 2 missing. But the whereabouts are already known. Go to the Nations first. Roger took a sip, his time was running out. Lord Roger, Lord Rayleigh, Lord Jabba, come and drink. A cute fur tribe ran over and took Roger's big hand, and they were about to dance the fur tribe dance around the bonfire. Ha ha. Roger stood up, perfectly integrated into the group. Everyone had a great time this night. The fruit wine brewed by the fur tribe, as well as those special foods, have a very sweet taste. Waiting for the dead of night, only the bonfire illuminates the surroundings. And all over the ground were snoring sounds. X. Chapter 281 _ Get ready for the Roger Pirates. 20,210,219. Chapter 281 _ Get ready for the Roger Pirates. Outside the number? Outside the number? The Roger Pirates clashed with the Big Mum Pirates and Totland. Charlotte Lingerling was hit hard, and the Roger Pirates retreated. 3 days later, a news report spread to the sea, which once caught the attention of the pirate world. The news came so suddenly and without warning. After all, the Big Mom Pirates and Roger Pirates do not have much grudges. Even if there is, they can only follow the era of the Rocks Pirates, but the Rocks Pirates of that era, the crew members are fighting openly and secretly. There is no resentment left. But it is undeniable that the Big Mum Pirates suffered heavy losses again. It was not long before the richest man group fought with the Big Mom Pirates, and now the Roger Pirates are here again. So much so that in the eyes of the outside world, the Big Mom Pirates are very easy to bully, and also very unlucky. This is a shame for the Big Mum Pirates. I feel like a soft persimmon that can be squeezed easily, and anyone can step on it. Big Mom is even more crazy. However, the members of the Charlotte family, after these repeated insults, are trying to improve their strength. Category S sight and appearance have changed in some way, and it may not be long before the skill of awakening and predicting the future is not necessarily the same. No way, it's all forced. In the eyes of the Charlotte family, the richest group is the enemy of life. Sooner or later there will be a conflict to take back the guiding stone. Poppy Island, in the past 6 months, except for the trouble of going to Big Mom and following the guiding stone, chaos has rarely appeared in the sea. In the past 6 months, I have been studying the return of life, and naturally I have made a lot of achievements. Maybe not as popular as his subordinates, but there are legends about him everywhere in the sea. The world's richest individual. The richest man in the world. As long as you get the Golden Emperor, you can get the whole world. He is the target that countless people want to ravage. So far, there are many idiots who have come to Poppy Island to assassinate him and take him away without knowing it. At this time, in the open-air hot spring in the backyard of the manor, Chaos leaned back against the bathtub and raised his head, watching the bright galaxy with a cigarette in his mouth. Because there is no technological pollution, the starry sky in this world is particularly beautiful. Not only was Chaos in the pool, There was also a white-stained mermaid swimming in a three-point style, and there was a cute bear with a Bible next to it. It was Betty and the bear. At first it was Chaos and the bear soaking, but Betty didn't want to work 10 minutes ago, so she put on a three-point swimsuit and went for a swim. Betty is completely so-so compared to Stuthy's seriousness. From 9 to 5 in the morning, she only works during this time, and the rest of the time is when the sky is falling. That is also her time for rest or cultivation, and it has become a good habit. Chaos bowed his head and breathed out a smoke ring. Looking at the slender figure under the moonlight, an idea appeared inexplicably. Do you want to raise a few mermaids? It is the kind of mermaid that can be admired and pleasing, and the appearance and curves of the upper body must be Lambo 1. He was really tired of seeing two-legged women. Nothing new. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground is very rhythmic. As soon as Chaos heard this voice, he knew that their appearance was responsible. Also smelled coffee. Boss, as you might expect, Goldie. Roger really went to Totland. I'm afraid it was for the guiding stone. The coffee was placed beside the bath, and Stuthy sat down easily, took off her high heels, soaked her pink feet in the hot spring, and handed Chaos the latest news. At the same time, a small white cloud flew towards the bear carrying a cup of coffee and a newspaper. Whoa! The hot spring water churned. Betty swam over dexterously, stood up and picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip and picked up a newspaper. The incident reported above is the conflict between the Roger pirates and the Big Mom pirates. As early as 3 months ago, Chaos had predicted that Roger would infiltrate the 10,000 Kingdoms Totland for the purpose of guiding the stone tablet, but he did not expect it to come true. As expected. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chaos watched the news in the newspaper. In the original book, Roger sneaked into the world and used the voice of all things to listen to the guiding stone. It's just that this time he took the lead and followed the guiding stone of Big Mom. I am afraid that the Roger pirates will come to Poppy Island next. It was really predicted by you, boss. Betty pouted. In fact, she already believed that Chaos had the ability to predict the future. It should be said that all the responsibilities have been believed. I just didn't want to see Chaos pretending to be B, so I didn't bother to go along. If so, then the Roger pirates may come to us next. Stuthy brushed his hair from his forehead to his ears, frowning a little dignifiedly. After all, the Roger pirates are not ordinary pirates. All of them are strong, so it is really difficult to deal with. Let those wild guys come back. I'm really looking forward to a fight with this man who created the era of the great pirates. Chaos put down the newspaper and took a sip of his coffee, his face full of anticipation. When Crocodile brought back the guiding stone tablet from the Kingdom of Zoo, Chaos already knew that such a day would come, and after calculating, this should be the second meeting. Boss, the era of the great pirate has not yet begun. Don't care about the details. The battle with Big Mom barely made me happy, this time maybe it will hurt me. The love smoke ring floated into the air and eventually disappeared. For the next 5 or 6 days, Crocodile, Inalu, Aquino, and Ivankov, who were on the waves outside, all returned. Compared with half a year ago, the breath has naturally skyrocketed. Crocodile, a brainwashing expert, has a lot of fanatical fans in the sea. In addition to the skyrocketing breath, he has also learned the skills of Liu Ying. High-spiritedness can be described as arrogant without limit. The most important thing is that there is some more refined temperament on him, and he looks like an intellectual. In fact, it's not just Crocodile who learned the tricks of Segura, but also Stuthy, Betty and Bear. The rest have not yet learned the skill. It's just that the focus is different. For example, in the past 6 months, except for death and crazy waves, Aquino has put all the focus on improving the temperature of the hot fruit, the cystiles, and the return of life. Although the armament has also skyrocketed, it has not been in the direction of Liu Ying's skills. To practice. Ivankov awakened and returned to life. Anilu is still not clear, but only knows that the development of the thunder fruit is very leathery. It is said that even Chaos's Shenla Otiansting has been successfully imitated. And about the development of the thunder fruit, Chaos also gave a lot of opinions. With this guy's rampant actions within half a year, it's not hard to see that he is a guy who can cause trouble, but can save the dog's life. As everyone returned, Stuffy also transferred back many of his subordinates from other places, all of whom were from the red light district and the pharmaceutical production chain. Anyway, Chaos and the others never asked. So much so that the power of the richest group in the underground world is not clear at all, and how many people it supports. For these subordinates, the Golden Emperor and everyone are the supreme gods, although they can only be seen in various reports. After all, even Stuchy's Sanmir subordinates don't often see Chaos. X. Chapter 282 Anyone who is as handsome as him knows that. 20,210,220. Chapter 282 Anyone who is as handsome as him knows that. Another 3 days are fleeting. On this day, the waters of Poppy Island. As the sun sets in the west, the sky is swirling with red clouds, and it may be dark in half an hour. A pirate ship undulating in the waves was the O'Jackson. After knowing that there was no guiding stone in the hands of Big Mom, Roger and his party came here. The purpose is to get the two guiding stones in the hands of the Golden Emperor. Captain, are you sure you want to go alone? On the deck, Rayleigh frowned slightly. The other members also looked at Roger suspiciously. Our purpose is just trubbing, and there is no need to conflict with the richest group. Now the world government has guessed our purpose. If it is dragged by the richest group, it will usher in unnecessary trouble. Roger looked at the Poppy Island, which was only the size of a fingernail, and prepared to sneak in by himself and rub the two guiding stones. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Why complicate things if it can be solved easily? Then be careful, we can go to the island to support at any time. Jabba was blowing smoke rings, and the others said nothing. They all knew Roger's temperament, and decisions would not be changed easily. Good. At this time, Poppy Island, the upcoming nightlife has just begun. All streets have been decorated with lights, lively and bustling with people, and all pubs, red light districts, casinos, and bathing centers are overcrowded. Either pirates or thugs, or mafia and pirate hunters, or other forces come to do business with the richest group, such as the pharmaceutical production chain. Roger set foot here and swaggered down the street, but it was strange that the people around him seemed to be unable to see Roger. Weird. Looking up at the manor halfway up the mountain, Roger's figure gradually faded. The entire manor is huge and extravagant, and at a glance, it is known that it was built by a fortune, and the pattern can be seen at a glance. The lights are bright, but there are not many servants, so it seems that all places are very deserted. Roger is like a ghost, rushing to various places quickly, and finally reaches his destination. As expected of the richest individual in the world, Roger looked at the splendid palace in front of him. Whether it was the beam or the gate, it was all gold without any impurities. The gate alone was worth more than 10 billion. The rich man's world is so extravagant. On both sides of the gate, there are also 4 golden figures standing about 8 meters high, namely Buddha, Goddess of God, angels, and goblins. Needless to say, Buddha is a miniature Shakyamuni. So is the Goddess of God. Angel is also a woman, both in face and figure are on par with the Goddess of God, the only difference is that the halo behind her has become 2 pairs of lifelike wings, and an angel halo hangs on her head. Holy. The remaining goblin is also a woman, showing the ultimate charm, especially the charming eyes, and a tear mole. The body and face are also not inferior to the goddess and angels. On the back is a pair of wings resembling butterfly wings with various flowers carved on them. The bells and whistles show the vulgar pursuit of the Golden Emperor. Roger did not act rashly. He glanced at the goddess, the Buddha, the angel, and the goblin, and then frowned at the golden gate. The devil fruit of the Golden Emperor is the golden fruit, so moving the gold will definitely be sensed. Roger closed his eyes and listened to the spread of the sound of all things. The whole world is alive in an instant. The gold, air, soil in front of him, everything seemed to have life. Roger came to a corner, and then walked directly towards the golden wall. Incredible things happened. Those golden corners shrunk to both sides automatically, just forming a human-shaped passage, and Roger entered the palace like no one else. When Roger entered the palace, the separated corner healed automatically. Everything is unknowingly. At this time, Roger was standing in the palace, and it was not dark. Rather bright. I don't know if it is because the gold here is too pure, causing a golden halo to spread on the walls. There's a lot of space here, it's expansive, and there's nothing superfluous. The two guiding stones were thrown on the ground like rubbish. Roger came to the stone and began to listen to the information on it. In Roger's eyes, these two steels are alive. In about 5 minutes, Roger remembered the information and was about to leave when the accident happened. The whole palace began to twist and change, and at the same time a voice with a tractor stuck in its throat sounded, "It's finally your time, Goldie." Roger. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. The gold squirmed in all directions to form spikes, and swept out towards Roger in one fell swoop. At this time, in the backyard of the manor, Chaos, who was eating steak, showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. He found out when the Roger pirates entered the waters of Poppy Island. The reason why he waited until Roger listened to the information on the guiding stone was his intention. He will not stop Roger from starting the era of the great pirate. As for the reason, anyone as handsome as him knows. Boom. A dazzling slash illuminates the night, and it soars into the sky one after another. The entire Poppy Island, including Rayleigh and others on the sea, all stared at it. It's finally here. Long guarded. Crocodile and others in the red light district, Gambling City, Bathing Center, Back Mountain, and Poppy Island looked up at the groundbreaking slash, and all laughed. The same moment. A shocking no-glory, shocked original version, full of oppression, suffocating people from the soul, and full of gods and demons, began to sound earth-shattering. Clap. The black and red thunder smashed, and the black clouds in the originally bright starry sky rolled up, and the whole world seemed to fall into doomsday in an instant. At this time, outside the Golden Palace, Roger was standing on the ground with a long knife in hand, and fell in all directions with swords, spears, swords, and halberds. In the mid-air, a handsome man with a half-smile, standing out of thin air, was looking at him. Clang clang. Two golden light wheels flew from the distance, one big and one small, turning clockwise and counterclockwise, and the bare feet were automatically covered by the golden boots. The naked upper body was strong and there was a golden dragon tattoo swimming. With jet black vertical hair flowing in the wind, sword eyebrows and black eyes wearing gold earrings, he is as imposing as a god. Looks like you found me long ago. Roger wasn't a fool, looking at the man with a grin. Of course. I'm interested in the era you want to start, so I've been waiting for you. The figure of Chaos landed, 3 feet off the ground and looked at Roger equally, and with a light wave of his hand, all the swords, spears, swords and halberds around him moved away. You can really predict the future? Roger's smile gradually disappeared. He wanted to create an era just in his heart and never told anyone, not even Rawley Jabber. But this man knew it. Perhaps. Now that you have got the route to the last two guiding stones, it's time for me to charge. Fight me fair. Chaos carried his hands on his back, and his black eyes turned into golden ones. Here? I don't want to destroy my base camp. The two looked at each other, and Roger burst out laughing. Then the explosion appeared in the air under the foot, and flew out in one direction, and the sonic booms quickly disappeared. Talking to a smart person is smooth. Chaos stepped out, and all the gold on the ground turned into a flowery avenue, illuminating the entire Poppy Island across the sky. X. Chapter 283 This man is not Silver J. Gunhead. 20,210,220. Chapter 283 This man is not Silver J. Gunhead. It's the Golden Emperor. That looks like Goldie. Roger. What happened? A pair of eyes stared at the sky, and some people with strong eyesight vaguely saw the real situation. Needless to say, the Golden Emperor, the blind man in the row, knew who it was. Keep up. Everywhere on Poppy Island, a few golden lights like the sun in the dark, turned into golden rainbows and quickly chased after them. It is Crocodile et al. Keep up. Rayleigh and others on the sea, leaving the people watching the boat, also boarded the sky one by one. Half an hour later, it was far away from the waters of Poppy Island. Two streamers fell one after another on a medium-sized desert island. Clap. In the cloudless sky, I don't know when the black clouds turned upside down and the thunder and lightning flashed, and the strong winds set off huge waves. Chaos and Roger looked at each other from the air. No words are needed. With the staring of his eyes, a black gold air pressure cover and a golden air pressure cover seemed to collide with each other, and the dense black and red thunder snakes splashed from it. Make the whole world dark. Two tyrannical colors of supreme will gradually ascended to the top of the clouds, and the world began to divide in half. The whole island seemed to be shaking, and the mountains under the two of them were tearing apart and collapsing. It was just the collision of the will of the Overlord that caused substantial damage. Whisper. Roger took the lead in attacking, pulling out the long knife around his waist with a single swing. A moment of brilliance. The extreme arc cuts through the atmosphere. With a huge roar and explosion, the mountain where Chaos stood was divided into two and a half. The invisible figures were colliding, and the two of them appeared in the air at the same time. I haven't seen how they fought. Chaos raised his hand and stopped in front of him. Roger's foot blast followed closely, and the roar that ripped through his eardrums had reached a sonic boom. A large amount of dust splashed and expanded, and the corners of Chaos' mouth bleed from the dilapidated gully. Looking at Roger, who was chasing after a meteor, the entire figure quickly disappeared in place. In an instant, violent storms and waves swept through the ground, causing a tsunami on the ground, and the surrounding mountains kept jumping up and changing the landscape. In the dense dust, Roger's tendon and flesh exploded, and he walked out like a demon wrapped in armed color, and his thick skin was like steel exuding a thick and hard color. Turning over in the air one after another, Chaos slid his feet deep into the ground and swayed, and the golden light wheel kept spinning behind him. It was just a collision, and the other party gave him the feeling of being a jerk. It's not a fluke that this guy can become the Pirate King. Enough taste. The pressure is really not small. Chaos took a deep breath, and shook his hands and began to spiral high-temperature steam around him. The black vertical hair turned into waist-length blonde, flowing freely and softly. Life is returned. Roger held a long knife, and there was no slight in his eyes. Take this fight very seriously. Not meant to be taken lightly. Clap. The black and red lightning was fleeting, and the two long rainbows collided when they climbed high, and the sky collapsed and the surrounding hurricane raged. The knife was shrouded in platinum color, and the punch flowed with black and gold color. Chaos and Roger collided, and they couldn't stop doing a few backflips in the air and landed on the ground. At the same time, Roger also took a few steps back, and his face was abnormally flushed. Standing on the ground, the two sides looked at each other, and the sky was stirred up by each other's rising tide. No need for words, the two disappeared again in place, and the next second the sky exploded, and a burst of air pressure overturned the river and overturned the sea, causing a deep pit on the ground. The knees collided, and the two fell to the ground and pried around the surface. Chaos bullied his body and smashed his right fist at Roger's head. At the same time, Roger also punched at Chaos, and held a long knife to intercept it. With a whimper of the atmosphere, Chaos vomited blood and flew out of his mouth. Shoot out. The two punches collided and lost. Roger's combat experience is very rich, jumping high from the sky and stepping on Chaos. Chaos disappeared out of thin air, and a ghost appeared above Roger and slapped his head. At that moment, flying sand and stone, Roger flew out and left ravine along the way. From the back, Chaos flashed behind Roger like a flash of lightning, and his knees were heavy on it. Roger forcibly stabilized his body in the nick of time, blocking the attack with a long knife, and clenched his fist in the other hand, stirring the power of the landslide. BFFT. Blood spurted one after another, and Chaos put his knee on the long knife and slapped it on Roger's chest, while Roger punched Chaos on the arm, but because of the huge recoil, he hit his head again. Grasping the ground with both hands, he kept moving sideways, and the gravel splashed along the way. Chaos shook his head, stood up and spat out the blood in his mouth. Some dizziness, maybe a slight concussion. Roger also came out of the dust, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. The battle between the two is very ordinary, but the ferocity under the ordinary is unmatched. Boom. The meteorite bombardment was like an army of thousands of horses, and the battle between the two became fierce as soon as they came up. With these few tricks, the blood sprayed one after another and became more and more ruthless, as if everything was destroyed by a natural disaster. Neither side intends to hold back. Respect each other very much. A knee slammed on Roger's chin. The entire surface collapsed and the air pressure swept through, and Roger rose from the ground like a rainbow. Behind him, Chaos fell to the ground, bent slightly, and then chased after him like a cannonball. The first step appeared above Roger and rolled over with the barb. A stream of light shot obliquely, and countless gravels fell on the island like a meteor shower, and the terrain continued to rise and collapse. The bottomless abyss is like a volcanic eruption. Chaos fell straight down, with tail feathers rippling behind him, trying to give Roger a painful blow. Taking another abrupt blow, Roger's chest made a cracking sound, but he grabbed Chaos's foot in a critical moment. At this time, Chaos's hair was blown up, and it was too late to retreat. Bang! Bang! Beating back and forth on the ground, the surrounding high terrain was shattered by the impact, and Chaos's eyes turned white and took the heavy blow. Dishes of blood shot into the sky, hitting the ground again and collapsing. In the flying mud, Chaos's face was covered in blood to support his body. Roger grabbed his left foot and kicked Roger's head with his right foot with infinite power. Roger's eyes were sharp and his whole body bent down as he held a long knife in his stout hand. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. With his left foot out of trouble, Chaos stood upside down, and time seemed to be slowing down at this moment. I saw that Chaos's hands were in the shape of calyx, and the huge force was compressed and rippled on his arms in an instant, and the terrifying force rushed to Roger like a wild beast. Roger did not evade. The blue veins on his right arm bulged, covering the clear-armed color of the water chestnut, as if he had the ability to sink the sky and the ground, and he fought against Chaos strongly. That moment, The whole world lost its voice, and a vast mushroom cloud rose up, tearing apart the sky to form three halos linking up and spreading. The endless force of destruction pushed all the surface horizontally, and tens of thousands of meters in a radius began to collapse and begin to tear. The monstrous shock wave was set off without any dead ends. The surrounding surface was hardened by nearly 100 meters, and the surrounding sea area even launched a tsunami. The collision of pure force caused the natural disaster to tilt, and there was an explosion. The terrifying storm towering in the center of the island was stirring and destroying. The earth was constantly exploding, and chaos flew out with a sonic boom, his mouth full of blood. Cough. With a cough, the storm swept through the center to reveal its true face. Chaos climbed out of the dirt and gravel. His body gradually flew out of the pit, and Roger walked out of the ruins on the other side. Both parties knew that the man was not a silver-haired J-gunhead. Starting point, deep deduction Carnegie, 5,110 starting point coins. Book friends 201911122035281139, 1,500 starting coins. X. Chapter 284 _ Do not talk. 20,210,221. Chapter 284 _ Do not talk. Ha! When the light flashed, the knees slammed together like a nuclear bomb explosion, and the devastating disaster directly split the island into abyss and kept collapsing. Two long rainbows flew up. The sky was separated, the wind and clouds were discolored with thunder and lightning, and the visual impact was shocking. In the dim sky, two figures stood in midair. Chaos was surrounded by Spiral's team, and he was already wearing golden armor, and the high BGM was spreading and radiating. The long knife in Roger's hand was put away, the muscles in his hands were taut and covered with armed colors, and he chose to fight with Chaos for a real man's duel. The breath that spreads on his body ripples. From a distance, the two of them seem to be enveloped in black gold and golden air pressure, and the Nahawang color is substantively manifested. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, not a single living entity has consciousness. Now the atmosphere is humming, and the dark and rolling sky is constantly tilting and tearing. The world is already centered on two people. These two breaths. Several groups of golden rainbows flew from the sky, and finally stood in midair and watched the island filled with black and red thunder, with clouds supporting a few people under their feet. It is the responsibility of the richest man group. It's so oppressive. Aquino was in the steam fire, his eyes full of eagerness and solemnity. Just the breath of the collision makes the atmosphere vibrate. What a monster! Betty looked up at the constantly tearing sky and the turbulent sea below her feet. A big purple wave with long curly hair danced wildly, and her whole body was tense and full of heart palpitations. It's the Roger Pirates. Do you want to do it? Ivankov turned his head to look to the other side, and it was Riley and the others who had arrived. Don't act rashly. According to this situation, it will take a few days for the boss to fight with Roger. I am afraid that the Navy and other forces will know about this time period. We must maintain a good state just in case. Stuffy stopped Anilu, who wanted to fight, with a serious look on his face. And before coming, she had informed the dragon. Last time, because of the Morgans incident, Long still owed favor to the richest group, and this time he just used it. As a father and mother, and the only chief executive who follows the script, she must devise a strategy to eliminate all the possibilities of being unfavorable to them. At least this way, the guy can have a good fight without any worries. Isn't it? Do you just watch it like that? Anilu was very dissatisfied. It wasn't that he got wet, and it turned out that there was no filler. That's okay. You are embarrassed to say that because of the troubles you have been making for more than half a year, the richest group has many enemies now. I won't say anything about the Navy and the Big Mom pirates. Knowing that we have a conflict with the Roger pirates, we will definitely come down and get down. Stuffy rolled her eyes angrily. Is it easy for her to work hard for this group? One by one, they are like little children, doing things everywhere. Gut. Anilo spit out a mouthful of saliva and put his eyes on the island. Others stopped talking. Apparently they all acquiesced to Stuchy's decision. I didn't expect the Golden Emperor to fight Roger to such a degree. On the other side, Rayleigh and others also watched the battle on the island, and made the same decision as Stuffy, that is, wait and see first. If this battle drags on for more than 2 days, then it will definitely not be just the battle between the Roger pirates and the richest man group at the end. There may be some monsters, ghosts and shit sticks that will jump out at that time. There are many forces who want to destroy the Roger pirates and the richest group. #1 government in the world. Therefore, the two sides were very tacit, watching the battle between Chaos and Roger from such a distance. Unspoken. Clap car car. Boom. The center of the island was constantly roaring and exploding, and circles of strong air pressure rolled recklessly. The meteor collided and appeared on the surface in the blink of an eye, causing the entire Earth to burst in an instant, and the endless waves set off and were torn into slag by the storm. The center punched against each other, a transparent halo emanated, and the crust of the alpine forest quickly collapsed and then rolled continuously. The invisible figure seemed to have pierced through time and slowed down in an instant. The two dazzling elbows collided like steel. The power of disaster and destruction brought about by that blow kept shaking the entire island. They lifted off and left a big pit. Chaos and Roger each grabbed each other's arms. Their knees turned into afterimages and kept colliding with each other. The disaster keeps spreading. The hurricane crushing is deafening. The attack is like a mountain top, and the surrounding atmosphere is roaring and tearing. The long golden hair is domineering, like Medusa's viper, tricky and fast. For a while, bright red flew in the air, and the two fought each other to show their means. A loud noise mixed with lightning flashes and high BGM passed down, the horror pressure was breathless, and the surrounding mountains were all smashed by invisible forces. The two are like perfect killing machines. The combat power Roger showed was beyond Chaos' imagination. But this brutal attack made him excited. You really surprised me. Roger hits Chaos's feet with his fists, and his feet defend against Chaos's hands. The two stood upside down in the air and fought on a rampage all the way. Stop talking nonsense, my pleasure is here. Chaos was very excited, and the attacks became more intense each time. Every cell of the pleasure seemed to be spraying, which could not be described in words. Maybe only men will understand. Swish. Roger disappeared in an instant, and in the next second he appeared on top of Chaos's head and fell sharply, hugging his arms as if a giant mountain was releasing a heavy force. Chaos raised his head, his chest heaved violently, and his hands crossed his head, but after a stalemate for a moment, the entire figure turned into a streamer and crashed to the ground. In an instant, the land collapsed and the sea cracked, and a series of rubble lifted into the air, causing the entire island to collapse rapidly. A chilling thunder flashed across the sky, and Roger fell from the sky like a comet in the dark night, producing a sonic boom. The cracks spread across the ground, and Chaos knelt down on one knee with blood dripping from his mouth and raised his head with a nervous smile. The violent hurricane raised long golden hair, clenched his fist and splattered the entire right arm with flames, and an explosive force swept the surroundings. Golden molten fire normal punch. The devastating impacts weighed, the entire island spread to the surrounding sea, the violent storm swayed and began to tear, and the underground seawater also gushed out of the abyss, and the invisible ravines tore up and roared wantonly for a while. The battle between the two has begun to ravage the entire island, and the battle is rapidly escalating. Light and shadow flashed high in the sky, and Roger stared at chaos under the abyss. His fists clenched and bursting power was constantly wrapped around his body. It's just that blood is dripping from his mouth, and there are scars on his magnificent chest. Under the abyss, Chaos got up from the dirt and rubble, looked up at Roger and gasped. The two looked at each other and attacked. Roger fell again like a comet with a long tail feather, and Chaos rose to the ground, causing the ground beneath his feet to quickly crack. The meteorite hit the earth, and a shockwave of terror swept across it. This is no longer human, because the battle between the two is like a god and a demon, and the power contained is simply unimaginable. The sky is daring and the earth is crumbling. Ordinary people in the sky and the ground can't keep up with the speed at all. They can only vaguely see two streams of light fighting each other. Wherever the two rays of light go, everything is smashed into slag and turned into dust. Some barren mountains and canyons burst open one after another, leaving behind mushroom clouds one after another. X. Chapter 285_Dominance. 20,210,221. Chapter 285_Dominance. Marshal, emergency. Marin Fando, office of the Marshal of the headquarters building. Crane pushed the door and entered, looking a little cautious. Sora, who was dealing with government affairs, put down his quill and looked at the Crane with a question in his eyes. It has been determined that the Roger pirates have clashed with the richest group, and Gordy. Roger is already fighting the Golden Emperor. Crane handed the information to Sora and continued, I have informed Ka, Sengoku, Zephyr and Sarkowski. How can it be so sudden? Sora frowned. Before that, the richest man group and the Roger pirates couldn't stand on top of each other, and what kind of grievances were brought up? However, pirates are extremely vicious, and sometimes I am afraid that a wrong look will cause a conflict. It's pretty sparse. But the size of the richest man group and the Roger pirates is different from other general pirates and forces. Unless there is a reason, they will not ask for trouble. It should be for the guiding stone. Crane has guessed why the Roger pirates clashed with the richest group. In fact, the world government and the Navy have been paying attention to the Roger pirates now, and they have also investigated that the Roger pirates want to collect all 4 guiding stones to go to the real final island. The world government has even dispatched agencies such as CP0. But none of them have achieved good results. From the perspective of the world government, the threat of the Roger pirates is now unprecedented. Even the richest group, the newly emerged Revolutionary Army, or the Whitebeard pirates can only be ranked at the back. Charlotte Lingerling has always had a guiding stone in his hand, but it has now fallen into the hands of the Golden Emperor. I am afraid that this is why the Roger pirates went to Poppy Island, thus clashing with the richest man group. As soon as he spoke, several footsteps walked into the office one after another. So, what's the matter with us coming in such a hurry? Leading the way is Carp, eating donuts. It has been 5 days since he returned to Marin Vando. There were also the Warring States period, the expressionless Zephyr, and of course the 3 Sarkowski sisters, as well as other senior lieutenant generals. The Roger pirates had a conflict with the richest group. Crane explained it simply and clearly. Golden Emperor. When it comes to the richest man group, Sarkowski, Pelusalino, and Kizan all have sharp eyes in their eyes, and they can't wait to kill them now. Blue blue. The voice of the phone bug rang from the empty desk. Sora signaled everyone to be quiet, and then connected. Kong, you immediately lead Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, and 30 lieutenant generals to the second half of the Great Route. The Roger pirates clashed with the richest group. Be sure to catch them all in one go, regardless of life or death. Commands full of oppression and majesty came from the phone bug. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was from Mary Yo and was one of those 5. Obviously, Mary Yo also received information, and made a decision at the first time, almost letting the Navy headquarters dispatch most of its forces in an attempt to annihilate the two major threats of the Roger pirates and the richest group in one fell swoop. It can be seen from the side that the 5 old stars have felt a substantial threat from the Roger pirates and the richest group. As long as there is a chance to eradicate them, they will kill them. Yes. Sora originally planned to discuss it with Sengoku and others, but now it seems that there is no need for it. The phone bug hung up, all eyes turned to Sora. You all heard the order. Get ready. Sora didn't waste his words, got up from the chair. This time he will lead the team in person. It has not been a long time since the Navy was dispatched in such a big battle. This time I will personally send the Golden Emperor to hell. Sakazuki's delicate face is full of ferocity. Just because of that perfect face, it looks a different kind of beautiful and cute. It would be disgusting if Pulsalina made that look. Kuzan is at best a little better. The three sisters can also be regarded as dominating. Sakazuki's stunning beauty dominates the higher regions. Kuzan was barely able to blend into the medium zone. As for Pulsalino's domination of the lower regions, it is not a matter, it can be said to be full of arrogance. There is no one more depraved and lewd than her. Angel body, nightmare face. Of course, the only thing the three sisters have in common is their hatred for that man. The Navy was urgently mobilized, and other forces also received news one after another. Roger Pirates, the richest man group. Wang Yuo Totland, Big Mom has a big belly again, but it is not as bloated as last time. It should be pregnant soon. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell whether she is pregnant or not. At this time, looking at the information of the Roger Pirates and the richest man group, the heavy makeup and big eyes are full of ferocity. Whether it is Gordy, Roger or the Golden Emperor, they have brought her indelible wounds. Prospero, immediately call everyone to the Poppy Sea. I want to destroy the Roger Pirates and the richest group. In one fell swoop, he crushed the shouted cake, and Big Mom spread fierceness all over his body, looking down at Prospero below. Yes, Mom. There was a drop of cold sweat on Prospero's forehead. At this time, he must not refute his mother. In this way, the Big Mom pirates also began to convene. How could a top-level war like this be without Kaido? Ghost Island. The governor is gone again. Yutsu took the information in his hand, looked at the dragon disappearing in the dark clouds, and blinked helplessly. You shouldn't have told the governor that the Roger Pirates had a conflict with the richest man. Some people complained next to him, with the governor's character who loves to join in the fun, how could he not stir up shit? Are you looking down on the governor? Although every time he was beaten and Sawnbridge, he would still be unable to stop eating shit and continue to wave as long as he survived. Only in this way would he have an epiphany of life and death and become stronger. That kind of realm is not something mortals can understand. Am I sloppy? Forget it, it doesn't happen once or twice, everyone is used to it. What to do? The crowd dispersed in a hurry, those who should sleep sleep, and those who should drink drink. The changes in the outside world have nothing to do with the two people who are fighting. At this time, the battle has gone from white hot to white hot. Rayleigh, Crocodile and other few spectators watched from a distance. Call out. A ray of steam turned into a tail feather and fell from the sky, and the sky collapsed in a flash, and a sea of rubble cracked by landslides swayed boundless wind. In the huge explosion, Chaos was so excited that he roared, he vomited blood from his mouth, and the fighting intent in his golden eyes was even more boiling. Roger fell suddenly at this time. Chaos smiled horribly, retreated to avoid the past, and swept his right foot with layers of explosions. Roger's right hand blocked his left hand from probing and grabbing towards Chaos, and he was greeted by Chaos Fist. The two sides moved away from each other and collided for the first time. Chaos hit Roger's chin with an uppercut, and with blood and teeth, Roger punched Chaos on the right face. The huge force caused the upper body of Chaos to sink into the mud, and Roger flew into the air. Cough cough tilde. Chaos straightened up from the ground and coughed up blood continuously. At this time, Roger flashed on the back and swept out. Chaos immediately fell on the ground, only to feel that the mountains in the distance above his head were forcibly smashed. Just as Roger retracted his feet, Chaos' long golden hair was like a poisonous snake entangled, and Roger was suddenly weightless. On the ground. With the tsunami-like earthquake, the surrounding mountains rose one after another. X. Chapter 286 _ The end result is kneeling. 20,210,223. Chapter 286 _ The end result is kneeling. Roger's response was quick. He put his hands on the ground and forcibly controlled his body, and once again swept Chaos out with his right foot and smashed it on a big mountain. In the next moment, Roger appeared with a knee, and Chaos intercepted it with both hands between the electric light and flint, and the whole person was forcibly penetrated to the other side of the mountain. Boom! Roger attacked Chaos quickly, and the two kept colliding all the way. The invisible figure is only the battle storm. Suddenly, Roger's eyes bulged, and he bowed his body to receive a blow from Chaos. He opened his mouth and vomited blood and forcibly grabbed Chaos's hair. Roger punched out directly. In an emergency, Chaos hung upside down and touched his knees, then clenched his hands and aimed at Roger's abdomen. Golden molten fire, Kamasakura, Emperor Spear. The terrifying force was compressed in an instant, filled with high-temperature flames, and slammed into Roger in one fell swoop, and a vast mushroom cloud rose. Roger's entire face was mixed together, and the 7 orifices bleed and flew with sonic booms, piercing through several hills one after another, leaving a road to Kangchang. Chaos chased after the victory, and a series of light and shadows stretched across the sky behind him. But as soon as his eyelids jumped into the smoke, Roger popped in front of him in a blink of an eye, and his right fist rubbed against the atmosphere to produce flames. The sky like power struck, and Chaos's eyes turned white and there was a crackling sound on his body. The left hand was broken at a strange angle, and at the same time, the chest was sunken, and some blood foam could be seen from the blood that was spit out. You can imagine how heavy Roger's punch was. However, all of this Chaos resisted. Coming out of the rioting ruins, the left hand and chest clacked constantly, and the breath of Chaos did not decrease in the slightest, as if he had not been hurt. Looking through the microscope, you will find that the blood cells of Chaos are running at a high speed, and both internal organs and bones are rapidly healing. The return of life has been used to the extreme. Naturally, they are still inferior to those who have awakened from the animal system, and their healing and recovery are terrifying. If Chaos wants to reach that level, he still needs to return his life and continue to practice. If there is a lot of high-calorie food at this time, the degree of healing will be greatly enhanced, which is also the power of life return, which can be obtained through food. I didn't expect the boss to be so strong. That's life back. Maybe I should also practice the C forms. Anilu was hit a lot, and Chaos was attacked like no one after such a heavy attack. The ability to resist and heal was really exciting. The point is this punch-toad flesh male hormone fight that no man will refuse. Sight central. The two looked at each other across the abyss cliff, very embarrassed. Clang clang. Metal fragments shot from the sky, wrapped around Chaos and eventually formed a new golden armor. The spiral high-temperature steam sparks from time to time, and the blood dripping from his body is like boiling water. Puff puff. A large number of flames spread to the entire right arm of Chaos, and the golden molten fire burst into flames. Roger on the opposite side also clenched his fists, covering his armed veins and jumping. Golden molten fire flowing Segura seriously punch. God fist. The camera was pulled up to the sky, and along with the two hysterical voices, Chaos and Roger seemed to be turned into nuclear warheads and collided above the abyss in one fell swoop. Time stands still at this moment. As the dazzling white light shrouded, the whole world lost its voice, and a vast mushroom cloud rose up, tearing the sky to form a halo that connected the spread, and the endless force of destruction pushed all the surface horizontally, and the entire island began to collapse completely. Underground seawater and magma are spraying, and the surrounding sea level is broken into a tsunami. The entire cloud of thunder and lightning stirred and tilted, and everyone only felt a pain in their eyes, and then there was a booming sound in their ears. Maybe a second. Maybe a minute. Maybe an hour. After everything recovered, Crocodile and others breathed deeply, and everyone was almost pushed away by the shock wave. How? How is that possible? This destructive force. Can sheer power be so terrifying? Damn. Anilu couldn't stop muttering and swearing. He could only use the thunder fruit for such destructive power, but the two people in the field were just pure physical strength. After confirming his eyes, if he fights with any of them, the final result will be kneeling. Whoa! The dazzling sunlight shone down, and the towering mushroom cloud pushed the clouds away, and the center was dark and boundless, and it was impossible to see the end. The storm is still sweeping, and the waves of hundreds of feet are pushing horizontally in all directions. But this is not the most terrifying, because the two streamers are still colliding in the billowing black smoke. After the destruction of this terrifying disaster, the two of them still have spare strength to fight, which is the most terrifying. Monster. Complete monster. PFFT. Blood was splattering, and the white-hot battle continued to escalate. Both sides were injured, but they both became more and more brave. Time passed by minute. The entire island finally disappeared completely after 3 hours. But the battle wasn't over. Chaos and Roger turned into rainbows one after another, and sonic booms continued wherever they went, and a trench began to appear in the rough sea, and eventually disappeared into the sky. Catch up. Whether it was Rayleigh and others or Crocodile and others, they all quickly followed behind the battle. The Kingdom of Lights, located in the second half of the Great Route. It is an island adjacent to Poppy Island waters. The most famous ones here should be perfumes, cosmetics, etc., so that the country is very rich, and the Kingdom of Lights is also one of the world's allied countries. There is a naval branch in the kingdom. The country is as lively and noisy as usual, and many tourists like to come here to shop, especially some women. But today an accident happened. Boom. The earthquake and tsunami were roaring, and the originally clear sky instantly turned black clouds upside down, an invisible pressure fell, and the whole island began to tremble. Earthquake. In the most prosperous areas, a large number of tourists or civilians panicked, and a large number of Tofood Regs buildings were collapsing around, and many people were directly buried and turned into meat sauce. The clear sky is already dark, and there are dense electric snakes everywhere, as if the end is coming. The princes and nobles of the palace city are also screaming again and again. It's not right. The pressure. Some pirates or strong people on the island, looking at the constantly stirring and tilting sky, and the unbearable pressure. This is definitely not a natural scene. What is that? My God, that's the strong ones fighting. How is it possible that the earth shakes just by fighting? A swordsman raised his head and looked at the light and shadow flying from the sky in the thunder and lightning flashes. It was astonishing that two strong men were fighting. But the battle was too terrifying. Damn, who are these two? In the capital city, a king with a crown and a moustache, with a square face and a short stature, was followed by a group of generals guarding him, watching the figure fighting in the sky. Everyone's scalp is tingling. The sky is tearing apart. This is the kingdom of lights. Run away. It was two monsters fighting. How can there be such a terrifying battle in the world? Fake. Everything is fake. The whole country was in chaos. Those ports were swept away by storms and tsunamis. Along the way, both the earth and the mountains collapsed. I don't know how many civilians died. X. Chapter 287 Roger, don't pretend. 20,210,222. Chapter 287 Roger, don't pretend. Ha! A steam meteor slanted down, and the sound of breaking the air tore the eardrums. Your Majesty, it seems that he is running towards us. Damn it, let's go. The faces of the king and all the ministers turned green. You can feel the power of tearing your body from so far away. If you smash it down, you won't die. The sound of the air tore the eardrums. Meteors streak across the sky, and the ground rises up wherever they go, followed by an endless storm. But the most terrifying disaster has just begun. That moment, the surface of the capital was lifted up, and the mountains and valleys in the deepest part of the city were lifted up. At the same time, the surging weather caused dust and debris to turn into a meteor shower, covering the capital and smashing towards the surrounding cities. Help! I don't want to die. Help! Like a real meteor shower hitting the ground, no grass grows in a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It is equivalent to the disappearance of an urban area. Thick dust covered the sky, and the steam dust in the center continued to climb, and a figure flew up from it. Bleeding constantly from his mouth, Chaos was disheveled and looked at Roger, who flashed in. His whole body was like a red-hot iron, and his breathing could be heard from far away. Roger was also very embarrassed, and his chest was full of blood. The two hit the medium-sized island all the way here, and they don't know how far they have crossed. Upside down all the way. Your Majesty, that seems to be the great pirate Goldie. Roger and the world's richest man, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. From a ruin far away, a few figures crawled out in embarrassment. It was the unfortunate king and his party. Among them, some ministers did not know where to take out the telescope, and apparently recognized the identities of Roger and Chaos. After all, whether it is the Roger Pirates or the richest group is too famous, there are legends and deeds of the two at any time in the sea. The Golden Emperor has kept a low profile in the last 6 months, otherwise he will definitely occupy the top 5 hot searches for many years. What? The Golden Emperor and the Roger Pirates? You mean the arrogant and domineering Golden Emperor of the richest man group? In addition to the Golden Emperor of the richest group in the sea, is there a second one? Damn. How could the Golden Emperor and Goldie Roger be here? The king's face was gloomy, and his country might be destroyed if he fought under this situation. Your Majesty, let us run away. This monster fight is not something we can engage in. Damn, I'm going to complain to the world government. Withdraw. Yes. Boom. Another mushroom cloud rose, and Chaos' right hand was broken again and he could see the blood bones, but under the forced connection of the return of life, he could still continue to fight. Roger gasped, his face a little abnormal. This is not caused by fighting, but high-efficiency fighting affects the disease. But he won't back down from this fight. The ultimate brilliance flickered fiercely, and with a roar, Roger fell from the sky, and tens of thousands of meters in a radius of tens of thousands of meters collapsed again and stood tall mountains and flowing waters. The battle between the two began to deviate from the original route and appeared at the other end of Light's Island. Golden molten fire flowing Sega a serious kick. Endless flames were generated, and Chaos flew into the sky, then turned into a comet and carried tail feathers, tearing through the atmosphere and crashing down, In an instant, the earth collapsed and tore out countless abyss, and the mountains collapsed and disappeared one after another. In the abyss, Chaos and Roger were hanging upside down, and every body part was an attacking weapon, with vicious and sinister moves. Suddenly Roger grabbed Chaos's head with one hand and slammed into the wall fiercely, and Chaos punched Roger's stomach. Poof! 5 fingers were poured like steel, and Roger pressed Chaos's head tightly and then grabbed it fiercely. Even if Chaos used his armed color all over his head, Roger's index-finger was plucked into the flesh. With the gushing blood, he almost died, left eye gouged out. Chaos's dull sound was also fierce, and the flames splashed with both hands to form the sharpest weapon, which directly penetrated Roger's abdomen, forming a shockwave that made the walls of the abyss form a broad avenue. If Roger hadn't escaped his hut in an emergency, he might have been shattered by now. Click. The sound of bone cracking continued to come from the two bodies, and the blood continued to fight. Invisible collision. The two flew out, and Chaos slammed into another wall of Bishan in the abyss, covered in blood. The golden eyes were full of bloodshots and ruthlessness, and a brand new golden armor fell from the sky. Even at this moment, Chaos didn't want to use the golden fruit, it looked stupid. But he enjoyed it. The two looked at each other with a frenzied, nervous smile on their faces. Those who can become strong in this world are not normal people. Boom. Boom. The fighting in the depths of the earth continues to riot, and the chaos of the outside world is beginning to be destroyed to form trenches and canyons. Finally, with the air pressure rising into the sky, the entire upside-down cloud layer was penetrated, and the scene that opened up the world was too shocking. Far away, Rayleigh, Crocodile, and others quickly chased after them, all of their eyes being cast on the abyss. The strong air pressure formed a halo that spread in circles and circles, and in the sight of everyone, 2 figures slowly rose from the abyss. Chaos's hair was disheveled and his eyes were shining brightly, and his body was covered in bruises and looked terrible. If it wasn't for the return of life, he would have been kneeling now. Roger on the opposite side was also covered in blood, and 5 scratches spread from his chest to his abdomen, and bones were deeply visible. Overall, it was still Chaos who was at a disadvantage. After all, Roger was already ill at this time. If the fight went on like this, it wouldn't be Roger who would lose, but Chaos. The premise is that Chaos does not hang up. For example, let the bear play it, and let Betty add a buff. Maybe this can be postponed to the end, not necessarily. Although Chaos usually has no integrity, he still has integrity in a fair fight. This is about the arrogance of the strong. He Gaia Chaos life, integrity is not lost to others. Fighting continues to erupt. Perhaps because the attack speed is too fast, in the eyes of some people, Roger and Chaos's movements are full of slowness. But only the real masters know that what they see now is only when the two faced each other a few seconds ago. In this way, the battle continued for a day and a night, and it never cooled down. After such a long-lasting high-intensity battle, both Chaos and Roger have consumed too much, and the most important thing is that they can no longer be dragged on. 1 day and 1 night is enough for other forces to act. So Roger stopped pretending. Wootilda. The time is running out. In the rubble, the two stepped out of each other, Roger's chest heaving. Watching Chaos take a deep breath, a wave of fluctuations spreads wonderfully. From Roger's perspective, you will find that the whole world is alive. Very clear. Various voices streamed in. Chaos could clearly feel the change in Roger, as if it suddenly became dusty. Weird feeling. And there is a sense of crisis of scalp tingling. Are you going to use your real skills? Chaos was vigilant in all directions. Until now, he has not seen any special skills used by Roger. This is very unscientific. Now the breath has changed suddenly, it seems to be hard. As a legend in the original work, It is impossible to create an era without a little bit of expertise. Chaos guessed that it might be to listen to the voice of all things. As one of the extension techniques of seeing, hearing, and color, it is impossible to simply listen to the sounds of all things, and there must be other effects. For example, predicting the future is a hang in the battle. Not to mention perceiving emotions and reading mental memories, each one is weirder than the other. It is a pity that Chaos's current experience is only the two small auxiliary abilities of Alwither, large range, thousands of miles of sound transmission, and alarm system. X. Chapter 288 The world will not be conscious. 20,210,223. Chapter 288 The world will not be conscious. Dong dong dong. Roger seemed to be covered by something, and walked towards Chaos, very natural. Chaos's sword eyebrows jumped, and he found that there were no flaws, and he seemed to be in harmony with the Tao. This Nima acted like a cultivator. But I have to say it's pretty intimidating. Because Chaos felt a huge threat, and his heartbeat was faster than before, which was not a good sign. This feeling made Chaos very uncomfortable. So he attacked first. Roger's face was very dull, watching Chaos disappear in place and still walking forward, showing the demeanor of a strong man in his gestures. Take a serious kick. The explosive power was radiant in an instant, and Chaos appeared in front of Roger with his feet filled with golden molten fire, sweeping the thousands of troops in a mighty rolling posture. But that moment, as if the lightning in the night slowed down, Roger slowly crouched down to dodge, then stood up and punched slowly. Chaos saw it. He wants to hide. But at such a slow speed, he couldn't avoid it. The air in a radius of 100 meters seemed to be evacuated, the torrent-like impact tore through the sky, and the earth in front of him disappeared to form an endless road, which was breathtaking. Chaos turned into a shrimp with a painful face. Blood spurted violently from his nose and mouth, and a wave of air behind him formed a plane. But he is a wolf. His eyes were full of blood and anger, and he clenched his fists and splattered golden molten fire to suppress them in one fell swoop. But Roger withdrew his hand, and the figure shifted sideways, and his fist passed by so slowly. Rumbling. The earth shook and the mountains were torn to pieces, and a new Tian King appeared. Roger's face was expressionless. His pupils did not have the slightest ripple, and he slammed his knee on Chaos's chin just a short distance away. The violent momentum spread, and Chaos raised his head and spurted blood, and at the same time he left the ground. I have to say that Chaos' stubborn resistance, even if he was hit by such a strange blow, still had the power to backhand, and his left hand slammed towards Roger. But it's just a dying struggle. Roger seemed to know that Chaos would attack like this, and he stepped sideways first, like a mountain tearing his mind, and slammed it heavily on Chaos's chest. Call out. Chaos flew out upside down, his body rolled on the ground like a rootless reed, leveled several hills one after another, and finally fell into the rubble with blood on his face. Roger landed slowly, and the surrounding area was filled with special ripples. Quiet. So quiet. Roger stood there, without eyes to see. There was no existence at all. He is like a stone, a tree, a weed. What's the situation? What happened? The crocodile, who watched the battle from a distance, were at a loss. The two just fought you and I, how did it change in an instant? Chaos was defeated by Roger without any backhand. Not right. Why does it feel like the boss can't attack him? I can't understand what's going on at all. Compared to the disbelief and confusion of Crocodile et al. The Roger pirates and others didn't have any other expressions, some were just normal. They knew that Roger had used the true power of hearing the voice of all things, the power of battle. Cough cough. Climbing up from the ruins, Chaos's collapsed chest was constantly resounding, and the broken bones were forcibly pulled back to heal. Seeing, hearing, and color cannot perceive the existence of the other party. Damn it. Is this really the ability to hear the voice of all things? I was secretly aware of it just now, and the feeling of being unable to do anything is too inconsistent. Listen to the voice of all things? Chaos stood staggeringly, spitting out the blood from his mouth, and the spiral steam erupting from his body. Roger didn't deny it, and stretched out his hand, inexplicable ripples beating with his fingertips. You seem to know it well. Feeling the atmosphere, the earth, the wind, the clouds, and all kinds of sounds that can only be understood, Roger was a little surprised by Chaos. After all, there are only a handful of people in the ocean who know his ability. Only some evenly matched opponents know. Blind people can see it. Chaos' face is a little ugly. You are like a hang-up all of a sudden. Don't you know? Guessed it. I'm curious about you. Why are you excluded from this world yourself? I can feel that everything has no affinity for you. It's strange. Never seen this before. In Roger's feelings, every person and every animal has an affinity with nature, but the man in front of him is very strange, as if everything can't fit in. He seems very out of place. That feeling is so obviously contradictory. If the use of listening to the voice of all things against other people increases trauma by 80%, then it is 95% for Chaos. That is to say, listening to the voice of all things restrains Chaos. Because the whole world is rejecting him. So just now, Chaos didn't have the slightest backhand strength and could only passively be beaten. But when Chaos heard Roger's words, his whole face stiffened. What the hell? Is the world rejecting him? Is it because he is black? I am Nima. At this moment, Chaos thought a lot. According to the general novel routine, he is either the son of destiny or the villain of destiny. From the beginning to the end, Chaos thought that he was the chosen one, but now it is different. The world of Nima is rejecting it, so the villain of destiny. Suddenly, he felt the deep malice from this world. The world will not be conscious. Finished calf. It seems that his own crossing was not very successful and was discovered. Looks like you know why. Roger looked at Chaos's uncertain and fast-changing face, obviously knowing something. He lived most of his life, and it was the first time he saw someone who would be rejected by the voice of the world. Paralysis? I don't believe in evil. Chaos will not admit defeat. No matter what happens in the future, as long as he is strong enough, he will stop and kill the gods and Buddhas, and no one can stop him from being arrogant and domineering. He will pretend forever. Even if he is an enemy of the whole world, he will not change his mind. The only advantage of his Gaia Chaos is that he does not forget his original intention and has a beginning and an end. Also, he understood. It is possible that Roger is the current child of destiny, listening to the voice of all things. Isn't that the voice of the world? I lose your nut? Chaos's mentality was a little exploded. Seriously, Punch. In the face of Chaos' somewhat annoyed attack, Roger was unmoved and took a step to the left, and Chaos' attack passed by impartially. Taking this opportunity, Roger kicked out, but this time Chaos' reaction was unexpected. The other hand splattered with gold molten fire, and attacked in all directions in the direction where Roger was. The force of the flash flood continued to impact, and the atmosphere exploded with mighty atmosphere. Roger frowned and his left foot plummeted down in midair. With his right hand, Chaos blocked his entire body from sinking and his feet sank into the ground, bleeding from the corners of his mouth as he persisted. He tried to grab Roger sideways, but he was still a little short, and Roger was now holding his knee in front of Chaos. Poof! Regardless of the damage, Chaos was covered in blood and forcibly held back Roger's hand. Without any accident, Roger easily escaped again. I don't believe that this Emperor can't attack. Chaos was furious, but he did not believe in evil. But no matter how fierce and intensive the attack was, Roger could always dodge the past gracefully. Seriously, punch. The Imperial gun. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook and the mountains were torn apart, and the most central storm kept rolling up. Before the mushroom cloud dissipated, the sound of battle was heard again. X. Chapter 289 I didn't expect the Emperor to kneel so easily. 20,210,223. Chapter 289 I didn't expect the Emperor to kneel so easily. PFFT. A powerful shockwave rushed out from behind, sweeping the upturned hills one after another, and time slowed down again. Just when Chaos left the ground, Roger reached out and grabbed Chaos's wrist, and as soon as he pulled Chaos, he fell to Roger uncontrollably. Damn. Looking at the approaching knee, Chaos could only passively defend. The right hand covers the armed color blocking, and at the same time the iron block swells with all his strength. Click. There was a sound from the right hand, and it continued to bend and stand up, pounding on the sunken chest with the huge recoil trend. Chaos's eyes turned white, and the spiral steam rising from his body stagnated for a moment. Resisting the shock of his body, the flames swept out of his right foot. Roger bent over lightly, and slammed an uppercut on Chaos's chin. The terrifying click sounded again, and Chaos' entire chin was removed, and his teeth spewed out. Facing Roger's attack, it was useless for Chaos to cover his entire body with his armed color, because the opponent's armed color was not only not weaker than him, but even stronger than him. His feet were off the ground again, only to be caught by Roger again. The current battle is like the Flash is too fast to cause the wrong time to be slow, Chaos is like a sandbag, and Roger is surrounded by Chaos and comes up with all kinds of military punches. It's not right. Stucci and the others were in a hurry. Boss suddenly fell into no resistance, and it came too suddenly. Have not responded yet. Is Goldie? Roger really that strong? SHHHHHH. The dim sky was torn apart, and a golden emperor weapon was blasted, and the ground was bombarded wildly. Chaos finally used the golden fruit. He couldn't take it anymore. Roger's fist is not good, especially if it is a military fist. He almost didn't knock his shit out. Can't touch each other at all. That ability is really weird. Just like opening. All kinds of gravel and soil splashed, and Chaos took the opportunity to escape and fly away. He was smashed into the ruins and covered with bruises. Cough cough. He couldn't stop vomiting blood from his nose and mouth, only a few teeth were firm, and his face was pale when he staggered up. Metal collisions continued to linger behind him, and all the golden weapons turned into two 500-meter-high Sakyamuni and the Goddess of God. Whisper. Roger didn't speak, just pulled out the long knife round his waist. A large amount of steam is spreading. The wound on Chaos is forcibly healing, and a mace appears in his right hand. Golden molten fire, flowing Sekira, thunder gossip. With a hysterical roar, Chaos rushed out in one fell swoop for a large-scale attack. Sakyamuni and the Goddess of God also held a mace one after another and rushed out with Chaos. God avoids. Roger's face was serious, and he quickly swung out the long knife in his hand, forming several slashes to tear the ground. Incredible things happened. Roger's attack actually split the thunder and gossip, and slammed into Chaos himself with a very tricky posture. This attack even took a turn. I am Nima. Chaos felt the danger of death on the spot. After confirming his eyes, the armed color couldn't bear it. Boom. The vast mushroom cloud expanded, and the entire cloud layer spread out to both sides. The black and red thunder in the center flickered, and the entire island began to tear and collapse. When everything disappears, endless basins and mountains and valleys stand. The tremor spread to the sea, directly forming a tsunami that spread to the horizon. The billowing smoke gradually dispersed, followed by the sound of blood dripping. Stuffy and the others, who were watching from a distance, were stunned and unbelievable with wide-eyed eyes, and then they were furious. I didn't expect this emperor to kneel so easily. At this moment, Chaos was standing on the ground, with Roger maintaining a stabbing posture in front of him, the tip of the knife in his hand dripping blood behind Chaos' back, and Chaos was dripping with blood-stained blonde hair, with gold scattered all around. In the mushroom cloud explosion, Roger appeared ghostly, and when Chaos realized that his body had been penetrated. How many years have passed since debut? I have retreated and practiced successively. I thought that I could already be on par with the top powerhouses, but now it seems that I am still in the heat. Especially compared to the man who started the era of the great pirates. The other party's hanging is really inhumane. Boss. From afar, Stuffy and others rushed over, but unfortunately they were stopped by Rayleigh and others one after another. Go away. A war is raging. Do you want to continue? Roger stepped back, holding a blood-stained long knife and looking at Chaos. At this moment, Chaos took 2 steps back, his body swayed and knelt on one knee on the ground, the spiral steam on his body was dissipating, and the blood-stained blonde hair and golden eyes also returned to normal. The breath falls vertically. Undeniably, he lost. Completely defeated. Except for the battle at the beginning, they were all beaten unilaterally, and there was no backhand. I'm defeated. Looking up at Roger with some difficulty, Chaos was not unwilling. Skills are not as good as people, it's a fact. Just didn't expect it to be so simple. Crack. The clouds, which had gradually dissipated with thunder and lightning, suddenly began to subvert. A huge breath came from far and near. Ha ha. Gaia Chaos. Gordy. Roger. _ I'm here. A huge shadow fell from the sky, and Kaido held a mace with spiky fangs and slammed into Roger and Chaos in one fell swoop. The shit stirrer really came. Chaos changed his face, and he was not surprised by Kaido's appearance. For a time, the mushroom cloud stood up again, and the shockwave of terror destroyed everything, covering the most central situation for a time. Kaido. Roger's voice was heard in a large amount of dust, accompanied by the collision of weapons. A stream of black and red thunder splattered from it, and Chaos flew out of it like a ball, smashed to the ground and rolled uncontrollably. After leaving bloodstains, he covered his face and lay in the ruins, breathing heavily while watching the discolored sky. This time it hurts even more. Oh shit. After this battle is over, be sure to go to the Ghost Island, don't beat Kaido into a pig's head, know why the steel is so hard, his Gaia's name is written upside down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a surge in his body, and the blood he vomited this time was probably a basin. I was completely exhausted. Boss. At this time, the 2 sides flew in, Crocodile and others stood in front of Chaos and watched Kaido and Roger who were fighting, and Rayleigh and others also watched. Because of Kaido's arrival, the tense atmosphere was eased. Old Bear, Lao won. Chaos paled as if he was terminally ill, meaning to let the bear and Ivankov come quickly. The bear took off his gloves and pressed it on Chaos's chest in one fell swoop. The blood-colored bear's paw the size of a fist on the back began to swell and eventually became the size of a mountain. Ivankov gave Chaos a shot in the waist. After the 2 of them were treated, Chaos sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Stuffy. Have you brought the tonic? Bring it. Stuffy raised his hand and grabbed the sky, and a black cloud fell down, and it turned out to be all kinds of tonics. Such as ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum and other medicinal materials. There are also many strange plants, all of which are great tonic. Don't ask why there are these things in the pirate world, just ask. Chaos began to devour, swallowed these most primitive medicinal materials, and began to absorb the return of life. Slowly, Chaos's face quickly turned red, and his breath was like sitting on a rocket, and he recovered faster than eating meat. X. Chapter 290 Roger, sit down first. 20,210,224. Chapter 290 Roger, sit down first. It turned out to be really useful. Akino's eyes lit up, and the others were a little surprised. In the past 6 months, Chaos had a flash of inspiration when he was pondering the cultivation of life return. Since life return can be achieved by absorbing meat energy to achieve rapid recovery, wouldn't it be more efficient for medicinal materials such as fortifications? Did not expect to experiment, the result is feasible. Compared with meat, these herbs contain more energy. Chaos sometimes admires himself. Is a genius. Crack clap. With the continuous transformation of these medicinal materials, Chaos's body crackled like firecrackers, and both bones and wounds were recovering at an alarming rate. It seems that some medicinal materials need to be prepared for future battles. Play and drink. Akino, Betty and several others will return their lives, thoughtfully. A few of Anilu, who will not return their lives, are more interested in the return of their lives. Boom. The explosion of the burning sky resounded, and a shock wave hit. Crocodile and others stood in front of Chaos to block, looking at the two people who were separated in the center. Kaido held a mace and sank deep into the mountain, laughing loudly in a big font. On the opposite abyss, Roger held a long knife. The situation didn't look very good. This bat has nothing to do with Kaido. You take a rest first. Perhaps sensing that Roger was wrong, Rayleigh, who had been watching, appeared out of thin air, frowning at Kaido. Okay. Roger's breath plummeted, and he did not resist. A fight with Chaos will cost him a lot. Especially the root cause. Croakers, give the captain some medical care. When Roger returned to Jabba and the others, some of them greeted the ship Dr. Q. Locas. Roger, sit down first. I don't know where Q. Locas got the medical kit, so he started to take out the stethoscope very skillfully. As for the others, they watched the scene. One Kaido, one Rayleigh is enough. Ha ha, Hades Rayleigh. Kaido broke free from the mountain wall and slammed his mace, looking at Rayleigh without any contempt. The man in front of him is also a strong man. Kaido, you sure are everywhere. Rayleigh, with his long golden curly hair fluttering and wearing white elite glasses, pulled out the long sword from his waist and walked towards Kaido. Kaido didn't speak, but rushed out like a wild beast. Thundering gossip. The mace collided with the long sword, and in an instant, black and red thunderbolts splattered from it, a wave of air swelled and swept through, and the dim sky stirred up again. The two overlords are mighty and powerful. This is Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. The coat was dancing wildly behind him, and Crocodile squinted his eyes and was about to move. It's not just Hades. Stuffy glanced at Roger's side very solemnly. The crew members were famous, and none of them were weak. The two sides fought recklessly, and their chances of winning were only between 30 and 40%. In terms of top combat power, there are only 7 of them, while the opponent is close to 20. But Poppy Island's support should be on the way. It's not like Stucci didn't do anything. Go and fight if you want. I'll tell you the truth. The sound of Chaos spitting and swallowing came from behind, and the hot high-temperature steam rose around the body. As a boss of several people, he was always equivalent to a father. How could he not know that a few children were just about to move? He's not going to stop the instincts of a few kids. Hey! Crack! Shasha! Akino, Anilu, and Crocodile had been waiting for Chaos's words for a long time, so they disappeared in place as soon as Chaos finished speaking. Hip hop. My life returns can finally be shown. In front of my dancing queen, all men are scumbags. In the blink of an eye, only Stuffy remained beside Chaos. Even the bear disappeared without a word. You go too. Looking at the graceful figure of Stuchy's immortal back, Chaos was a little touched. If it wasn't for knowing that this woman was not a normal person, there might have been an eerie brotherhood between them. Stuffy turned around and rolled his eyes, and did not listen to Chaos's words, but continued to guard silently. At least wait for Chaos to recover completely. As the only normal person in the entire group, who is equivalent to the role of mother, is also heartbroken. Seeing that Stuffy didn't move, Chaos shrugged and continued to pull the medicinal materials into his mouth, running his life back to quickly absorb energy to recover. Come on together. At the other end, Crocodile and others are high profile, facing all the members of the Roger Pirates with their hands on their backs. I don't know where the honeyjuice confidence comes from, and the first thing I say is arrogance. Aquino, Anilu, Ivankov, Betty, and Zing all fell next to Crocodile one after another, lining up the Roger Pirates in an invincible line. I didn't feel inferior and guilty because of the large number of opponents. Instead, he is domineering and self-confident, such as princes and generals. It is said that the richest man group, from the Golden Emperor to everyone in charge, are rampant and domineering. Now it seems that what they said is true. Jabba Spark, the number 3 character of the Roger Pirates, grinned with white teeth on his sunglasses. Looks a little evil. Stop talking nonsense, let's all dance for the Queen. With a wave of the golden flagpole in Betty's hand, buffs are superimposed on all the members, each of which is like eating a great song. Go. Sun Garuda? God's punishment. Sheme Fist. Where do you want to go if you travel? Sand Fist. Any disagreement is done, and Aquino and the others rushed out in one fell swoop. And the Roger Pirates did not swarm up, but walked out of several figures one on own to block the excited Crocodile in the air and on the ground. Suddenly, the battle was scattered in all directions, and there were bombardments like missiles everywhere. But the accident came again. Gaia Chaos. Under the pitch-black sky, a hysterical roar came from far away, and our no-2 scumbag, Miss Charlotte Lingerling, who was furious just to get her face back for revenge, finally arrived. As soon as he came up, he was furious, with a murderous look on his face. With thunder on his feet, flames on his head, and a giant blade in his hand, this look is full of bells and whistles, and at first glance, he knows that he doesn't look like a normal person. Wagyu-oh. The monstrous sword energy rampaged all the way, destroying the hills and leaving the grand avenues, and drowning out towards chaos. The whole earth trembled. Boom. The terrifying storm radiated. Stuchy disappeared in front of chaos at an unknown time, and when he appeared, he was already in front of the sword energy, with steam lightning floating on his body, and his slender hands flowing with armed colors even forcibly resisted. Along with shouting to the sky, the sword energy rushed to the top of the cloud, and the black pressure cloud layer was separated on the spot. The blur was forcibly pushed aside, and Stuffy's feet sank into the ground and slid out. The long hair and shawls fluttered in the wind, showing a sense of heroism and etherealness. The movements of Kasare's medicinal materials were all a meal, and Stuffy really shocked him. It seems that since the establishment of the richest man group, Stuchy has rarely done anything. He was even brought up to show force in front of chaos. This sudden appearance gave chaos a strong sense of freshness and shock. This is Charlotte Lingerling's attack. He didn't expect that he would be so strong without saying a word. That's the face of the richest group, the Queen of Joy, Stussy. I didn't expect people to be beautiful and strong in combat. It's not an ordinary woman who can turn off Charlotte Lingerling's attack. Captain, you don't object to my pursuit. On the Roger Pirates' side, many people were amazed, and some even had stars shining in their eyes. X. Chapter 291 I didn't expect that the Emperor would also be useful one day. 20,210,224. Chapter 291 I didn't expect that the Emperor would also be useful one day. Go away. Big Mom's blow was blocked, and he was still full of murderous aura. A mere Queen of Joy wants to stop her? Insane dream. Stucci didn't answer, but told Big Mom with action. The ground under the feet of the high-heeled shoes burst, and Stuffy suddenly appeared using the shaver. He was bathed in steam and lightning, like a goddess of war. The appearance of the long hair flying is too charming. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the face of the richest group. See types of profound truth, thunderbolt, crossgun. A 10-meter thick thunderbolt fell from the tilted sky, and finally compressed into Stuffy's weak and boneless hands, and blasted out in a killy shape into a terrifying force. Big Mom's eyes widened in anger, his left hand clenched his fist, covered with thunderous flames and armed colors. That moment, the dazzling light enveloped the scene, and some people closed their eyes subconsciously. A storm overwhelmed the mountains and the sea, and the surrounding surface began to rise or tear, and the destructive force was also terrifying. Fortunately, there were some strong people present, otherwise they might have been blown away. Beautiful. Women in battle are indeed the most beautiful. As expected of the appearance. Just this face, this figure, this fighting ability, Captain, I feel in love with her. In the Roger Pirates, there were several wretched and sighing voices. Is this the time to think about it? Captain, let's retreat. Apprentice Bucky hugged Jackson Banner, a man with curly hair that covered his eyes, tightly to prevent the shockwave from the collision. Now he is very worried. Kaido and Charlotte Lingerling arrive one after another, and there may be some ghosts and monsters in a while. Bucky is an idiot, but not a fool. This vision is still there. Bucky, the captain, will make the decision. Shanks on one side was not as bad as Bucky, but was grabbed by the arm of a handsome man with a bony tail. It was Spencer, a combatant of the Roger Pirates. The face value is very high. Ha ha, Bucky, Shanks, when this fight is over, I'm going to kidnap that woman back. That's mine. It doesn't take 3 days for me to get her done. Who can't brag? Becky and Shanks looked at the few people who were quarreling and almost got into an infighting, their faces turned black. Because of one woman, the team is in jeopardy. How can I feel insecure? The noise on the side of the Roger Pirates did not affect the center of the battle. At this moment, Big Mom resisted Stucci's attack with one hand, and held Napoleon in his right hand, wrapped in flames, and waved it mercilessly. With a cold face, Stuffy quickly retreated to avoid it. Now is not the time to fight hard. As the ground shook and the mountains exploded, the dense dust spread, and there was once again a clear road in front of Big Mom. Go to hell. The speed of Big Mom was even faster than expected. Stuffy rushed up as soon as he landed, holding Napoleon in his right hand, which was a powerful sword. Stuffy was very calm, and when he activated his ability, the sky shot down a 10-meter thick thunder column, which hit it directly. It's just that this thunder column, which can destroy ordinary people, doesn't work for Big Mom, and even the thunder is absorbed as soon as it hits. It's Zeus' sword of promised victory. Stuffy still did not panic. After disappearing and dodging in place, he stretched out his slender hand to reach the sky, and the flashing thunder on his body began to condense in the palm of his hand, turning into a sacred and luxurious long sword. Then the steam surrounds, and the golden and white cherry blossoms flow domineeringly. The long golden wavy hair and the skirt fluttered, and the white shawl fluttered behind him, showing the full murder weapon in the waist that was gripped incisively and vividly. Shake-akka. The tip of the luxurious long sword suddenly burst out with a thundering laser beam, shooting directly into the sky. At that moment, the entire sky with thunder and lightning stopped, and then slowly turned to form a black hole. The visual scene silenced the audience. Gudong. There were constant voices of drooling, and at this moment Stuart was too womanly to be a man. Some were shocked by the heroic appearance, and some were shocked by the ability to control the weather. Even Chaos stopped cheating and looked at Stuffy in a daze. What is the Sword of the Oath of Victory, and the use and development of this kind of bells and whistles? These are the opinions that Chaos gave to Stucci. It's just that Stussy has been staring at him all the time. Chaos thought that Stucci did not listen to it, and did not expect to secretly develop it. Needless to say, even he was a little moved by Stucci's heroic appearance now. Everyone in the audience didn't feel that the second or embarrassed, but had an inexplicable sense of appreciation. After all, she is a woman, and some are just sexy, cute, and unbelievably beautiful. Coupled with this woman's long beauty and devilish figure, holiness and charm coexist. I wonder if the man can stand it. In contrast, Big Mom is a bit bleak. Because this time it's ugly. Just become a green leaf. Boom. As Stuffy held up his long sword, the turning sky began to fall toward Big Mom. From a distance, it looked like a sky was falling, and that scene was the real doomsday. Ah! We seem to be in attack range. Run. Bucky's face turned green, looking at the heavy clouds, tears and snot began to splash. This is so terrifying. Beyond your own power. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. In the face of Stucci's attack, Big Mom was dismissive. After all, the Union fruit is not as good as the Thunder fruit and the Rockberry fruit. Now Stuffy's attack is at most a wider attack, which may be useful for ordinary powerhouses, but it is obviously not enough for a powerhouse like Big Mom. It's a bit flashy. Flames and thunder entwined Napoleon's body. Big Mom clenched his hands tightly and waved, and the sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth opened up in an instant, and the thunder and lightning blackened the sea of clouds into a half. The dazzling sunlight projected from it, once brightening the dark world. Wagyu-oh. Big Mom made another attack, this time heading for Stuxy, splitting the surface along the way. Stuxy's beautiful eyes were cold, and she held the Sword of Oath Victory in front of her in both hands, but she underestimated that power, so her feet sunk deep into the ground and moved sideways, and her delicate face turned red. Click. The Sword of Oath of Victory was broken, and the blood of Stucci's red lips flew out, and it was too late to even elementalize. Maybe it was deliberately resisting the blow of Big Mom. The purpose is to prove some strength. Obviously the result is not very good. Compared with Big Mom, she is still one step behind. Big Mom is not a woman, that kind of power is really incomparable. Just when Stuffy was thinking about something, a large, warm hand was wrapped around his waist, and the strength was removed and it fell to the ground. Familiar atmosphere, very safe. I didn't expect that one day the clique D heroes in the TV series will save the beauty, and this emperor will also be useful one day. Do you think I'm handsome and have fallen in love with me? Chaos hugged Stucci in his arms, his golden eyes pretended to be gentle, and the 3,000 blonde hair fluttered freely behind his back, showing the gentleness and elegance of a noble and beautiful man. Boss, please have a degree of narcissism, I don't eat this set. Stucci didn't fluctuate in the slightest, and the big hygienic eyes almost didn't kill Chaos. Show face and cooperate. There are outsiders watching. Chaos twitched, feeling that the good atmosphere was destroyed all at once. Stuffy didn't say a word, propped up and left Chaos's arms, patted the slightly wrinkled dress, and looked at Big Mom with blood on his red lips, Since you've cultivated well, boss, then I'll leave it to you. Not yet a match for Charlotte Lingerling. No problem. Chaos snapped his fingers, and changed the subject very skillfully with Stussy. Starting point, deep buckle, promise to protect you, 1,500 starting point coins, Stolt, 500 starting point coins, Wang Big Eye Bag, 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 292 _ The Lord would like to call you. 20,210,225. Chapter 292 _ God will call you. Let us show you the charm from the handsome boss. Chaos lifted the fluttering golden bangs in front of his forehead, made a handsome sinister expression, and took the most pleasing steps towards Big Mom. At the same time, the sound of golden horses resounded in the sky. A large piece of gold powder appeared at the feet of Chaos, and as he walked, it began to climb up his feet, calves, and thighs, turning into golden armor in bursts of sparks. The long-stop BGM resounded again. In just a moment, a brand new stalwart emperor who is wise and martial, domineering and handsome, heroic, and arrogant, appeared in the world extremely dazzlingly. Boom! The 500-meter-high Sakyamuni and the Goddess of God fell on both sides of Chaos, and the back of their heads were all reflected with a golden halo, which was extremely sacred. Just this photo and background board made the audience lose their voices for a while. Only Stuart sighed, brushing the hair from his forehead to his ears. Have to admit, just as high profile and gorgeous as when we met at Edvarhay. That's how men should be. Enough handsome. Just like what I had when I was young. It's as good as you were when you were young, but compared to when I was young, it's still a little bit worse. When I was 18, I was much more handsome than him. Someone in the Roger Pirates sighed that although they have all stepped into the ranks of old bacon with half a foot, they used to come from young fresh meat. Who has not had a coquettish time? In everyone's eyes, Chaos was a little worse than them. This is confidence. Gaia Chaos, today will be your day of death. Big Mom pointed at Chaos, and she was not stunned by the gorgeous scenes of Chaos at all. In her eyes, she was a clown. Charlotte Lingerling, what do you have to do with Gaia Chaos and my Golden Emperor? Chaos' figure was off the ground, and he danced wildly with his long golden hair on his back. Big Mom's breathing became heavier, and she could feel ridicule whether it was the other person's contempt or words. Without further ado, raising your hand is a ferocious blow. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Golden Molten Fire and Thunder Gossip. Chaos didn't move 3 feet off the ground, but the Shakyamuni on the left moved, and the D symbol on the back flowed into a mace, a golden red splashed with flames, as if waving a small mountain. Meteor hits Big Mom. That moment. The whole world is quiet. An explosion mushroom cloud connected the sky and the earth, so that half of the island began to be turned upside down. Roger and others and Stussy have all moved away one after another, and the place where they stood before has been destroyed. Crack. Amid this catastrophic roar, for some reason a snap of fingers was particularly loud. Shakyamuni has been broken into slag and scattered on the ground, but it has quickly collided and fused. As for Big Mom, it has turned into a cannonball and flew out, smashing the raised hills one after another, and finally lying on the gravel in the soil. Go. Chaos waved his hand gently, and the 500-meter-high Goddess of God, the light wheel spinning behind him, turned into a golden armor to cover the bumpy and upturned figure, and formed a golden long sword that penetrated the sky, striding forward. Heroic and valiant, he walked towards Big Mom. Clang clang. Shakyamuni recondensed and shrank slightly, but in his hand he was holding an Anwu Gatling that was 50 meters long and 10 meters thick, shining with a dazzling luster and slowly turning. Zeus. Big Mom roared, Zeus left the ground and rushed to the top of the cloud with lightning and thunder, and then merged into one and began to control the entire sky, splitting down a line of thunder pillars to unilaterally stop the base of the goddess. Wegu-O. Fire in the sky. Big Mom held Napoleon in one hand and Prometheus in the other, and charged towards chaos in one fell swoop. What can wait for Big Mom is the high-speed Namo Gatling. SHHHHHH. Da-da-da. Braving the golden light, Gatling shot hundreds of 1 decimeter pointed bullets every second, forming a torrent and flying towards Big Mom. At that moment, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, the billowing dust blocked the sight, and the ground shook tens of thousands of meters and tore apart cracks. From a distance, it can be seen that Shakyamuni is carrying Nanwu Gatling, and he looks like a very ruthless man without rushing. He also takes the initiative to walk towards Big Mom. Every step is calm and confident. But Big Mom is not a small role, holding Prometheus and burning a raging fire, melting the ground, causing ripples in the surrounding atmosphere, and even turning into a sea of fire to form a natural barrier to resist the torrent of Gatling. Those bullets melted before they got close. The monstrous sword she ripped apart the surface and was indestructible. Shakyamuni's body shrunk again, and he chose to shoot with Gatling in his right hand, while his left hand wriggled to form a golden shield, which blocked the slash from Big Mom extremely strongly. There was a crack in the golden shield, and Shakyamuni was forced to stop, and he couldn't help but retreat more than 10 steps, leaving a trail of footprints. Golden molten fire must kill, golden fire. Looking at the approaching Big Mom, the sound of a tractor could be heard from Shakyamuni's throat, and then a black gold laser beam shot out from the red right eye. Boom. The sky and the earth are eclipsed, and the red and white light covers the world. A huge mushroom bomb rose into the sky, and the catastrophe appeared again. Big Mom flew from the black smoke of the collision, and lay in the rubble after leaving a crack in the canyon, coughing and vomiting blood. The shield in Shakyamuni's hand disappeared, his body swelled again, and he continued to shoot at Big Mom with Gatling in his hand. Prometheus. The hysterical anger shouted from Big Mom's mouth. As the terrifying heat wave swept through, Big Mom was burning with flames, carrying Napoleon and walking towards Shakyamuni step by step. Those bullets were blocked by the high temperature of Prometheus, and even if they passed through and shot on Big Mom, it had no effect. Broken blade. The huge sword energy swept across, covering the color of the armed forces, making the sun and the moon pale. The golden shield appeared in Shakyamuni's hands again, but this time it was almost destroyed by Digulaxiu, and the entire huge body retreated and almost sat on the ground. And there were cracks on that fat body. Sun. Big Mom suddenly disappeared in place, and when it appeared, it was already in the abdomen of Shakyamuni, holding Prometheus in his hand like an indestructible blast of the sun. Without any accident, Shakyamuni's entire abdomen was penetrated, forming a red pillar of fire that pushed across the surface, extending to the sea and evaporating a lot of steam. There was even more fire in the leftover avenue. This blow directly wiped out Shakyamuni. It's a pity that Shakyamuni is just a pile of manipulated gold. Clap clap clap. Loud applause sounded from Chaos's hands, and at the same time Chaos's disdainful voice. Charlotte Lingerling, this emperor would like to call you a hero among women, but if you want to catch up with this emperor, it will take a few more years of practice. As soon as he died of anger, Chaos snapped his fingers, and the broken Shakyamuni turned into 18 weapons and fell into the sky. Big Mom was burning with anger, looking up at the weapon that Mankong pointed at her. The heavy makeup in his eyes was full of violence. Do you want to stop her just with this kind of attack? Stupid dream. As Big Mom rushed out in one fell swoop, the sky-filled weapon also began to fall like bullets. Big Mom ignored it completely, and Napoleon came out of his hand, suspended above his head and became bigger like an electric fan spinning, even blocking all the weapons. And Big Mom was burning with raging fire, and he deceived himself and came to teach Chaos to be a man. X. Chapter 293 The largest five-party melee in history. 20,210,225. Chapter 293 The largest five-party melee in history. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. This emperor has never relied on devil fruits, Charlotte Lingerling, you are too hasty. Chaos showed the demeanor of an emperor with one hand on his back, and he did not panic in the face of Big Mom's close body. What does the Golden Emperor rely on to walk the rivers and lakes? Handsome? Talent? Money? Charm? It was never, but a letter, word. And the big fist of the casserole. Power is truth. Go to hell. Now Big Mom just wants to hammer this bitch to death, and doesn't want to say anything. Ordinary punch. The explosive force was released in an instant, one high and one low collided condescendingly, and the surface of the 10,00 meter wide surface with the two at the center collapsed quickly, and then it sunk down, exposing the soil, sand, and gravel that had not been seen for a long time to lightning, and the huge shock wave was even more overwhelming. Boom boom boom. Chaos was very stubborn and fought in the air because of his height. Annie hit Big Mom's chin, but was blocked by a punch. Chaos's reaction was not unpleasant, and he was whipping his leg sideways. A lot of black and red lightning splashed between the two, echoing the battle between Kaido and Rayleigh at the other end, and the other battles were also extremely fierce. But just when Chaos and Big Mom fought a few moves, a new crisis came surging. The collision opened up the distance, and Chaos turned his head to look north, where a large number of warships had begun to surround this area, and the powerful atmosphere above was soaring into the sky. The battles of Rayleigh, Kaido, Crocodile and others also stopped one after another. It's troublesome. Roger's face was a little heavy, but those breaths were too strong. SHHHHHH. Crocodile and Aquino appeared next to Chaos one after another. Except for a little embarrassment and blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, his breath did not drop much. After all, the battle has only just started. Boss, the trouble seems to be a bit big this time. Feeling the powerful breath from far to near, the first few paths are more like abyss, and there are many unfamiliar powerful breaths. Not only the quantity, but the quality is also very high. Kaido and Big Mom are also standing on both sides, and everyone in the scene is looking north. Ha ha ha. It's so lively. One after another figure ran quickly, and finally stopped to reveal the whole picture. Garp, wearing a justice coat and eating donuts, glanced at Big Mom, Kaido, and Chaos, and finally looked at Roger's group. Marshal Sora. The Warring States of the Great General Buddha. General Blackwrist Zephyr. Monkey D. Carp. Chief of Staff Crane. Betty clenched the golden flagpole, breathing a little heavy. Just looking at the five people at the head, as for the Lieutenant General, Sarkowski, and Ghost Spider, the major generals were all ignored. The Navy is out in full force. Stuthy's face was ugly. She had expected the Navy to take action, but she didn't expect the action to be so big. Golden Emperor. The Shemei King. Sarkowski, Salino, and Kizan gritted their teeth, staring at Chaos and Ivankov, wishing they could be ashes. It is because of these two sluts that they fell into such a field. There are so many days every month that I feel unbearable. They always reminisce about being a man. We're early. Crane has some regrets. They should have come a step late. It seems that neither the Richest Man Group nor the Roger Pirates have run out of fuel. The most important thing is the two shit sticks Big Mom and Kaido. Was unexpected. If there is a war, the opposing quartet may join forces. then the advantage of the navy will be gone. It's all Carp's fault. Because he couldn't wait, so he went to the island in a blink of an eye. But now is not the time to be held accountable. We should find a way to prevent the four parties from joining forces. Sora and Sengoku also thought the same as Crane, only Garp wanted to do it directly, and Zephyr was stern and could not see his thoughts. Find a way to differentiate the first target of the Roger Pirates, and the second of the richest group. Kong's face was resolute, and the marshal's coat was flying behind him. Although the chi did not fully spread, it was still the most feared thing. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr had to step aside. Don't think that Sora's combat effectiveness as a marshal is low, on the contrary, he is terrifying like a devil. The situation is a bit difficult for them now, so Sora thought about it again and again, and finally put the main target on the Roger Pirates. If you don't know that the Roger Pirates are gathering the 4 guiding stones to go to Ralph, maybe the richest group will be the main target. The Roger Pirates are currently too much of a threat to the world government. And the richest man group is only in secret. The Golden Emperor has never torn his face, but left room for it. So the threat is far lower than the Roger Pirates. The most important thing is that the richest group cannot hurt the fundamental rule of the world government, for example, from the perspective of orthodeputation. But the Roger Pirates are different. If the Roger Pirates really get to that place, then the fundamental rule of the world government will be completely lost. Everything will be turned upside down. Boom. The earth shook under the feet of everyone, and Sakyamuni, who was close to 1,000 meters, took shape in the air and fell behind the Chaos group. The goddess who fought with Zeus had merged. The huge figure covered the light formed by the lightning flashes, holding the sacred and solemn bergamot hand, and the D symbol on the back turned the storm, giving people a sense of oppression as heavy as a mountain. Headed by Chaos, all of them entered the state. Pure golden light shrouded his body, unable to see his face clearly. Achino was in the steam fire. Anilu was in the lightning curtain. The rest of the people also entered the golden light to cover their postures, or fought in battle mode. It seems that this is going to be a big fight. All eyes in the audience were focused on the richest group, and everyone's mentality was also a little broken. Sure enough, a group of neuroses. Are you ready for this situation? According to normal people's thinking, they should retreat. All the members of the richest group are here, who will fight. Chaos took a step forward. His eyes glared at the Overlord, like a substantial black gold pressure mask, and arrogantly rushed out in the 4 directions of the Navy, Roger Pirates, Big Mom, and Kaido. The contemptuous and domineering high above is so arrogant and unreasonable. Ha ha. Gaia Chaos, you suit Lotse. Kaido laughed and danced wildly with his mace, and the Overlord also leaned out. The Golden Emperor's second declaration suits his taste. Even if the King of Heaven comes, so what, let's do it first. This kind of top war, simply don't make him too excited. Golden Emperor, I can't escape today. Also rose from Big Mom, and he pressed on Chaos in an all-round way without any concealment. Captain. On the Roger Pirates side, all the members smoked cigarettes, laughed and roared. But as Roger took a step forward, the Overlord color formed into a substantial join. Bucky's desperate voice and the wild laughter of others resounded through the sky. The Roger Pirates have never been afraid of anyone. Now in this situation, they are also just around the corner. We, the Roger Pirates, will accompany us to the end. Roger pulled out his long knife, and his coat fluttered loudly behind him, showing the spirit of a future generation of One Piece. Roger Pirates, no one can escape today. Kong's face was expressionless, and a terrifying awe arose from his body. Although it was a tyrannical look, that aura actually rammed into a few wills, and the strong collision did not lose at all. It was an aura of invincibility, justice, superior, and strong. And these words have already made it clear to the richest man group, Big Mom, and Kaido that the Navy's goal is the Roger Pirates. The big melee, let's enjoy it together. Chaos opened his hands and transformed into a battle form gorgeously, with long golden hair, golden eyes, golden armor, and high-temperature steam, stirring the entire sky with thunder and lightning, and the Shakyamuni exploded completely behind him. Turned into gold powder to radiate the audience. Click. The black and red thunder slashed, and I don't know if they had a good heart. Chaos, Roger, Sora, Big Mom, and Kaido rushed out in one fell swoop, and even collided in midair. Kill. At the same time, the person in charge of the richest man group, the crew of the Roger Pirates, and the Navy also turned into a torrent and approached from 3 directions. Except for his own partners, everyone else is an enemy. The most terrifying chaotic battle begins. Starting point, deep deduction rewarding Dasan is so stupid, 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 294 Young people, it's not good to be too arrogant. 20,210,226. Chapter 294 Young people, it's not good to be too arrogant. The entire sky has been tilted and chaotic, and their respective camps are colliding. The 5 figures in midair collided with swords or fists, and the ring-shaped shock wave pushed the air horizontally, causing the entire island to collapse. Roger, Sora, Big Mom, Kaido, and Chaos looked at each other, and the powerful air burst out, all of them glaring or laughing for the sake of politics. I hope the 4 of you can make this Emperor happy. Chaos's arrogant and limitless death, as if he wanted to fight against Sora, Roger, Kaido and Big Mom alone, can be described as arrogant. This sentence should be said by Lotse. Kaido's eyes widened in anger, and he entered the half-beast form with dragon claws holding a mace, and his vicious aura was a real wild beast. No one can stop me from killing you. Big Mom stared at Chaos. His body was burned with electric light and flames, and he held Napoleon in a violent frenzy. Charlotte Lingerling, you are the weakest here, don't hinder this Emperor's battle with others. Chaos' face was full of contempt, and he was not optimistic about Big Mom. Roger and Sora didn't speak, they were just fighting. Pleasantly pulled. The endless black and red thunder spreads from the very center, and the force of the collision is getting bigger and bigger, and finally it looks like a nuclear bomb exploded, and a mushroom cloud rises into the sky. The 5 people flew out one after another, their faces flushed. But it collided again in the next second. But this time a 6th man wanted to step in. Haha, how could I be absent from this kind of battle? Garp flew into the air, wanting to join the 5-man battle, but just halfway through the flight, he blocked his hands in front of him, and then 2 huge forces rushed in, and Garp smashed a lot of sand and rocks like a cannonball. Crocodile and Rayleigh appeared in the air and underground, looking at each other and out of the corner of the eye in Garp's direction. We boss fight and don't want to be disturbed. Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth, and his black fur coat was flying behind him. Because he only had a rough outline in the pure gold light, he still maintained his arrogance and boundless in the face of the famous Hades Rayleigh and the Navy hero Garp. Looking at it, I still want a pair of 2. Cap, you are everywhere. Rayleigh held a long sword and pushed the white light glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking helplessly at Garp who came out of the dust. Haha. Then see if you 2 can stop me. A terrifying aura arose from Garp, his hands were dyed with the color of infiltrative weapons, and he grinned at Rayleigh and Crocodile with a terrifying smile. This Emperor disdains to join forces, but the 2 of you can join forces. Everything can be lost, but momentum and arrogance cannot be lost. He, Tsar Crocodile, fears no one. Rayleigh and Garp squinted their eyes slightly, The young people seemed to be too inflated now. But what the two of them didn't expect was that Crocodile was even more inflated than expected, and even took the lead in launching an attack on them. The big world. The desertification of the right foot lifted and the ground cracked with Crocodile as the center. In the blink of an eye, a desert radiated toward Rayleigh and Carp, and began to absorb all the water. Desert strangulation. A stream of sand tributaries began to spin and strangle like a tornado. Within a kilometer, the sand was densely covered, and the attack was fierce and strange. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. A sword light destroyed Gulaxiu and cut through the mighty ground. A punching force formed a shock wave, and it also smashed all the desertified tributaries from strangulation. But here in the desert, Crocodile is a god. Large sandy hands stretched out on the surface, trying to grab Rayleigh and Garp, and spread like water snakes trying to suck up the water. It's just that with Rayleigh and Garp covering the whole body, all these are useless. Pat. Crocodile was divided into 2.5, and the desertification recondensed to one side, leaving only a ravine left by the sword energy. Young man, it's not good to be too arrogant. The cool and smiling voice made Crocodile's hair stand up. It was Garp. Crocodile reacted almost instinctively. He didn't even want to cover Liu Ying's armed color with his hands to block it. The next second, the force of the jump came, and the terrifying force made Crocodile's face pale, and it exploded on the spot and turned into quicksand scattered on the ground. Ding ding bang bang bang. Garp turned and fought with Rayleigh. The frenzied pressure was unstoppable. Crocodile reassembled his body, watching the fierce battle in the center with indignation. I'm the Crocodile. With his hands clenched and domineering flowing, Crocodile has practiced Liu Ying's skills in the past 6 months, and it is time to show off his skills. It happens that there are 2 top powerhouses sparring, so how can you let it go? Even if his leg was broken, he would join in. Sand Fist. The indestructible shadow rampaged, and Crocodile shot the 2 of them again indiscriminately, and then fought in. The 3 began to fight fiercely on their own. It's just that every time Crocodile is the fastest, the ruthless man who vomits blood first. Even if he masters Liu Ying's domineering power and is still capable of nature, it is still a lot worse to face such masters as Rayleigh and Garp. Fortunately, Rayleigh and Garp did not target Crocodile, otherwise the situation would never have been like this. Watch out for gold dust. Do not let gold dust enter the body. The entire scene has been completely chaotic, and everyone is fighting on their own, with at least 2 or 3 opponents. A lieutenant general of the headquarters looked at the gold dust floating down from the sky, which was caused by the Golden Emperor detonating the kilometer-high Buddha before the battle. Most people know that these gold powders cannot be allowed to enter the body, otherwise they will be manipulated by the Golden Emperor. Fortunately, none of them were scumbags, and they blocked the gold dust by their means. Ice Age. The absolute coldness swept the audience. Qzan was in the crowd, and he pressed the ground with one hand and spread the ice mist all over his body. In addition to killing the richest man group and the Roger pirates indiscriminately, he also expanded the battlefield. The current powerhouses on the island are fighting too much, and there may be a shock wave coming. Who can stand it? But the ice quickly spread from the torn-apart island to the sea, and the turbulent waves froze, forming a world of ice that was bone-chilling. Plenty of duels and battles begin with Tiannu Sanhu away from the island, leaving the venue for those truly horrific battles. Others battlefields moved toward the sea. Sighed Hilda. It's so cold. Betty walked out of the ice holding the flagpole. She was frozen by the ice just now, but fortunately, she covered her whole body with armed color in an emergency. Not only Betty, but also some members of the Roger pirates and the Navy were counted. However, Qzan's current ice age is not enough to kill these people in seconds. Swish. A sword light struck, and Betty held a golden flagpole covering Liu Ying's domineering, which was easily blocked. I saw a navy wearing a rear admiral's cape, with a graceful figure and delicate face, walking out, accompanied by a short man. Rear Admiral Jun, T. Dolphin. The two stared at the nearest Betty. Now there is a big melee, and the Roger pirates have their own Sengoku and headquarters lieutenant generals to arrest them. They want to help, and they are still waiting. The richest group is also the target of this time. The richest man group dances as Bello Beatty. Jin held a long sword with sharp eyes, and the woman in front of him should not be underestimated. As for the T-Dolphin, watching Betty swallowed her saliva lightly. After all, Betty's dress still has a huge lethality to men. Ah! It's so lucky. I met two beautiful ladies. As soon as Jin's words were finished, a gentle and slightly surprised voice came, and looking at this man, whether it was Jin, Chadu, or Betty, all looked dignified or frowned. Spencer. It was none other than Spencer with a bony tail. Wearing a black shirt with a coat over it, he is well proportioned and shows a warm masculine temperament. And it looks great. X. Chapter 295_spin and jump with my eyes closed. 20,210,226. Chapter 295_spin and jump with my eyes closed. Hip help. In the chaotic battlefield, a hysterical scream rang out, making people unable to stop moving, because the scream was too miserable, and it sounded inexplicably wanting to stab a few times. The shemailing, no one can save you today. Desperate pursuit, so angry. Sarkaski's lower body turned into lava, ran after Ivankov, and blasted his right fist to form a magma fist, which melted the ground and boiled. She has been eyeing Ivankov since the chaotic battle. Hip-hop. Although Ivankov screamed miserably, the real situation was not injured. Surrounded by steam, entering the return of life, spinning and jumping, the speed is elusive, and it will always avoid the attack at an unbelievably tricky angle. Shaving and monthly steps are superbly used. Thinking that if he didn't wake up and returned his life, he could survive for half a year in Sarkaski's pursuit, and he can also survive for a while now. This time was even more difficult than the first time. Just because when Ivankov was getting stronger, Sarkaski was also getting stronger, and even getting stronger faster than Ivankov. This has caused the positioning between the two to remain unchanged after half a year. Ivankov is still a strong jumper, and Sarkaski is still the player who is chasing and killing. The two of them are still the same as before. They love each other and kill each other without any change. Shemailan foot. Ivankov jumped in midair, his enchanting body was so hot, he kicked his right foot with his high heels, forming a meniscus /forward. Sarkaski was murderous. His body was divided into 2.5 in advance due to the elementalization, and then he rushed towards Ivankov with an unabated healing trend. Hip-up. How could it be so fast? Ivankov's hair exploded, just because Sarkaski played cards out of common sense, and it was almost in the blink of an eye. That's shaving. It seems that for revenge, Sarkaski has practiced shaving and moon steps a lot. Ming dog. Death wink. The huge explosion swelled in midair, and the billowing magma was unstoppable. Ivankov turned into a cannonball, entangled in black smoke, and slammed out and left behind a dilapidated gully. He ran away without even thinking about it. The opponent's blow just now almost didn't create his careful liver. I checked my eyes, but I still can't beat it. Not good. Ivankov, who had fled originally, was horrified, and a danger was approaching him quickly. I saw a golden beam in the blink of an eye, and easily penetrated Ivankov's chest. If it wasn't for the lightning and flint to escape the key point, this blow may directly threaten Ivankov's life. The dazzling golden light condensed on the ground, It was Polsalino. The 36C murder weapon jumped on his chest. He was wearing sunglasses floating behind his coat, and his right foot flashed a crow-shaped light, like a golden sun. Shemailing, speed and weight. Have you ever been kicked by light? Ivankov didn't know what was going on. The whole body was finished with shrimp, and there was a clicking sound from his waist. The face was twisted together and spurted blood from the nose and mouth. Then he turned into a chechong and went on a rampage all the way. After causing a huge roar, he fell deeply. In a mountain, it is impossible to pull out the large font. The pheasant mouth, absolutely air-conditioned, swoops over. Lifelike icebergs spread their wings, and everything is frozen. Even Kuzan was eyeing Ivankov. The goal of the three is very clear, that is, the Shemailing. This pervert that has caused them a lifetime of influence and haze. Even death is a happy thing. Lao Dun, Zaijiang, help. Ivankov was really panicked, seeing that the iceberg was about to hit him, and he didn't have time to escape at all, so he took a deep breath and became hysterical, and the scream was completely broken. It was also deafening in this field of lightning and thunder, continuous explosions, shouting and killing, and swords, lights and swords. Boom. Gargero. The azure blue thunder column fell from the sky and kicked Polsalino, but the latter was not an ordinary person. He raised his hand in front of him and turned into golden light and hit the ground, causing a lot of gravel dust. At the same time, a crimson monster swooped down, carrying the high temperature, and collided with the iceberg to produce a chemical reaction, melting each other into water vapor, and the fairy energy around it fluttered. If you dare to call me Zaijiang again, I'll kill you. The thunder and lightning condensed and formed, and Anilu was shrouded in it. He was like looking down at the ants and looking at Polsalino, Kuzan, and Sarkarsky in three directions. The sharp words in his mouth were addressed to Ivankov. The rolling heat wave swept all around. Aquino stepped forward slowly, and every step he took, the ground melted to form magma, and the steam rose all over his body and sparked with sparks. Can't see the face. It's terrifying. Goddess punishment, Thornalu. Hot charge, Sun King Dunakino. Polsalino patted the dust that didn't exist on his body. His eyes under the sunglasses were icy cold. There was ice mist floating on Kuzan, lava flowing on Sarkarsky, and the three women standing together were all devil figures, but their faces were different. None of you can escape today, and I will destroy all of you in the richest group. Sarkarsky's face was hideous, but the expression on that face was really not deterrent. A group of lowly bedbugs dare to look up to the god. Sin is unforgivable. Anilu stretched out his hand and held it high. The black sky that was torn into several camps was forcibly stagnant and bathed in lightning. This scene was terrifying. Relying on his own strength, Anilu actually controlled the entire layer of lightning, thunder and flashing clouds. You must know that the sky now represents several wills, but none of them can stop Anilu now. The scene formed by the collision of the overlord colors is just a scene. The only one present who could compete with Anilu for control of the sky was Stuthy Zunyan Fruit. And of course, Big Mom Suz. The crisp, aureole-like sound rang out, and Anilu pressed his right hand. In an instant, the sky attacked indiscriminately, and the 5 Emetathic thunderbolts began to fall in other directions with this side as the center. Kuzan, continue the last battle. Aquino turned into a fiery sun and stared directly at Kuzan. The two have already fought each other for a long time, but he has always had the disadvantage, but this time he will get all the honor back. Either he killed the other party, or the other party killed him. For a time, there was a strong collision, Aquino and Kuzan, Anilu and Polsalino. As for Sarkarsky, he naturally bit Ivankov to the death. Hip-hop. Seeing Sarkarsky rushing towards him with murderous intent, Ivankov's tactics were still spinning and jumping, and I closed my eyes. The anger was so frightening that everyone wanted to send him a few shots into outer space. Too hot eyes and attracts hatred. The nausea level makes every cell in the body feel nauseated. Sarkarsky's murderous aura almost materialized, and his eyes were bloodshot. It is conceivable that he has been pushed to the limit of morality. I don't know if the spirit has been polluted, but the mentality is definitely collapsed. Especially Sarkarsky is still the kind of violent temper. This Nemo will not be ashes, and I am sorry to come to this world. Big fire. Death wink, death wink, death wink. Die me. I flash. The familiar scene was staged again, chasing and fleeing away from the island, and began to appear on the frozen sea. The big move did not want money, and slowly Ivankov also began to be injured. Healing hormones have been given to injections. But these are not problems. He is confident, and without external intervention, he can fall in love with Sarkarsky for another half a year. X. Chapter 296 _ It looks like you don't intend to talk about martial arts. 20,210,227. Chapter 296 _ It looks like you don't intend to talk about martial arts. As Zanilu, Ivankov and others went into battle, there were two people on the side of the richest group who stayed out of the matter. It's Stussy and the bear. Stussy didn't act rashly, but just stood on a hill overlooking the storm that was set off elsewhere. The bear stood beside him holding the Bible, and looked at all this with a blank expression. He just wanted to be a faithful guardian of flowers. After all, the main target of the Navy is only the Roger pirates. As for Ivankov being hunted down by the three of Sarkarsky, it is purely a personal grudge. People like Zephyr and Sengoku have also fought with the powerful characters of the Roger pirates, such as Spark Jabba and Kurokas. The combat effectiveness of the Roger pirates is no worse than that of the Navy headquarters in the future. The Navy won't be able to take advantage of it for a while. The battle circle is still expanding, and some have even spread to the ice field, just because the destructive power of the 5-person battle is too huge. The whole island is crumbling. If nothing else happens, the island and the kingdom will disappear into the sea when the battle is over. Broken Blade. Big Mom is still chasing after Chaos. 80% of the attacks are to greet Chaos first, and the remaining strength will go to resist the attacks of others. Whether it is Big Mom or Sora has a clear target, that is Chaos and Roger. As for Kaido, it's a shit stick, here and there, it's a lot of fun. I don't know when it started. The 5-person melee began to separate, Big Mom and Chaos side, Sora and Roger's side, and even Kaido passed. He almost didn't get mad at Chaos. He doesn't want to duel with Big Mom unilaterally, but wants to fight with Kaido, Sora, and Roger, and the level of excitement is different. Once again blocked by Big Mom's attack, Chaos mentality exploded. Smelly mother-in-law, shame on your face. Since you are looking for death, this Emperor will fulfill you. Coming out of the billowing smoke, Chaos looked at the falling Big Mom. His golden eyes were full of anger. He grabbed his right hand in the air, and the gold dust scattered on the ground in the distance spiraled, turning into a mace and flying into his hand. Began to flow black gold domineering burning flames. He decided to beat Big Mom down first. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Big Mom roared, holding the giant blade of thunder and fire in both hands, like a wild beast that escaped from the cage, and charged towards Chaos with murderous aura. She wants to kill this man completely. Whether it is the feud of face or the feud of miscarriage, they are not mutually exclusive. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Golden Molten Fire, Flowing Sakura, Thunder Gossip. The two meteors collided abruptly, and the violent mushroom cloud rose to the sky, pushing across the sky filled with black and red thunder, causing the soft sunlight to shine down, illuminating the entire dark world. The three shock waves that destroyed everything spread, like a tsunami covering the clouds, overwhelming and overwhelming. Damn! The island is crumbling. Watch out for shock waves. Many people were forced to fly out of the battlefields not far from each other, and the soil on the ground was exploited to reveal the dark soil that had not been exposed to sunlight for thousands of years, and finally formed a basin with mountains standing around it. A large number of dark cracks, like the earth dragon turning over and tearing, all kinds of mountain wall debris flying down and turning into meteor showers. The earth shakes and the mountains are destroyed. The aftermath of the collision was catastrophic. Many eyes were fixed on this side, but then they moved away to continue their respective battles. Affects this emperor's mood. A piece of soil and gravel splashed, and Chaos walked out of it wisely, with a spiral of steam rising all over his body, sparks flickering in it, and the golden light wheel behind him still turned counterclockwise and clockwise. With only the handle of the mace left in his hand, he spit out the blood from his mouth, and then shook his head to straighten his hair, looking at the bottomless basin where there was a crack in the canyon. Big Mom got up from the end, the ground around him had melted, and the giant eyes were full of bloodshots. The situation looked more embarrassing than that of Chaos. Clang clang. The golden sand twisted into a mace and flew again. Chaos held it in his hand 3 feet off the ground, and flew towards Big Mom with a dignified air. He wanted to let Big Mom know today that his father is still his father. However, when he moved across the abyss of the basin, he frowned and looked at the hills and ravines on the left. Where a lot of breath is approaching, it is very familiar. Mom. Category: Prospero, Daifuku and others finally came. With the arrival of Category and others, Big Mom will not be alone. Golden Emperor. The entire Big Mom pirate group didn't have a favorable impression of Chaos, and they were arrogant when they first came up. It looks like he doesn't intend to talk about martial arts. Decided to besiege Chaos together. Mom. Big Mom is also laughing, she has no martial virtue, and the arrival of Category and others is exactly what he wants. Category: how is the practice of seeing and hearing? Chaos looked at Category with a gentle face. Since being beaten by Roger's voice of all things, Chaos has become more enthusiastic about predicting the future. Because thinking about it, perhaps only by predicting the future can restrain the voice of all things. Only by mastering predicting the future will he have the possibility to defeat Roger. Otherwise, even if the golden fruit is awakened, Chaos feels that he is not too sure. The ability of the other party is really too strange, Nima can't figure it out. Gaia Chaos, stop talking nonsense. Category hadn't spoken yet, but Prospero pointed at Chaos with a lollipop weapon, and the clown's appearance was quite distinctive. Kill him. Big Mom even gave an order, taking the lead in holding Napoleon and rushing to kill. For a time, the entire Charlotte family swarmed up. Faced with such a situation, Chaos was still under a lot of pressure. If you're not careful, you might actually be kneeling in the siege. But he doesn't panic. Snapped. The crisp fingers spread, and the golden powder scattered in all directions lifted into the air, turning into golden waves and swept out towards everyone, and many navies came from other places. These navy bodies all have gold dust in them. Chaos blew himself up on Shakyamuni as soon as the battle started, and now it's time to harvest. Wagyu-O. Big Mom slammed a group, facing the surging golden waves. It was a knife. The waves were divided into 2.5, and the trend continued to cut towards Chaos. Chaos disappeared in place to dodge, snapped his fingers again, and the golden waves began to sweep out towards Category and the others. Be careful of the gold dust waves, don't inhale it and get it into your body. Category held a trident in his hand, reminding his brothers and sisters. Mere gold dust. The 8 immortals crossed the sea and each showed their magical powers, each with their own set of defenses. However, it also temporarily held up Category and the others. Chaos held the mace against Big Mom's sword and kicked it out at the same time. Big Mom's stout right hand covered the armed color to resist, and the two kept the distance. Clap clap. Without warning, lightning bolts fell from the sky, all of which hit Category and the others. 2 silhouettes appeared one after another, and it was Stussy and the bear who had been watching. Seeing that his boss is about to be beaten, he quickly came out to the platform to support him, and let the boss feel that someone supports him. This is the warmth of home. Boss, you can fight with Charlotte Lingerling at ease. Leave these people to me and the bear. It's time to count. Stussy showed the style of a generation of queens, despising the audience's own domineering. Bear was expressionless, put the Bible in his pocket and began to take off his gloves. Kill. Go. On the frozen sea in the extreme distance, a large number of pirate thugs were armed with weapons, and they were densely packed like locusts crossing the border and began to kill. These are the people of the richest group, who came from Poppy Island. It was only because of Kazan's ice age that the ship froze on the way, so it could only run on the ice sheet to support. This is what Stussy is preparing for. Their group is not alone, it's just them. At a glance, there are more than 100,000 in their past, not thousands or tens of thousands, but more than 100,000. The shouting and killing smashed into the sky, and when he ran, the frozen sea shook slightly. X. Chapter 297 _ The worst thing is to suddenly be quiet. 20,210,227. Chapter 297 _ The worst thing is to suddenly be quiet. Shouting from far to near shook the sky and almost suffocated the entire battlefield. That surging sense of oppression was like a mountain pressing on everyone. Although the personal force of the pirate world is comparable to that of nuclear weapons, when the number of people exceeds a certain limit, then more ants will kill the elephants. Of these more than 100,000 pirate thugs, none of them are ordinary people who are powerless, but armed with guns, long knives and other weapons. No one on the scene can ignore it. Whoa! Stussy rushed to the top of the cloud and used the ability of Union Fruit to form a giant of 1,000 meters. Target, Big Mom Pirates. The kilometer-high Stussy is surrounded by clouds and mist, and the surrounding area is bathed in lightning. The graceful figure is vividly displayed in the dancing of the drapery. With the thunderous roar from one mouth, the Big Mom pirate group was once chilled. Damn. I didn't expect the richest group to have support. There are too many people. The faces of Prospero and the others were pale, and they felt the torrent that was sloping over. They ignored the Roger pirates and the Navy who were fighting in the middle, and followed the order to slaughter them. Mom was blocked by the Golden Emperor and couldn't take it out. Category was also stopped by the Bugaz Bashalomi Bear. In the face of more than 100,000 people, their more than 100 Charlotte members and subordinates would be torn to pieces. With more than 100,000 people, it takes time to just stand and kill. Withdraw. Category made a decisive decision, distanced himself from the bear in one fell swoop, and turned his head to give orders to Prospero and the others. This time, if it wasn't for Mom's impulsive intervention in the battle between the richest man group and the Roger pirates, they would not have left Totland. At the beginning, it was because they were afraid that their mother would be in danger, so Category and others would follow behind to support. I just didn't expect that the power of the richest man group would be so large. When it was dispatched, there were more than 100,000 people. Who could stand it? If Charlotte Lingerling and Category were not held back, then these 100,000 people would not be too much of a hindrance, and 90% of the pirate thugs could be eliminated just by being overlord. Even if the remaining 10% of resistance, They will not be able to make a big splash in the face of strong men like Big Mom and Category. But the point is that now both of them are being held back. Once they are surrounded by more than 100,000 people, they will pay an unimaginable price to escape. Category didn't dare to think deeply. He was afraid of losing many brothers and sisters. So Category made a decisive decision and chose to retreat. But mother, you leave first, and my mother and I will come later. This is an order. Category slanted the trident, turned his back to the many Charlotte members and looked at the bear solemnly, and sensed the vast torrent that was gradually approaching the island. Withdraw. Daifuku, Owen, including Prospero, gritted their teeth, turned around and began to retreat with all their siblings. This time they came to support a loneliness. Tyrant, I don't want to fight you. Seeing Prospero and the others leaving, Category looked at the bear expressionlessly, and watched the battle between his mother and the Golden Emperor in the distance. The bear did not speak, his hands squeezed the air. Category stepped on his right foot, and the surface of the 1,000-meter radius turned into glutinous rice. At the same time, an overwhelming will rushed towards the bear, but it didn't play much of a role. Who is the richest man in the group who has a boss who is arrogant and overbearing, and he says to exercise his will every once in a while? Don't say it. After such a long time of baptism, they are almost immune to the Overlord color. Perhaps only the Overlord color stronger than Chaos Overlord color can make them move, but it is only moved. As for the fear, trembling, and inability to fight back, it is simply impossible. So Category S Overlord color is useless. In the end, the bear pushed out the transparent bear paw the size of a slap, and then a mushroom cloud began to rise. The billowing smoke and storm swept through. Category did not tremble with the bear, but quickly rushed to the battle between Big Mom and Chaos. Mom, we should retreat. A mountain collapsed. Just as Big Mom stood up from the gravel ruins, Category fell from the sky, turning his back to Big Mom and watching Chaos moving out of the dust. This man is also his disgrace. He has confidence. Just give him another period of time, and he will definitely be defeated. Mom. Big Mom spat out the blood in his mouth, and although he was embarrassed, he did not lose his mind. I also felt the crowd in the sky. Golden Emperor, I'll let you go today. Big Mom is also able to bend and stretch, and it is very decisive to see that the trend has passed. Not dizzy. With Category standing on Zeus, the mother and son moved away so quickly. Chaos' face was full of astonishment. According to the normal script, Big Mom should be dead and alive and fight bloody to the end. Why did the script suddenly change? Only Category knows that a sober mother is not the kind of dead brain, but is a normalic, and can even bend and stretch, and can think about gains and losses. Except for eczema. As long as the attack will lose its mind, this is the biggest weakness of Big Mom. The current situation is very bad, not one alone with the richest group, but with Kaido, Roger pirates, and the most threatening navy. Continuing to fight will only drag yourself into the abyss. If you are picked up by the navy, you will only spend the rest of your life in the dark advancing city. It can also be seen from this point that Big Mom is online. The enemies she is facing now are not weak scumbags, and she is not qualified to be arrogant enough to kill herself regardless of the consequences. In the original book, it has become the 4 emperors, so it is different. Whether it is strength, status, or reputation, she has reached a certain height, so in the face of the new generation of pirates or other forces, her Big Mom can be fully crushed with a giant stance. But if it is at the same level as her, it needs to be weighed. To be honest, Chaos was a little frightened. After all, in the past, Big Mom gave him the feeling that he was fighting to the end and belonged to the ranks of mentally retarded children. Who would have thought that there would be such a neat retreat? It seems that I need to get to know this stinky bitch again. Boss, our people have arrived. The clouds were shrouded in mist, and Stucci appeared beside Chaos, thinking about the withdrawal of the Big Mom pirates. Give me a break. Chaos didn't want to end like this. Since the support has come, there will be no worries. Even if the battle is not over, it depends on his face. The thought of this chaos made his blood boil, and suddenly disappeared and rushed towards the battle between Kaido, Sora, and Roger. The entire richest group is happy, but the Roger pirates and the Navy are somewhat tied up. Compared with the number of people in the richest group, although they are all elites, there are also many threats. Now that they are in their prime, they can be ignored, not to mention the more than 100,000 people. Even the Roger pirates and the Navy can retreat. But what if they lose both? Then these more than 100,000 people will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Definitely destroyed? No one is a fool. Therefore, the Roger pirates and the Navy tacitly distanced themselves from each other and stopped, and they were all wary of each other and chose to temporarily stop. Only those far from the island battle continued. For a time, the suppressed atmosphere was stagnant, and there were only lightning flashes and the sound of storms. The most fearful thing is to suddenly become quiet. Starting point, Deep Buckle 23 centimeters, Blood Shadow Wolf, 5,000 starting coins, the ocean is full of water, 1,500 starting coins, Deep Book Famine Patience, 500 starting coins, Book Friends 202022990807366145, Das Han is so stupid, 100 starting coin. X. Chapter 298 _ change to another one that is not used to stirring. 20,210,301. Chapter 298 _ change to another one that is not used to stirring. Captain, it's time for us to retreat too. Rayleigh dodged to Roger, as did Spark Jabber and the others. Now that Roger has heard the message on the remaining two guiding stones, there is no need to drag him here. However, their purpose has been achieved. Now the situation is a bit complicated. The Navy is eyeing them, plus there are the richest man group eyeing them, and Kaido is a shit stick. There are too many accidents. It was similar to Edvahe back then, and the situation was even more unfavorable for them. You must know that the Navy is all out. Kong, Sengoku, Ka, and Zephyr are all big mountains. Roger was thinking with his sword in hand. Even if Rayleigh didn't mention it, he wasn't interested in staying here and wasting time. At the same time, the Navy is also thinking. The situation is actually more unfavorable for them, just because they are the Navy and their camps are different. Kaido and the Golden Emperor are not very normal, and they may be shot at. At that time, in the face of three-way pressure, the Navy is really a bit dangerous. But the Navy cannot return empty-handed this time. The threat of the Roger pirates is too great and must be killed here. Golden Emperor, Kaido, the goal of our Navy is only the Roger pirates, it has nothing to do with you. Sora was unwilling to give up, and tried to use words to make Chaos and Kaido retreat. Haha Tilda. I don't care who your target is. Today, none of the three of you want to leave easily. Kaido frowned and pointed at Roger, Sora, and Chaos one by one, holding the spiky fangs mace. His arrogant attitude matched that of Chaos. It's worth it. Chaos was unhappy on the spot. Anything can be lost, except arrogance. At this moment, no matter how Chaos looked at Kaido, it was not pleasing to the eye. Zhao Duo, are you arrogant in front of this emperor? Chaos squinted slightly, the halo behind his back turned, sacred and inviolable. He grabbed his right hand, and held a 3-meter-long mace in his hand, and his golden eyes were full of danger. As long as Kaido dares to respond, he will teach him to be a human being. Gaia Chaos, what are you? Kaido was disdainful and completely ignored Chaos. What this emperor is, you will know right away. kneel down and call me dad. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Chaos was furious, and in all his astonishment he launched an attack, rashly not wanting it. And Kaido is also a volcano eruption, such as the demon clamoring, "How dare you steal the tricks of Lao Tzu, a fake." Thundering gossip. Kaido burst into anger, the whole mace covered the thunder and armed colors, and slammed with Chaos Head. That moment, the dazzling white light illuminates the sky, and as the mountains rise up, a mushroom cloud stands up in an overwhelming posture, rolling up the surface and moving forward. Stuffy, the Roger pirates, and the navy all quickly evacuated. And in the very center came two hysterical roars, as well as a battle that was thoughtful and fearful. Roar. Kaido remained in the humanoid Tyrannosaurus form again, while Chaos was covered in Spiral's steam, and the two seemed to be pulled by a rubber band, collided and separated and collided again. Sure enough, to lunatics. Someone in the Roger pirates and the navy yelled. These two guys are totally reckless. Just because of a little arrogance, and then it is about to enter the life and death battle. To be so casual. Catch the Roger pirates for me. The battle that might have stopped, but because of Chaos and Kaido's hasty battle, they rushed again. Fight and retreat. Roger grinned, swung the long knife in his hand to form a 10,00-meter slash, and rushed towards the rushing naval camp. Roger, you can't escape today. Sora took the lead and fought Roger with a punch. Then let's see what you can do. Roger laughed, the king's spirit was breathtaking. Cap. Jabba. Zephyr. Warring states. The chaotic battle was soaring into the sky, and the entire black cloud layer began to crack and tilt. The island under everyone's feet was already in tatters, and the chaotic storm rolled up sand and gravel to form a meteor shower, which was destroyed indiscriminately. The Roger pirates retreated while fighting, while the navy chased and fought, slowly starting to stay away from the scattered islands. "Aren't we going to shoot?" The bear stood beside Stuffy, looking sideways at the woman with flying hair. Behind them, there were densely packed pirate thugs, who only needed an order from Stuffy to drown into the Roger pirates and the navy as wild beasts. Anilu and the others have not returned yet, and continue to fight with their respective opponents. In the face of the bear's inquiry, Stuffy was thinking. Watching Chaos fighting Kaido on the horizon, he sighed slightly. Now the richest group is actually in an invincible position, there is no need to chase and fight hard, and it will fall into it accidentally. Stuffy is very clear that more than 100,000 subordinates seem to be a lot, but if the Roger pirates and the navy want to solve them tacitly, it will only take a few minutes. It's not the time to be adventurous, and it's not the time to rip your skin off. Chaos can be impulsive, but she can't. She needs to think about the entire richest group. With what she knew about Chaos, she went to fight this time, and did not intend to destroy the Roger pirates or the navy. Don't look at the intractable fight with Kaido now. Even if you defeat Kaido afterwards, you won't kill him. What is this called repeated scouring of wool? The man also said that the familiar powerhouse died, and no one was a green leaf to set off him. That would be boring. See what people say? Because of this, I had the opportunity to kill Big Mom but didn't kill it, otherwise Big Mom would have been trampled to death last time, otherwise it wouldn't be so happy this time. Stussy could see it. That man is also a shit stirrer. He obviously had the opportunity to clean up the shit, but he just didn't do it. What I enjoy is the process of stirring shit. If I change to a fresh shit, I am not used to stirring it. After all, the more sedimented shit is often more mellow. She has seen through the essence of that stupid man, but she doesn't say it. Even Stucci guessed that if the Roger pirates were too dangerous this time, that stupid man would definitely help the Roger pirates to evacuate. Absolute. Stuffy dared to swear by her chastity. No. As Stuffy shook his head, more than 100,000 pirate thugs began to wait like this. Wait for Kaido's fight with Chaos to end. Although Zing had some doubts, he did not ask. He has always been taciturn, and his presence in the richest group is the last. No fighting, no grabbing, and no special hobbies. So time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, day and night pass. The Roger pirates and the Navy have completely left the Lights waters, and the specific situation is unknown. Until dusk of the second day, an unwilling roar came from the sky. Golden Emperor, I'll let you go this time. More than 100,000 people could hear it clearly. It was Kaido's voice. And the voice of their great emperor. The title of the great emperor is not to be mentioned. It's nothing more than that Chaos Fanjonga got it. As long as he belongs to the subordinates of the richest man group, he calls him that. This kind of embarrassing name is not once or twice. The name in the sky is the Golden God. The richest group is naturally the Golden Emperor. There is also an underground world called the Dark Emperor. The Emperor called by the Revolutionary Army. It is not uncommon for a great emperor to come now. It belongs to the normal slapstick operation of Chaos. After all, what Chaos planned for himself was the road to the great emperor who was the enemy of all the world. X. Chapter 299 I enjoyed this big scene. 20,210,228. Chapter 299 I enjoyed this big scene. Boss. The Great. As Kaido turned into a blue dragon and quickly disappeared into the sky, Chaos landed on the top of the mountain in a state of embarrassment. The long golden hair, golden eyes, and golden eyebrows all began to subside and return to normal, resulting in a pale complexion and blood on the corners of his mouth. More than 100,000 people were covered in darkness, and a sound of the great emperor swept away the sky with lightning and thunder. The sense of oppression and appearance can be described as rare in the world. The corners of Chaos's mouth outlined, enjoying this big scene very much. Carrying one hand on the back is like an emperor going out to patrol an army of millions, and the blood is surging. This is the man with face. Mighty and domineering. Swallow mountains and rivers. Dominate the world. One word, cool. Standing next to him, Stucci couldn't help but quietly rolled his eyes. She knew that this stupid man was suppressing, but the corners of her mouth that jumped up betrayed him. How inflated the vanity is now. Boss, do you want to notify the others to come back? Stuffy's full chest bulged, and then he let out a breath and looked at Chaos. His big cold eyes full of seriousness. No, those guys will come back when they have enough waves. We're done. Chaos stretched, feeling a little tired both physically and mentally. After all, the bear had already bounced once, and after being beaten by Roger, Chaos needed time to enlighten himself, and think about whether he could strengthen a wave in a short time. In addition to predicting the future, there should be other ways to resist the voice of all things. Overall, this fight is okay. Yes. Stuffy took out the phone bug and started to inform, and the more than 100,000 leaders were ordered to start retreating back to Poppy Island. This time with great fanfare, I supported a loneliness. Chaos stood on the top of the mountain, and saw the radiation in the largest range, covering an unknown number of kilometers, and did not find the Roger pirates and the Navy. There was no sound when he opened his mouth, but the voices of Chaos rang in the ears of the few people who were fighting in the sky. As long as he is within the coverage of knowledge, Chaos can use this method of sound transmission over 1,000 miles, which can be regarded as a practical knowledge and color skill. Clang clang. All the gold dust scattered around was lifted into the sky, turning into a golden road across the sky, and Chaos, Stuffy, and Zing stood on it and quickly moved away. What remains in place are valley basins or abyss communes, and the Kingdom of Lights no longer exists. No one cares how many innocent people die. This is the truth. In this crazy world, ordinary people don't even have the right to choose death, and they will be drowned and destroyed by the aftermath of the Battle of the Strong at any time. Very sad. Outside the nickname, the Roger Pirates clash with the Richest Man group. The Golden Emperor fights Captain Roger Pirates. Beast Kaido and Big Mom appear. The Navy came out in full force, and Marshal Sora led the General Sengoku, Zephyr, the naval hero Garp, the Chief of Staff Crane, and a large number of lieutenant generals to participate in the war. Rieter's Island destroyed? In the next few days, the big incident caused by the conflict between the Roger Pirates and the Richest group was spread all over the world through newspapers, which shocked the whole sea as soon as it was released. Roger, Golden Emperor, Kaido, Big Mom, Sora, Sengoku, Zephyr, Rayleigh. The fame of these big men is even higher. Among them, the destruction of the Kingdom of Lights during the battle caused an uproar. This huge conflict is also known as the Great Incident of the Kingdom of Lights. It is known as the largest war in more than 100 years, and the forces involved are full of 5 parties. It ends with the fall of a kingdom. Specific details have not been reported, but even this is enough to be included in future history. There is no doubt that everyone who has participated in this big event has a high reputation. For example, the 3 major female admirals of the Navy, Jin, Ghost Spider, Washo-chan, and the Richest group have all reported on their roles. Perhaps in the eyes of the parties, the war ended quickly, and it was not as dangerous and tragic as imagined. But it looks different from the outside. After all, a huge kingdom was sacrificed in it, which is unimaginable for 90% of the world's people. The high heels stepped on the ground rhythmically. Stuffy was wearing a uniform with black silk, framed glasses and long hair, and stopped by the swimming pool with a piece of information in her hand. On the shore of the swimming pool, there are rows of lounge chairs and umbrellas, as well as various fruit drinks and coffee. Chaos and Betty are sunbathing on their stomachs wearing a little fabric, and a few girls in the red light district are massaging. Zing sat on the chair next to him, turning over the Bible with Lang's legs crossed, very quiet. Boss, the Roger Pirates really managed to escape the Navy's capture. Stuffy walked to the reclining chair to the side and sat down, picked up the unfinished red wine and poured himself a glass, took a sip, brushed the hair from his forehead to his ears, and casually handed the information to Chaos. Chaos wore red love sunglasses and yawned to catch it. There were bits and pieces of information and other things. He lost interest just by glancing at it, because most of them are related to the red light district and the pharmaceutical production chain. For example, how much of their Richest group is attached to them, and which kingdoms are their shelter. There is also the cooperation of some kingdoms and pirates in the sea. Although Chaos was not interested in these things and threw them all to Stucci. But Stuart still reports every once in a while. It's a matter of attitude. As expected, Chaos motioned for Stucci to pour him a glass of red wine too. Boss, you deliberately let Roger listen to our guiding stone. Then according to your prediction, the Roger Pirates will reach the final island of Ralph Drew, and then start the era of the Great Pirates. Betty, who was beside her, turned her face sideways, and the 3-point pose had been released, revealing the curves of her back and buttocks completely. Because she was lying on her stomach, the snow-white weapon was squeezing. It's a pity that the 2 men present were not interested in watching. In the eyes of the bear, it is not as attractive as the Bible. Not to mention Chaos, he has seen too much of this kind of spring, and he is already normal. Under normal circumstances, that Roger guy will survive for a few more years. Taking the red wine handed over by Stuffy, Ghost took a sip and let the ladies in the red light district on both sides continue to massage. Boom. Not far away, the building collapsed suddenly, as if something fell from the sky, and a lot of dust filled the pool, attracting several pairs of eyes from the swimming pool. "Old Bear, it's Losha who is back. There's something wrong with the situation, hurry up and play it." Chaos didn't panic at all, and the Alweather site had already been discovered. The bear disappeared into the chair and reappeared in a minute with Crocodile in his hands. At this time, Crocodile was covered in blood, and his face was so pale that he almost swallowed a sigh of relief, looking like he had already seen Ridge. After the bear made an emergency bullet, he managed to save his last breath. TSK 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 tilde. Betty was lying on the reclining chair, looking at Crocodile who was almost dying, shaking her head with contempt. After all, this brainwashed guy is too embarrassed. This image was beaten hard. Although she came back in a very embarrassed manner, she was not as horrific as Crocodile, and she almost didn't recognize her bruised body. Starting point, deep deduction, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 300 Mahjong is popular in the sea. 20,210,301. Chapter 300 Mahjong is popular in the sea. In the next 2 or 3 days, Aquino, Anilu, Ivankov and others all came back one after another. They were all miserable and severely injured, and it was a miracle and skill to escape back. This time, everyone can be said to experience pleasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that kind of tragic situation, almost unrecognizable. Fortunately, they all took a sigh of relief, and their fate was salved, but if they wanted to return to a lively state, they had to sleep for 2 or 3 days. The major events related to the Kingdom of Lights are still spreading on the sea, and even spread to some places where people are rarely visited or the country is closed. The specific situation of the Navy and the Roger Pirates is a lose-lose situation, and neither one gets any advantage. Because the Roger Pirates were the one who retreated, the injuries to the members were more serious. However, when Sora led the troops back to Marinvando, he went to Marijoya to meet the 5 old stars after 1 day of cultivation. No one knew what the 5 old stars and Sora said, but the incident in the Kingdom of Lights ended here. The capture of the Roger Pirates has still not given up. Everything seems to be back on track. Of course, the dragon is supporting Lonely again this time, but because of the Morgans incident, it can be considered to cancel each other out. This matter is a matter between the dragon and Stussy, and Stussy mentioned it to Chaos, but the latter forgot about it in a blink of an eye. Then time just passed by. In a trance, another half-year has passed. The past 6 months have not been quiet, and almost half of the news hot searches are occupied by the Richest group. In the first month, the boss Golden Emperor of the Richest group led everyone to come to Ghost Island, and had a big conflict with the Beast Pirates. The two fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and then the Richest group retreated gracefully. After 5 days of rest, the Richest group attacked Ghost Island again, and retreated gracefully after fighting for 5 days and 5 nights. After another 5 days of rest, the Richest group attacked Ghost Island again. In just 1 month, the Richest Man group had trouble with the Beast Pirates 3 times in a row. Every time this news spread to the sea, it caused a lot of fluctuations. In the second month, the Richest group began to harm Outotland. The same is to go 3 times a month, play 5 days, rest 5 days, and then continue. In the third month, continue the hard-hitting 100 Beasts Pirates 3 times. In the fourth month, continue to toughen out Outotland 3 times. Fifth month. The 6th month has just ended. Whether it is the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, they have all been nerfed by the Richest group, leaving a mess after every battle. The anger of the two sides from the beginning, the hatred of killing the father, the hatred of the family, and the hatred of humiliation, that is murderous. But now I have lost interest. Kaido and Big Mom, the two shit sticks, Don't want to see chaos anymore. Have become shadows. Before there is no absolute power to destroy the richest group, neither of them intend to provoke the richest group again. This is 3 times a month, 1 time is 5 days and 5 nights, and it lasts for 3 months. Who can bear it? The key is that the richest group relied on the tabugs of Z and Betty, which was even more powerful. If it goes on like this for a long time, no one can stand it. Of course, when the richest group, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates fell in love and killed each other for 6 months, the other forces were not idle either. For example, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Sky Pirates, the Navy, the Roger Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Explosion Pirates are all in love and killing each other. They are not fighting against familiar opponents, or they are fighting some rising stars in the sea. The pirate group started fighting. There have also been conflicts with the richest man group several times, but all of them are just petty troubles. Because of the emergence of the richest man group, there has never been a shortage of hot searches in the sea. Morgan's World Economic Society can be said to have made a lot of money. 2 tubes. Touch, Enchantress. 3. 50,000. Bar. Poppy Island, under the umbrellas of the beach swimming pool. The mahjong sound is very intense. Chaos was naked in a pair of beach pants, wearing flip-flops with Lang's legs crossed, a cigarette in his mouth and his right eye squinting slightly, the second-generation ancestor. Betty in the bottom left is wearing a 3-point swimsuit, Ivankov in the bottom right is drawing cards, and the bear is directly opposite. The 4 of them were dressed in cool clothes, and the afternoon sun shone and seemed very leisurely. Chaos took a sip of the ice cold juice next to him, and touched a Sevkin. He was doing it all. Boss, will you continue to go to the Ghost Island tomorrow? Betty fluttered her long hair, looking at the cards on the table and thinking about whether to play this card in her hand. She intuitively told her that she would fire a gun. Mahjong was invented by Chaos 5 months ago. As soon as it appeared, it became popular on Poppy Island, and then spread to the red light district, the pharmaceutical production chain, the underground world, and finally the whole world. Especially the various casinos, which have created countless profits for the richest group. With this mahjong, Stucci has blossomed casinos everywhere. Now it has become the world's leading casino, keeping pace with the red light district and pharmaceutical production chain business, and is the 3rd pillar of the richest group. It's a pity that mahjong is too easy to imitate, and it's also fortunate that Stuffy strikes quickly and accurately. Invested 1 trillion Bailey to quickly open up the market, took advantage of the mahjong storm to occupy 20% of the world's casinos, and then used poker to fight the landlord, fried gold, Texas Hold'em, god of gamblers, that kind of, and so on, and quickly increased the market share to 40%. In general, the right to speak in the underground world of the richest group is not so huge. Whether it is the red light district, the pharmaceutical production chain or the casino industry, these 3 pillars are enough to push the richest group into one of the richest forces, and the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos has secured the title of the world's richest man. The Economic News has even reported on it. There were even reporters who wanted to interview Chaos without fear of death, but Chaos was busy during the time, so he did not agree. Don't go, it's boring. Chaos was tired of looking for trouble with Kaido and Big Mom for half a year in a row. Strictly speaking, it has no training value. Although fighting can make a person progress, if you fight with a person for a long time, it will be meaningless. All in all, nothing new. Chaos breathed out a cigarette ring and glanced at Betty, Ivankov and Z, raising his eyebrows a little speechless. Since mahjong was born from his hands, these 3 guys have the most addiction among all their responsibilities. Ivankov and Betty are expected, after all, neither of them is a good thing. But bears are different. Bears who have always been taciturn, as long as he has time, he is either playing mahjong or on the way to play mahjong. Even if he does not play with them, he will go to the casino on Poppy Island. This is a bit of a contrast. He is usually unsmiling, as serious as he wants to be, but he didn't expect that when mahjong was born, it was like a different person. The mantra has one more sentence, 3 missing 1. To know that the mantra before is to travel, where do you want to go? For this reason, in the eyes of chaos, Xing is also a sullen man. 9. Touch. The corner of Xing's mouth twitched, for fear that Xu Xiao would run away. To put it bluntly, Xing is only a young man now. One can. Touched 9, the bear hit at you. Fuck. Go on, fight to the end. Give money. Give money. Bear's luck is a bit unfortunate. If he loses, he will be close to 50 million Bailey. Okay, it's time for me to practice. Chaos did not want to continue because he had been playing all morning. Boss, the last one. The bear's pupils dilated slightly, and as soon as Chaos left, he couldn't find anyone. Anilu, Aquino, and Crocodile are all cultivators or in the red light district, and it is estimated that they will not come back at night. X.